Hello and welcome back to the England Touch Nationals here at the University of Nottingham Highfields Sports Complex, and we are at finals day. The Women's Open Final, Men's Open Final and Mixed Open Final will all be taking place here on the live stream. But before all that, we begin with the men's over 45s competition. South East Sharks against the West Wildcats. Two sides that across the age groups yesterday gave us plenty of thrills and spills. What can they do in the men's over 45s? That game kicking off in just a couple of minutes time at 9 AM. But just to give you a run through of the way the day's going to look, we've got the final two of those group stage games. First up, this one that we're looking at on screen just now, followed by Midland Tigers against Northwest Touch in the mixed open, and then we are into the knockouts. Women's Open semi-final at 10:50, Men's Open semi-final at 11:45, Mixed Open final, semi-final rather, at 12:40. We then have an interlude for a third place playoff in the Women's Open, and then it is those finals. Women's at 2:30, men's at 3:30, and mixed at 4:30. And we are but 1 minute away from the start here. The Southeast Sharks, who will be in those blue shirts playing from right to left, against the West Wildcats, who will be in the black with the gold chevron on the front, playing from left to right. As it has been all through this bank holiday weekend, it's 40-minute games, 20 minutes each way, with a 5-minute break at half-time and a few minutes rest in between games, but not too much at all. It is helter-skelter stuff out there. There are tired bodies around. It's a feat of endurance as much as it is of skill and quality. Those that last the longest and have the deepest lungs will probably be the ones that come out on top in the end. As we look towards the wider day, the Southeast dominated last year, but will they dominate this year? We will find out, and more to the point in this fixture here in the 9 o'clock game. Will the Southeast dominate, or will it be the West Wildcats? There's the hooter. Away we go. The Southeast Sharks get us started. Get us started with a bit of purpose here. David Williamson picking the ball up and finding a bit of space there for his mate Simon Paul John Wilton. The sniffer. And sniffed the try line out, but that time he was just touched on his way. Plenty of quality in this 45s team. In both 45s teams. England internationals on either side. Dale Bright, the Southeast Sharks, number 6, won a bronze at the World Cup a few years back. Wildcats on the move, bit of space out wide if they can get the ball to it. Cover comes in just in time, so they reset and move it over to the left-hand side. Good handling. In the end, Ian Rowbury has just touched the England 50 squad is Rowbury. Sharks looking to build from inside their own half. Get the field well, making their changes, injecting some pace. Williamson adding real purpose. And they're moving forward with a real sense of precision here. And just as I say that, the pass goes loose, but good play that from the Southeast Sharks. Very good stuff indeed. That touch too firm, so the Wildcats will have 6 again. Perhaps an opportunity to build here. Across the halfway line, they move. Taking touch on their own terms there, but then a bit of a sloppy bit of communication between the passer and the receiver. Sees the ball go down. Turnover Sharks. Well, I made this point yesterday. I'm not quite sure about the backwards cap on a man of a certain age. It becomes a point where the cap needs to be turned around. Sharks looking to find some space. Pass goes out, doesn't go to hand though. And Wildcats survive again, but the Sharks showing real promise early on here. Wildcats looking to break out here. Farmer takes that one in. They ring the changes here. Now they inject some pace. Touch comes in just as he was winding up for the pass, so they reset. Out to the left-hand side. That's 6 though. The Sharks move quickly. Getting across to their box really efficiently. Really good work on the interchanges there. Williamson in possession. Takes the touch. And that's the 6th. Wildcats haven't had much opportunity deep in Sharks territory. Can they change that here? Ball just goes loose again. It is very, very greasy this morning. We've had a bit of rain early on and there's a heavy dew on the field as well. So expect in these first few games for handling to be quite tricky, but as the day comes through, I am promised that there will be sunshine and a bit of warmth. Although I was promised the same yesterday and it never emerged, so my faith is on a shoestring right now. Sharks, can they hold on to that? Oh, if that could have just stuck, they might have been across the line. Paul Bailey going close.
Stop, backtrack, get a shot.
Wildcats have survived a few scares so far. Can they create something of their own here? This is their most promising position since that opening minute or so. They run out of touches though. 4 teams in this men's over 45 competition. Alongside these two, we also have the Southwest Saxons and the Midland Tigers. One of 4 men's age grade category competitions. They've got the over 30s, the over 40s, the over 50s, and of course this over 45s tournament. Sharks close again. They've been the dominant side, but they've not been able to cross the whitewash. And they've used up their touches again. You have to think, though, that at some point, this relentless pressure will start to pay dividends. Dale Bright, we mentioned, with that World Cup bronze medal, has been buzzing around while he's been on the field. He seems like one who might be able to unpick the defence for this Shark side. Injecting some pace there, Ray McFarlane for the Wildcats. And McFarlane gets his hands on it again. That's as close to the line as they've been for quite some time. After that injection of pace from McFarlane, who has it again. Could he be the spark for this Wildcats side? That's the 6th touch though, so it'll be turnover of possession. Long way for for the Sharks to go this time, though. And a long way from their subs box. They've used up 2 touches already. Perhaps an opportunity building through their defensive work here for the Wildcats. That's 4 for the Sharks. Starting to make a bit of headway, but they're into the last now. So they're going to have to create something special. Perhaps here they might be able to do something down the left-hand side. They've made great ground. The ball stays alive. Touch and pass. The Sharks did really well to get almost the full length of the field there, having been under real pressure in the first few touches. Wildcats. Good ground here. They've just started to find their rhythm a little bit, haven't they, the Wildcats? And as I say that, it all goes a bit wrong. Sharks finding space down the left-hand side, now moving out to the right-hand side through Bright. The right-hand side, rather, through Bright. They'll have 6 again, and this perhaps an opportunity for them to unlock that defence. Swinging out to the left-hand side. Back now they go to the right-hand side. Oh, it's great hands from Bright. Great hands from Bright. Did brilliantly to hold on to that. Could be an opportunity on the right-hand side. They go for the interception. Doesn't stick for Chris Wood, but I'll tell you what, that was a genuine attempt at the intercept. Well, I have to say, in this age category, I'm not sure he would have fancied going the full length of the field once he'd gathered that one in. But he's got plenty of energy about him. Look at that, racing up off the line there. Best opportunity of the game, though, halfway through the first half. And the Sharks have 6 to play with here. Moving back across, do they get that one down? It's certainly close. And the try is given. And eventually, all of that pressure does indeed pay off for the South East Sharks. They have been knocking and knocking and knocking on that door. And eventually, they've found their way through. David Pedrick, the man. And the Sharks take a 1-0 lead. It's been coming. The Wildcats in a decent position here to strike back almost immediately. Barnett there trying to direct proceedings around him, and if that pass had gone to hand, there might have been an opportunity there. Sharks just not quite able, Wildcats rather, just not quite able to find that crucial final pass.
I was already thinking, because I knew it was up there, I was going to get this down quick.
And alongside me, Joe Wright, how are we?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you? How are you? My voice is a little bit sore.
Not too bad at all, not too bad. We've been treated to a fast opening, in fact, in our distraction of introducing each other there. We've missed a Wildcats try.
Yeah.
They haven't had a huge amount of opportunity so far in this game. But from the first real chance they've had, they get across the line through Brett Milligan. Instant strike back.
I was just about to say, I'm a little bit gutted that I was slightly late getting to the venue today, because I've actually had the privilege of coaching a lot of the people you'll see out on pitch 1 now. In my time working as assistant coach for the men's 45s for England. And that man who made the score there, Brent Mulligan, he was one of the linchpins in our team. He was so direct, always had really good attacking vision. And loads of these quote-unquote older gentlemen have absolute bags of skill, physicality and athleticism might not be there in their coming twilight years, but the skill and the vision remains.
We've certainly seen plenty of evidence of that. The skills on show have been high. It's been an interesting game. The Sharks have been fairly dominant, you'd say. They've had the bulk of the territory. They've had a few chances, but only the one score so far to show for it. And the Wildcats almost immediately responding with a try of their own. A chance for another touch just comes in. Good low dive that from Richard Barmer.
Yeah, and that's something he loves, because he knows he's big, he knows he's long, and we said you could dive from 10 metres out and still make that try line. So I think that's what you'll see a lot of. That's a lovely little disguised pass. Brilliant hands from the big man.
How about that? The inside ball from Barmer. Glorious stuff. Well, we saw that he had the dart there trying to get across the line. That one didn't work out, but he wasn't to be put off by that at all. As he goes again, gets the ball, subtle inside ball, and Samuel Oxford just dives over.
Yeah, he's great hands as well to grab it, because the ball was really just popped into space and he had to go all the way. He had to grab it all the way from his shoelaces to get it and dot it down. And yeah, you were saying earlier that we've seen a lot from South East Sharks, but it seems that West Wildcats have gone 2 from 2 in their attacking sets.
They certainly have. And Sharks with a chance here, get the ball down. It's that danger man, Dale Bright, breaking there, getting the ball off to Tom Naylor. Well, they gave him some stick for the backwards cap at his age earlier on, but if he's going to keep scoring tries, he can keep it whichever way he wants.
Yeah, it's a really nice scoop. So he feints to go inside, and then once the defence sort of stop reacting, thinking that he's fading away from their space, he puts the right foot step on, comes back to the short side, and good credit from the Sharks winger to lose his opposite man in acres of space. And it's just that vision, the execution level. It's something that we saw a lot from these guys, is it might be a slightly slower pace, but that does mean that your opportunities to execute are so much higher.
This game has absolutely exploded into life. We went through 10 minutes with nothing happening on a try scoring front, and now we've had 4 in as many minutes. I should mention, by the way, that Samuel Oxford, who scored that second try for the Wildcats, one of a number of people that we see who is what you can only describe as someone who is well ingrained in the touch rugby family. His wife plays for the Wildcats 35s. His son plays for the Wildcats mixed open side and the England boys 18s, and his other son plays for the England boys 15s. So a family that is deep rooted in the game of touch.
Yeah, that's really that. I was just waiting to see if the ref would give it, but he has. So that's Andy Pennicard in the midfield there, trying to just orchestrate play. And he's a very knowledgeable player. He saw that the Wildcats weren't advancing. Ref buys it.
Diving for the line, but the touch comes in from the Wildcats. I think it was McFarlane that came diving in there to make that late touch.
Yeah, I'll big him up as much as I can. He refs me a lot in NTS, and if I do that, it'll give me the benefit of the doubt when I'm on the pitch.
I'm sure he's fair and independent in every single possible way.
yeah, not without a lack of trying, that's for sure.
Sharks, good fast ball movement. They go for the dive, the touch comes in again. Giving it the chance though was Tim Stollett.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see them run a very similar setup and Andy pick up and take away, because he's got a great pass on him. And they run the 32 short.
Diving for the line as he got across there. It's close. Andy Pennicard with the big dive, but he was touched. Pennicard has it again. Diving again. They are determined to get a long dive in, and this time it's awarded Tim Stollett, his second attempt at that line in as many moments. Oh, in fact, it's not awarded. I'm completely talking nonsense. It's been given turnover ball. That was a sick tackle. It goes to the Wildcats.
It certainly does. It certainly does. But as we're talking about people who are ingrained in touch, Andy Pennicard is one of those. In the truest sense, he is a lead for the Southeast region, so he takes massive pride in the success that he sees all of the Southeast sides do. That's both Sharks and Taipans. His sons play at an exceptional level of touch, both playing representing England. All of his family are ingrained in touch and showcase that, you know, this can be a family sport. And I think Andy's really sort of like set the pace for what is possible. The Southeast region is so successful, not only due to the pool size and the selection size that they can choose from, but also in terms of growing players and providing opportunities to people, no matter what your age, gender, race. He doesn't care if you're good enough, you can play, and it's a testament to his hard work to see the Southeast regions being as successful as they are.
Southeast running a bit of a pattern here. Big dummy comes in from Justin Conway, and Conway has gone absolutely flying through. Former men's open player, current mixed opens coach. And it says in my notes, will he bring his A game? Well, I'll tell you what, he's brought his A-star game with that one. An absolute wonder dummy.
Oh, that was superb, absolutely superb. Oh, and he knows he just goes in at the end. Lovely, lovely dummy. He'll be using that in his examples when he's coaching, saying, look, this is how you execute a dummy correctly.
The Wildcats going close almost immediately from the response. That's the hooter. Wildcats 3-2 down. Can they conjure something with this final play? No, the touch comes in, and that is half-time in this first game of the day, the men's over 45s competition. And we have been treated to a pretty special half of touch to kick the day off. Southeast Sharks going at the half-time break against the Wildcats, leading 3-2.
Just a quick announcement for the 965 Chapel with their referees. Field 2 is Northwest, Field 6 is Southeast, and Field 2 Northwest, Field 6.
So if you see them, sweeper, 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 watch the ball, watch the ball.
We'll be having
Rather keeping an eye on your players, is who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we 2, 3.
Yes! So just come up, if you're worried about being run around, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get nose on your toes.
Get up! Take the space! Take the space! You work hard and defense. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? Right, quickies, stay tight. Push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, yeah?
There's an officials 2-minute warning. There's an officials 2-minute warning.
Just over 30 seconds to go before we get started for the second half of this men's over 45s group game. Southeast Sharks against the West Wildcats. Southeast Sharks leading 3-2. They took a 1-0 advantage about midway through that first half, but the Wildcats came storming back to take a 2-1 lead, and then the Sharks responded with some thrillers of their own to take a 3-2 lead into the half-time break. Which way will it go? We will find out very shortly. The Wildcats are going to get us started in those black shirts from right to left. The Sharks in blue, and immediately it all goes a bit haywire.
They didn't wait for the whistle. They didn't wait for the whistle, so they're making them taking the tap off again.
I feel like we could have just let that one slide. There was only about half a second in it.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be a ref if they weren't sticklers for the rules, though. Wildcats then. Let's hope they're more in rhythm for the rest of this first half than they were off that kickoff. Making good progress. Could be some space out there. The dive comes in. Perhaps the pass could have got away. Fast hands might have done it there.
Yeah, it's a good early attack off the tap off. Obviously, just stunted their momentum a little bit going early, a little bit too eager. But they really they exposed that short side really well. And yeah, I completely agree. Maybe, you know, the player's already diving as he's caught the ball. I think there was only ever one idea in mind, and the pass to the wing was definitely on. So yeah, I'm sure someone in their sub box will be saying, okay, just stay on your feet that half a second, have a look, because in that instance, the wing was definitely the option there.
Quite a firm contact made there. Wildcats will have possession. McFarlane orchestrating things as he trots off. We're certainly gesticulating. I assume he's gesticulating to tell people where they need to be. That is actually something you notice with probably the three older groups of male teams, the 50s, the 45s and the 40s. Their communication skills are exceptional.
Yeah, well, it's something we worked on a lot in the coaching staff was, okay, physicality and athleticism is going to be lower. Like it or not, that's just the fact. So how can we save your legs? How can we stop you from chasing all of the time? And the conclusion we came to was clear and concise communication, and that is obviously something that they've transferred into their regional sides, because we can hear all these little bits of information being projected onto the pitch from the sub box, just trying to help these guys as much as possible. And I think because your communication level is absolutely through the roof, things like defensive spacing are a lot better. They work as a cohesive unit. There are patterns to their defense, there's patterns to their attack that are designed to save legs as much as possible, and it's nice to see that communication even growing throughout the game. You can hear it sort of, the volume levels are just increasing, and it allows people to just maybe not have to overcommit that half a yard. And if you do that 40 times in a game, you're saving a lot of yards.
Absolutely are. While you were talking there, the Wildcats had another opportunity to get the fast hands out to the wing. They did actually try it this time, but the pass a bit rushed and went forward. But they're getting closer. Sharks getting pretty close here as well. Went for the fast pickup and then realised that no one else was quite on the same wavelength, so just hit the brakes and they go again. Could be some space out left. Can the dive come in? Touch is made. Good touch there by Chris Wood.
Yeah, really good touch. Recognised that the overlap was there. A little bit of a confusion in the Sharks attack. Just 2 times there we've seen players running for 2 different moves, but that's a little bit better. They try and run the doggies on the link. Good touch.
Getting across the line, Simon Paul, John Wilton. Surely Simon Paul and John Wilton are 2 different people. Maybe it is Simon Paul, John Wilton. That's what the team sheet says, so that is what I'm going to go with. Either way, he was touched just on his way across the try line.
What a name. You sound like a county lord. Simon Paul, John Wilson. Love it.
Sharks. A good position here, actually, to launch things from. They're not going to have to worry about advancing up the field too much. Still, they want to work towards their subs box, and it's used up a couple of touches.
Yeah, but I don't think it's hurt their attack too much. They're still in good position. Now they've got fresh legs rolling on. Seemed relatively efficient to get them on, but now they've got one to attack with. Oh, good play. Good play.
And now they get 6 more, and our concerns about them running out of touches have dissipated entirely.
It's just
Bright gets them started.
It's just really good, intelligent play. That's just rugby knowledge coming into play, recognising that you can draw penalties out.
Big wide pass comes out, but the big wind-up, unfortunately, is not matched by the big execution.
I've seen him do it as well. That right-to-left pass he's got in his locker, it just unfortunately it fades a little bit. I think the body position to throw the pass was just slightly askew. So the ball was always going to start drifting forward. But second touch, you've just had a repeat set of 6 and you throw a massive long ball on second touch. Maybe you could have pumped it, recycled the ball, come back, and then, you know, 4th, 5th touch, by all means, go and throw that long ball. But you've got more opportunities to stress the defence, and Sharks may be a little bit disappointed that they didn't make the most of that attacking set.
Well, I guess it's skill execution, isn't it? It's not really a high-risk play if you execute your skill well.
Yeah, and do you know what? That is probably, that's the way to put it. If it goes, it goes, and well done, you've done it on second touch. But if it doesn't, then you ruin a missed opportunity. And especially for some of these players, they know that they've got these long balls in their locker. It's just about putting themselves in the right position to execute.
Pass comes in, dive, I think it's just caught. Oh, so close from the Sharks. But this is the pattern we saw in the first half. They had loads and loads of pressure, but it took them a while to get across the try line. And the Wildcats, almost feeding off scraps, were still able to score tries.
Yeah, and that's a design play from Andy Pennicard. He just wanted to scoop, go through. He recognised that the link mid-hole wasn't on, so he kicks on the outside of his defender, gets on the outside the link, and then is able to go into the dead ball zone. It's just a really, really good good defensive read from the Wildcats. The mirroring those players, recognising the half can't score, and just prioritising the people who can.
Sharks with a bit of pace down this right-hand side. The touch just coming in on Andy Pennicard. He thought he was away, I think. Darren Rowe coming across with the touch.
Wildcats defender screaming oxygen to the med tent. Really good effort there to stop Andy going full length.
And he's down on his haunches as he subs himself off. That 30-yard sprint was done for him. And there's a little sprint coming in here. The spectacular finish from David Williamson. I think the touch was made, but oh my word, that was some supreme athleticism.
Yeah, we're seeing them try and go down this short side a lot, and it's resulted in some high athletic plays, and I don't think that's the style of touch these guys want to be playing for all too long.
Pennicard, for the record, has still not got up off his haunches. He's absolutely exhausted after that one.
He's earned his rest. He's earned his rest.
Wildcats with possession deep in their own territory, wanting to advance up the field as much as they can. They've not made too much ground yet, and they've conceded possession as well. The Sharks have another good advanced position to launch something from here.
Things just a little bit slow at the moment. Halves aren't at the roll ball as quick as they could be. Just burning a couple touches. Need to start going forward in their attack.
Possibly seeing the effects of 28 minutes of touch, 29 minutes of touch, in fact. The Sharks, as they have been for much of this second half, indeed much of the game, dominating the territory. A really good opportunity here to try and launch something. Have a little flirt with this right-hand side, and then that's a bit of a wasted ball. Trying to create something out of nothing there. And the Wildcats have possession again.
Yeah, I think there's just a little bit of confusion on the touch count on the pitch there because they dumped the ball for 5th, and I thought they were going to scoop through, and then everyone just stopped, and there was no momentum going forward. There was no pressure from the defence, so maybe just a bit of confusion on the touch count, which has just stunted their momentum in attack. But Wildcats will be seeing that as a good defensive play, but they go and surrender the ball straight away, and it just does. When you're really trying to alleviate the pressure that a team's putting on you, those little mistakes, they're a bit demoralising as well, because you've tried so hard, you've defended out a really good set, you've finally earned your opportunity to attack, and then you surrender the ball unnecessarily.
It's been a bit of a problem for them in the second half, turnovers actually, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely, and it's just the physicality in the ruck, although that is a brilliant defensive touch from Ray McFarlane. I know I said I was going to big him up so he benefits me whilst I'm on the pitch, but that was all worked for. Really good defensive read, getting up, putting the shove on. And now Wildcats force the turnover, and can they build their own momentum? Can they start to sustain some pressure?
Fresh legs on the field. Good position for the Wildcats to try and set something up from. 5 of their 6 players all in a tight circle around the ball. And in the end, it spilled forward.
And that was last as well. So again, a little bit of an error on the touch count, not recognising that, you know, you don't have opportunities to play. You needed to scoop, and yeah, missed opportunity for the Wildcats.
Turnover to the Wildcats, and this perhaps their best attacking opportunity of the game. And then a bit of talk back from the Sharks side, sees them advance even further, and now we really do have the best attacking opportunity of the game for the Wildcats, or certainly the best attacking opportunity of this second half.
Yeah, and they've got their seemingly they've got their danger pod on, I would say, the pod that's made some things happen. They're going to probably look to quickie again, as they do. Long dive, far out.
A big long dive again from Richard Barmer. We've seen him try that time and time again. It was almost slow motion, that dive.
Yeah, it'll come at some point. It will, because when you are that long, you can dive from so far out.
I thought he was going to go again, but it was the inside ball again. It worked in the first half. Doesn't quite pay off in the second half yet, but he feels like a real threat in and around that try line.
Yeah, he really is, but it's a really good defensive read from the Sharks, getting across and recognising that they're going to look to pop into that, pop to the wrapper. But just noticed, and maybe something for the Wildcats to pick up on, is that link shuts really hard, and then the Wildcats link is left in acres of space. So maybe that was an opportunity to learn from a really good defensive read and say, okay, maybe that option isn't on, but that does leave space elsewhere to execute.
Wildcats will be feeling a bit more confident for having had some proper attacking possession. It's been a bit of a slog this second half, but they've defensively been really strong to keep this Shark side out, because they've had so much field position.
Yeah,
spilling the ball there though.
And it's little things like that that are going to fill the Wildcats with confidence, because yes, maybe you've not been as potent as you could be in the attacking areas of the pitch, but your defence by and large has been good, and you've forced turnovers, and this is the pod that's looking to now stretch the defence. Brent Mulligan's going to be orchestrating this. Oh, and that's just a shame. It just falls apart when they really looked like they were going to build some momentum, and Wildcats maybe just need to have a little bit more composure in that final third so they can set up some strike plays. But at the moment, South East are able to just crab across and cut out space as and when they're trying to attack it.
Yeah, Wildcats perhaps guilty of just not quite trusting themselves enough as they work up the field. Sharks working up the field with a real sense of pace here. Final tackle. Can they create something special from it? If they are going to, this is the man that might just. Touch comes in though. Wildcats possession, but you do get the sense that Dale Bright is one that could just unpick the lock here.
Yeah, and they've obviously got potency going forward. It's just a couple times I've seen now of some players just running options that aren't necessarily on, maybe confusing the strike players in those instances. And I think sometimes you've just got to hold space and sometimes not try and do too much. Just rely on the fact that even if you are stood further out and feeling like you're not impacting the play, you're giving the defenders someone to watch out for. They know that the long ball is always on. But we've seen too many times.
Surging through they go. David Pedrick. Oh, the long-range effort, the pace to burn. Flying through goes Pedrick. His second try of the game. And this, a memorable one. He came onto it at pace. Barely even threw the dummy. He just used his head to force the dummy and had the pace and the stride length to get away. A little hitch kick just to get away from the diving touch. And then he has time to even hit the brakes before he gets to the try line.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. We love him at the best of times. Going full length is superb. And it comes from it comes from their sub move. But the only difference is they're running their sub move at 100 miles an hour, and they're running with commitment. And at the end of the Wildcats defenders just weren't fast enough. They couldn't recover in time to cover the space that he was going through. And just the speed does the job in the end to go full length, and good endurance as well to go all the way, because yeah, I've been in those situations a few times. You get 3/4, you're like, oh my God, I'm burning.
He will have been grateful that he could hit the brakes a few yards early, I'm sure. What it has done is it's opened up a 2-try advantage here for the Sharks. And with just 4 minutes remaining, that could be a crucial margin that they've just managed to eke out here. 4-2 they lead against the Wildcats, and the Sharks are in possession again. And now the clock is their friend in a big way.
Yeah, and they've managed the Wildcats really well. They've not allowed the Wildcats to get too much momentum going forward. And again, it sort of goes back to being as efficient as possible, especially when you're managing your own body. Nice hands. Oh, we're going to get another one.
The big interception, it's Chris Wood. He had a try at one earlier. Is he going to get caught? Oh, he is. Oh, Andy Pennicard with the big chase back. Chris Wood was caught. We thought he was going to go the length. There's going to be some tired bodies out there now. Could be some gaps yet for this Wildcats defense, this Wildcats attack rather. Remember, they've got loads of touches to play with. There could be some space.
Oh.
A great shutout there from Tom Naylor. Still the Wildcats looking for space. They've still got another possession to go. Can they capitalize on that big break from Chris Wood on the interception? Tired bodies, as I say, out there. Could be some space. They go for the big one out wide, but it doesn't quite happen. But they still have one more to go.
Yeah, and Andy Pennicard stood in the middles. He's the one who chased him all the way down. If I was a Wildcats, I'd be trying to get on him as much as possible. He looks pretty tired out there at the moment. You
can see he's not moving too sharply, and maybe they do need to target that, but he gets the easy touch there. And I think we are going to see some Sharks players rolling off as fast as possible after that one. But I tell you what commitment from Andy Pennicard, who's literally, as soon as he possibly can, getting himself off the field there after that big chase back.
Yeah, and
in fact, unusually we see a change on the defensive set from the Wildcats as Chris Wood also, after that big interception, just rolls himself off. He thinks, the ball, do you know what, the ball's on the other side of the pitch, I can afford to just slink off it.
Yeah, definitely. If you've gone for like the big cut, you really want to get off as much as possible. And Andy's on the floor, taking some deep breaths in. It looks like he might have tweaked a part of his groin, but you know, that's what it is, to put your heart on the line for the badge. Like, for all money he was going to go through, he had, what, 5-10 meter head start on Andy, and Andy just through sheer grit was able to get up and make the defensive play.
What a crucial play it could be. 90 seconds left to go. Sharks with a 2-score advantage. Oh, I thought he was going to try and get that one out the back door, and that would have been spectacular. Wildcats then really need to score off this possession, you'd say, if they're to be able to mount some sort of a comeback here. It's going to be hard work to do it. This Sharks defense in the second half in particular has been near impenetrable. That Chris Wood interception, the closest they've come really, the Wildcats. Pennicard, for those that are wondering, is back on his feet, but he's showing no signs of being a man who's about to re-enter the field of play. I think that's his day done as far as he's concerned.
Yeah, and fair enough.
He's
Fair enough.
He's putting the tracksuit top on. That's job done for today. Sharks, with just over 30 seconds left to go, they're going to win this one. The only question is, can they finish in style? Working over to the far side they go now. 4-2 the advantage. Finding some space here down the left-hand side. They are going to finish in style, are they? I think the touch might just have come in.
Oh, no. Score given.
Score is given. Keith Dunleavy, the man to score. Oh, what a finish from the Sharks.
Yeah, definitely. And do you know what? They've earned it in the second half. There was a couple critiques you could have made. First half maybe just didn't quite have the sort of composure in the places that they needed to. But in the second half, they tightened up defensively. Wildcats couldn't answer, and going forward, at times they were electric.
Well, it's been a fun and engaging start to the day here. Day 3 of the England Touch Nationals. It's finals day. And the men's over 45 has got us off to a cracking start. South East Sharks beating the West Wildcats 5-2. And up next, we're into the mixed open. Midland Tigers against Northwest Touch, and that is going to be a crucial one as these two teams are both in a position to qualify for the semi-finals. And after that, we are into semi-final territory. From 10:50 until 12:40, we've got semi-finals for you. We've then got a third place playoff after that, and then it is back-to-back finals, 2:30, 3:30 and 4:30. Women's Open, Men's Open and Mixed Open. So stay with us throughout the day. Here in this game, though, at full time, it's South East Sharks 5, West Wildcats 2 in the men's over 45s. Underway then with game 2 here on day 3 of the England Touch Nationals. We're into the mixed open, the Midland Tigers against Northwest Touch Midland Tigers. In those white shirts defending Northwest Touch in the red and black, and Northwest Touch with the early chance. And I think they're across the line. Millie Jones over on the right-hand side. No, not quite. She was touched, so we come back again in Northwest Touch. Still with plenty of possession to go, but coming very close there was Millie Jones. Through goes Northwest. They go for the big wide pass. Touch comes in. Just a shame there. He didn't quite have a runner coming off him to be able to make that try-scoring pass.
Yeah, I think they're going to get a penalty. Yeah, offside. I think that's Oliver Simon in the middle there, just diving to make the touch.
Oliver Holmes it was, I think, coming through for... You're absolutely right, of course.
So Ben Nurse on the ball now, and I'm going to do a lot of speaking in this game because a handful of these guys on this pitch now play for Crewe and Answich, very close friends. Ben Nurse diving for the line. Looks like he's going to get it given, and the small man gets underneath the touch, and he may be small, but he's athletic, and that is 1-0 to the Northwest.
Northwest getting things underway. Ben Nurse with the finish. Northwest, what they've done with their notes is put it in size 8 font.
Yeah, he's put in his notes, he was born in Cairo, raised in the Northwest. He's bringing that flair now.
Born in Cairo, raised in the Northwest. He sounds like an advert for the army.
Can you fix a car?
Tigers then threatening the line. Good touch comes in.
This Tiger side is peppered with talent, absolutely peppered with talent, and Northwest are going to have to be on their absolute A game to come away with a good result today. Both teams have players exposed at international levels, more so the Midlands than the Northwest, but the Northwest will be out here to prove a point, and so far so good.
Northwest back in an attacking position, looking to the right, and this time Millie Jones is going to get away for the try. She came oh so close a few moments ago, but now she has her score, and the Northwest have taken an early 2-0 lead.
Yeah, and this all comes from a really good driving transition. Matt Hawkrick saves the touch and passes it away. Dylan Fletcher recognising that the space is there. They go and check it open side. Dylan on the scoop. Drops the switch to Oliver Holmes. Oliver Holmes, netball pass, link connection to the wing, and Millie Jones, the happy recipient for that score, and Northwest go 2 to the good. Superb start.
Millie Jones has her score. Loving her time out here in the early stages of this game. And already the Tigers have a bit of a hole to dig themselves out of.
Yeah, and I know speaking to Ollie, Dill, Ben last night and this morning, they said they wanted to come out firing. They wanted to come out really frantic and wanted to put pressure on the Midlands. And unfortunately, the Midlands go over there. Really well worked score. I think Ben Nurse has just been called offside.
Crucial.
Yeah, it's really well exposed from the Midlands. They just listen to the call and go, okay, I'll carry on running and I'll get the ball down. They engage a lot of people in the midfield, dragging too many people up, and then no one is really there to defend the space, and Ben is always tracking.
And the try scorer, my favourite name so far in these nationals, Sebastian Trigo de Castro.
Oh.
Crucial score actually for the Midlands Tigers, who are in danger of this fast-starting Northwest side getting their tails way up. The Tigers, the reigning champions in this division, striking back.
Oh, and that is an absolute coach killer. Confusion at the roll ball, and you can't do that whilst Ollie Simon's on the pitch, because he knows the rules better than everyone. And he goes and makes the defensive play for the Midlands Tigers.
Quite possibly the best sub-off I've seen so far, rolling off the field as he touched the ball down for the ruck. Extravagant stuff from Joshua Harrop there of the East Coast Panthers.
Yeah, and that's something you'll see from the Midlands all game, is they want a really fast transition. They want to get fresh legs on as quickly as possible, and they want to provide a good platform for attack when they get into the red zone. And so far in their transition, that's all we've seen them do.
Northwest progressing their way up the field, now injecting some pace. Another knock forward comes in. It's a couple of times they've done that in desperation in defence, the Midlands.
Yeah, and that's something that Ollie Holmes will try and do all day, is he wants to engage defenders. He wants to see defenders flying up in the passing lane because he knows he can buy some resets. 32 short coming in.
Touch coming in, but the North getting into their attacking positions really very quickly and then putting some real pressure on. Question comes, what can they do with it? They've already scored 2 crackers in the opening stages. Midland struck back, but now Northwest putting the pressure on. Big pass comes out. It's just behind the on-running player. I'm not sure if that was a case of the pass being overrun or the pass just not quite being accurate enough, but either way, the Midlands Tigers have possession and survive what was a very threatening position.
Yeah, Dylan Fletcher and Ollie Holmes trying to run Counties plays. Unfortunately, I think the Midlands defence was just condensing them too far over, and when the Counties play was then run, they were running into less space than needed. So really good defensive read there from the Midlands, recognising what Northwest are trying to run, and then applying the best defensive strategy to snuff that out.
Midlands playing with 6 more touches here due to slightly ill-timed knock forward from Northwest, part of the field where you really don't want to be making those kind of errors. The Midlands see the try scorer, De Castro will try to set something up here. Zippy pass coming in. I think is that accidental or deliberate? It's ruled, I think it's deliberate.
Yeah, I think the ref's called offside. Hand signal was not, well, I can't see it as clearly from here, but I think it was offside regardless. It's 6 more.
Midlands then getting that one away as the touch come in. I don't think it has, and it's another try for the Midlands, and they've levelled this game up. Ethan McGivelry of Cambridge Touch with the score.
Yeah, and it looked like a little bit of a nothing play. It was half a quickie, half a sweeper, neither of them really. And then they just recycle the play and recognise that the link for the Northwest is just a little bit too tight. Again, another really good heads-up play from the Midlands Tigers, and it seems like Northwest are having to run really well-designed, structured plays, and Midlands are just reacting to what they see on the pitch.
It almost looked like he went on that outside arc as he received the ball and realised, oh, do you know what, I think I've got the pace here, I can get around.
Yeah, definitely. It was definitely something that they've just recognised on the fly and then reacted to. And Northwest, they had a two-try lead. Now the lead is nothing.
And it is championship stuff for the Midland Tigers, not panicking after going 2-0 down. And now finding their way through as Nurse goes again. Just touch, but Nurse proving what a threat he can be for the Northwest side.
Yeah, maybe Benny just needed to dive there. Tried to walk it over in style. Maybe the long and strong dive was needed. Lovely pick up from half. Lovely cut under. Amazing covering touch from the Midlands defender.
Close, but not enough there from Hugh Spence. But Nurse again goes, and this time the big wide pass comes in, and this time they get across. Is it Ellie Willie? Or Wiley, perhaps.
Wiley.
She probably prefers Wiley.
Superb, and again, maybe taking a leaf out of Midland's book, just reacting to what they see. They've got 5th touch. They can't engage. Ben Nurse just takes it to the line. Lovely floated ball. Superb hands from the winger to go in for the corner. And Ben Nurse so far 2 for 2 in attack.
The Midlands once again find themselves behind. Being patient in the build-up to this attack.
Yeah.
Trying to find space, but the defence getting up and getting the touch in and getting the possession turned over as a result. That was a 6th touch.
Yeah, confusion in the setup there again thought they had an extra touch to play with and they didn't, and Northwest just recognising, okay, we can just hold space, defend man to man and make sure that you can't go anywhere. And Northwest's transition so far has been electric getting onto the field.
Northwest have threatened with their structured attacking style, and they go for another big pass out, but that time it's not quite accurate enough. But I think we're going to come all the way back here. We are indeed.
Yeah, I think the referee's given hips not square there, which is a tight call, one you don't often see. But Northwest just need to react now, put the defensive shove on, see if they can force a turnover. They're doing really well to defend the transition as so far. This is 4th touch and Midland's still not out of their half.
Northwest giving it absolutely everything so far in this game, but now Midland's starting to threaten. They're through, but can they find a pass? Still untouched, but still can't quite find a pass. Now he's found the pass and they get the finish away.
I wonder if a call's going to be made, because there's a Northwest player on the ground and feels disheartened, but the score is going to be given.
Referee quite happy with that one.
Oh, lovely feet. Just a little bit of ball manipulation to send Dylan Fletcher. And he was superbly patient in the backfield. He's tiptoeing along that line. There must be millimetres in it. And Midlands Tigers reply.
Great stuff from the Midlands Tigers, and Lucy Norburn, the vice captain, getting the score. Playing in enemy territory. She's a Nottingham Trent University student playing here at Nottingham University.
Ben Nurse looks for the quickie. Is he going to look to go? Oh, Ben Nurse, take a bow. He sent 3 Midlands defenders with a dummy, checks it back on the inside. There's the variation needed from the quickie setup. And I believe that is 3 from 3 in the first 12 minutes for Ben Nurse. And he is enjoying himself out there now. It's a lovely setup. They just conditioned the quickie. They've been doing it for the first half of this game. The quickie's always gone to the outside, and Ben Nurse looks to go on the outside and then checks back. 3 Midlands defenders, all too condensed, and it's an easy walkover. And just as soon as Midlands even it up, Northwest take the lead again.
Tit for tat so far. Midlands go close again, diving forward, touch is claimed, and it's going to be given as well. Very, very close there from McAuliffe.
Yeah, lovely dive from the attacker, but matched with a beautiful, beautiful defensive touch there from Rich Barningham. And this is a pod that we've not really spoken about all that much from Crewe and Nantwich. Not from Crewe and Nantwich, well, 2 players are, but for the Northwest, comprised of Matt Hawkrig and Rich Barningham, two very experienced players for Crewe and Nantwich, and they've defended their sets out really well and tries to save touch as and when they can. But Midland's putting the pressure on now.
This game absolutely flying by. Well past the midway point in the first half. Already 7 tries scored. Both sides giving it plenty of firm touch.
Yeah, great touch. Great touch. If you don't get pinged for it, it's a great touch. If you do, take 10% off.
Midlands, though, despite that, still finding good progression up the field. To Castro now, just hits the brakes a little bit. An error there, and we've got the turnover for the Northwest.
I've been extremely impressed with the defensive pressure by the Northwest, because this is a Midlands Tiger side that have bags of experience, and all they're going to want to do is run structured play. And Northwest have restricted them to frantic heads-up rugby, and at the moment that's benefiting Northwest a lot more than it is the Midlands. And it's these little areas where if Northwest can continue to go forward rather than going laterally, they'll be able to roll through their transition a lot smoother.
Northwest out to the try scorer, Millie Jones. She's caught eventually, but Millie Jones proving a real threat here on this right-hand side.
Yeah, Millie Jones has wheels to burn, and she so smartly throws the ball back inside, and the Midlands defender can't help himself but try and go for the interception, and it's knocked down.
Northwest having a little dart again. They're through. Can they get the pass away? Can they get it down? Touch is claimed. there's going to be a bit of a debate about this one. Possibly a try for Hugh Spencer, but they are going to have a big conversation about this. What's the decision? Touch is given, and that is a lot of trust being put in the call made by one of the players on the field. I don't think the officials really knew much about that one.
Yeah, it looked like a little bit of a late call by the player, to be perfectly honest, but the referees are in agreement. Touch had been made. Northwest now looking to put the pressure on and force another turnover. They can't let, you know, some decisions that Northwest will feel have gone against them influence the way that they have seen out this game. And that's Ollie Simon with the electric feet, buying an offside penalty. Slight head clash there, and I think both parties are okay. Ollie Simon's one of those players you want on the pitch whenever his team plays, because he can be electric.
Ollie Simon in possession, going for the dive. I think he might have got across. He's a difficult man to defend against, because such is his stature, he can almost find his way through any gap, and Ollie Simon has the try awarded.
Yeah, and it's just again, it's very similar to what Ben Nurse has been doing in attack. Ollie Simon goes, okay, well, I'm just going to drive at the line and see if you can touch me before I can get the ball down. Lovely little outside quickie. Bang, bang, bang. Three little bits of footwork there. Just sends the defender, and he's able to get underneath.
Am I right in thinking then that Ollie Simon is only 16 years old?
Yes. Yes, you are. And if you're good enough, you're old enough.
Certainly is. What he's done is level the game up for the Midland Tigers. Hunting back-to-back titles, the Tigers. Northwest would love to get the victory against the reigning champs. Touch just comes in there though, so Midland Tigers have the ball in their possession again. Make fast progression here. Really solid on their transition, the Midland Tigers. And they're just trying to see if they can create something. The scoop up from De Castro. He's caught.
That's not the person you want to try and take on when you're scooping in one direction. If you try and do Matt Hawkrick for pace, you are going to be surprised. He may be big in stature, but he has wheels and is extremely agile. And maybe Midlands Tigers will try and find someone else to dump on next time.
Northwest in the hands of Wayne. Working and then spilling the ball. I don't think they thought the pass was coming. I think they thought it was going to be the dummy and they were going to take the touch. Pass came in and it just spills. So and now Midland Tigers. A bit of a chat with the ref, and that just slows the pace of this whole thing down. 2 minutes until half time. De Castro in possession. Northwest have got a player down, and so for just a couple of seconds, Midland Tigers playing against 5. Everyone back where they want to be now, though. Midland Tigers. Could they get themselves in the lead for the first time in this game as we get onto the half-time break? Ollie Simon picks up, and it's a threatening move, but it doesn't quite work out. And the Northwest escape.
Yeah, it's a very similar play. Ollie Simon looking to scoop and go through, but Oliver Holmes is equal to it, just holds his space and forces Ollie Simon to run into a more congested area of the pitch. And when you've got someone so dangerous as Ollie Simon, sometimes that's all you can do, is just try and restrict him to the hardest option possible. And in that instance, it's worked for the Northwest.
Minute left in the half. Northwest trying to see how they can threaten. Nurse with the inside ball, but it was just not expected by his teammate, the try scorer Hugh Spencer. So Midland Tigers will finish this half in possession, most likely. Can they finish it with a flourish? That's the question. Working up towards the Northwest try line. Options being run. Try to find some space on the right-hand side, and they do find the space. The try comes in, and I think it's Maddie Thomas out there on the right-hand side.
It's a soup. It's just catch and pass. Catch and pass. They recycle the play really well. It looked like the play had come to his conclusion. Thought he'd run into contact there, but no, just evades, and really lovely quick catch and pass, and the hands in the corner are perfect. Midlands Tigers against the run of play largely for this half go in with a 5-4 lead.
Absolutely against the run of play in many ways, but Midland Tigers showing that mental attitude of champions to take a 5-4 lead here into the half-time break in this mixed open game.
Tigers on me! Tigers on three! 1, 2, 3! Tigers! 1, 2, 3! Let's go! Go on, Midland!
Oh, this absolutely epic group game here in the mixed open between the reigning champions Midland Tigers and one of the incoming teams in this division this year, Northwest Touch. It's been an absolute cracker in the first half, 5-4 Midland Tigers lead, but Northwest actually had the lead for most of the half. What will we see in the second half, do you reckon, Joe?
I think we'll see Midlands Tigers come and be a lot more direct. I think Northwest have done their job so far. They've scored consistently, especially the pod of Ben Nurse has been extremely potent when in the Tigers red zone. But I think Tigers, by their own standards, have not performed to the level that they know that they can. So I think a lot of that talk at halftime would have been, okay, let's shift up a gear. Let's really start to try and roll them. Let's put the pressure on. And I've got a feeling that there's going to be many more scores to come in this second half.
Early error from the Midland Tigers. That is not the start they wanted, and Northwest will get a boost from that at the beginning of this second half. Now, run me through the logic on this, because obviously we've had less than 10 seconds play, and yet Northwest still roll through all of their subs.
To be perfectly candid, this pod's got more attacking threat. That's when you're playing in this competitive nature, friendships and game time go out the window, and you've got to rely on pods that have more attacking threat. And the pod of Oliver Holmes and Dylan Fletcher, I mean, these are two players who played together week in, week out at Crewe and Nantwich. Typically, I'm the third member of that pod, so it's lovely to be able to see them go out and perform to the level that I know that they can. Unfortunately, their attacking set didn't come to fruition there, but they'll know that they can put the press on in D and try and force a turnover, but that just alleviates all pressure, and Midlands Tigers essentially have another run at their tap-off that they butchered in the start of the second half.
So the theory would be, off the tap-off, we need to have one of our most strong defensive sets, because they've already made that sort of 50-metre progression for free. And so we need a strong defensive unit on, and now as soon as we get the ball, we want our best attacking unit on.
Exactly that, and the pod of Matt Hawkrig and Rich Barningham, they are so athletic that they can go and make those spectacular defensive plays. That's just what happens with them, and I don't think it discredits the ability that Matt, Rich, and the likes in that pod have. I just think that when you've got someone who can throw a 30-40 yard long ball in Oliver Holmes, you've got to have him in the attacking sense as much as possible.
Well, it's horses for courses, isn't it? And the Northwest back in possession. Midland Tigers came really close. Sam Dean diving over, but was just touched on his way. But Northwest making good yards here, actually, flying up the field.
Yeah, and then this is the other pod that's got some real attacking threat. Ben Nurse picking up, going. Not sure if he knows he's got a touch to play with. Esme, what a lovely grab. And then that's fifth, and they've got to create something from nothing.
Great take. Now Nurse, can he conjure something up? The big pass goes out with the player out there on the left-hand side. Is marked, and so Tigers can escape through Ollie Simon. Rolls himself off quickly. Once again, we see the dump and roll. I've not seen that, and that's twice in one game that we've seen the dump and roll from Joshua Harrop.
Credit to him, because the Northwest have obviously identified that second and third touch on the Midlands Tigers transition is not as good as they thought it could be. So they're really targeting it, but you can't allow this space. Esme with a beautiful diving touch, and she does that all the time. For someone who is very slight in stature, she's so explosive over 5 yards, and a lot of men will think that they have the opportunity to go and expose a difference in physicality, but it's not the case when Esme's on the pitch, because she is rapid.
Northwest, we're getting some physical touches coming in now. I think everyone realising what a tight game we're in here and how much influence it could have on the rest of today's proceedings in the mixed open. Remember, we've got the semi-final coming up at 12:40 here on the live stream, and the final at 4:30 p.m. Midlands and Northwest going head-to-head. Northwest getting across the line. Touch comes in.
It's a really good attacking set there from Rich and Matt. Working together, they run the sweeper play. Matt's dropped the ball off to his sister Lucy, and Lucy's just been touched by the covering defender. I think if they get an opportunity to run that play again, Matt Hawkrig will look to go to the wing. The winger shot really early on Lucy, so the opportunities are there on the wing if they can recognise it and then execute it.
Midlands thought about the big pass and then delayed and then decided to do it to Castro. Perhaps unwisely just puts that extra pass in. Yeah. It's spilled and it's Northwest ball.
Superb defensive read there. Just getting up in the passing lanes, and sometimes that's all you've got to do. Sometimes your presence is enough. And it allows for errors to creep in. Okay, I've pumped this ball. He's there. And then, you know, small handling errors creep in, and it's allowed the pod of Ollie Holmes, Bex Holmes, Dylan Fletcher, Matt Wayne to come on and try and get a equalising score here for the Northwest.
There's a lot of conversation going on between the Northwest and the referee, and possession changes hands to the Midland Tigers. Emotions running high early on here on day 3 at the England Touch Nationals at the University of Nottingham. Midland Tigers making the error.
These are referees that know him through and through, and as soon as you see those hands drop to his side and he's not initiating that touch, the ref knows what's coming. Oliver Holmes buying a beautiful turnover for the Northwest, maintaining some pressure, And I don't think the entire pod of the Midlands Tigers were able to get off the pitch there, so there will be some tired legs. Can Northwest make it count?
Northwest just slowed things up, which might allow a couple of those Midland Tigers just to suck in a few more litres of oxygen. Now the Northwest explode through. Touch comes in though. Hugh Spencer just caught. Spencer now moving out to the right-hand side. Touch comes in again. It's a good touch from Sam Dean.
Yeah, just a few times we've seen from the Northwest trying to run things off fourth, not realising that they have an extra touch to play with, and then when that final touch does come in and it's fifth, they're running things from a static play. So, another good defensive turnover, and they've got, at some point, Northwest have got to start to put the sword to Midlands. They're forcing the turnover consistently now in this second half, and you need the score to make it count.
They've got the opportunity here now. A big opportunity from that stray pass by Midland Tigers. Northwest, plenty of touches to play with here. Pushing, probing, Nurse darts in, pass goes through. Touch comes in, no it doesn't. Try awarded. The only man without a number.
Yeah, and I think he's been rocking without a number all weekend. But that is a superb play again from Ben Nurse. It looked like the play just run away from him. The touch just looked a bit static, like he changed his mind. And then big right foot step, ball on the inside. And the height of the ball is lovely because the player can just grab it, dive on top of it. He's not got to worry about taking any steps. It's just grab and fall. And there's the equalising score. And I think that all comes from the defensive pressure of the Northwest, forcing all these turnovers. You don't earn the right to play if you can't force turnovers.
Midland Tigers looking to respond immediately. They get across the line, but it won't count. Touch came in. Midland Tigers will be kicking themselves about that loose pass on their own try line. Big booming pass comes out, touch comes in. That was the final play there. So Midland Tigers will have the opportunity though, because as they did a couple of moments ago, the Northwest now make a similar error. The loose pass near their own try line. The Midland Tigers nudge themselves back in front here. 5 tries apiece as it stands. They've had to slow it right down to get the pod on that they want for this attacking set. Can they do something with that pod? De Castro goes diving over, but he's touched twice now. In recent plays, they've been caught diving for the line. Can they find an opening? De Castro back in possession again. Touch comes in. Did he lose that as he put it down? He did lose that. No, he didn't. They were offside, so they've got 6 more.
I wonder if we're going to see the same recipe for Northwest's most recent score of repeated turnovers, repeated sets being made to punish, diving for the line. Rich Barningham's claiming the touch.
Kit Sorgo, it was diving for the line. Played for Singapore in the Men's Open at the World Cup in 2019. De Castro dives to the line, and that one surely is going to count. Sebastian Trigo De Castro with his 2nd try of the game.
Yeah, it's superbly worked. It really is, because they've conditioned going underneath Matthew Hawkry, going back on his inside. So when this touch comes in, Matt just tracks a little bit too vertically backwards to cover his inside, and then the big right foot whack bounce on his outside. Lovely execution there. And again, recognising what's in front of you, picking the right option. It's a recipe for Midlands Tigers' success right now.
It just edges the Midland Tigers in front by a single try, but Northwest with a great opportunity here. Touches to play with, and in a great part of the field. Exploding onto it now, but a loose ball, and the chance goes begging. Midland Tigers survive.
Yeah, and it's just a little bit too casual in the roll ball. Not really connecting between the two of them. It looked like Ollie had got on the outside of his man, and again another really good defensive read, because you don't make mistakes if there's no pressure. Midland Tigers rolling through.
Absolutely flying through you go, Midland Tigers. Cap lost, but try could be scored.
Oh, Dylan Fletcher, take a bow, diving touch in the corner. It looks like he's jarred himself, just hurt his ribs as he's fell. But that is an instant try saver. That'll be on his Instagram later.
Rory McAuliffe looked for all money like he'd conjured something absolutely magical for the Midland Tigers. As you say, the Northwest with a bit of magic of their own to stop that score. How crucial could it prove in the context of this game? It is so tight as Nurse goes charging towards the line and then gets the big pass out. Touch comes in. But Nurse has got this ball on a string at the moment.
Yeah, and he's one of those players where he always wants the ball in hand, and when he also has players in his pod who can play, he's so good at delegating and telling people where he wants them, and at the moment he seems to be one of the Northwest players who's going to make something happen. Unfortunately, it doesn't come to fruition there, but credit to the Midlands Tigers, they've tightened up this defence, but they've not been able to cut out these small errors.
And again, Northwest guilty of just having a bit too much of a back and forth with the referee here.
Yeah,
Patience hasn't been lost yet, but it may well be lost soon.
Yeah, turnover, I thought so. I think the referee believed it came off a Northwest player. It was just a loss of control from the Midlands Tigers. But I completely agree, Northwest need to worry less about what the refs are doing and just concentrate on their jobs. The ref eventually will always come to the correct decision.
Nurse, what can he create here? Initiates the touch, now gets the ball back, step inside, and there's the try again.
Oh, it's rinse and repeat. Whoa.
Carbon copy of the previous score.
Ben Nurse, and this is what he does. This is what he does. He may be a small bloke, but he is rapid and makes good decisions. 2 occasions there he could have gone, recognised the play wasn't on, he goes on the outside, steps back to the inside, lovely little drop off into the space, and the link shot is just not fast enough. And we're at 6-all.
Back on level terms, as you say. This one has been like this all game long. Midland Tigers inject the pace, go for the dive. Kitsorgo going close.
Rich has defended really well in that middle position. Always chasing out, trusting Matthew on his inside to make the covering touches. And they defend yet another set. And this Midlands Tigers attack is not something that is easy to defend against. It is direct. They go for the line. They put a lot of gas in. And full credit to the Northwest for being able to shut them out relatively consistently.
They give the referee a decision to make, don't they, the Midland Tigers? They go for the line a lot. And is that probably a direct tactic of going, well, if you go for it enough, you may just get a couple that go your way? Yeah,
definitely. I completely agree, because Midlands Tigers are one of those teams that have so many players in and around the international high performance setups that when you are diving for the line, you're taught to go out at an angle, low, long and strong. And when that happens, if the defense isn't getting off their line, the referees more often than not will give you the benefit of the doubt. But at the moment, Northwest are doing a really good job of getting off their line and making it look like they are making the touches. And that's Ollie Holmes just skating through, leaving 2 defenders in his wake, 1 on the floor, 1 on his heels. And that's the first time I think we've really seen some individual brilliance from Oliver Holmes.
Well, it seemed like nothing was on, didn't it?
And again, this is what he does. He loves these little moments of, okay, you think you're safe, you're not safe. He recognises the defender's way too square and offside, and he's always got the threat of the pass, so the link has to hold his space. If he doesn't, the ball goes and it's an easy score. And as it stands, 7-6 to Northwest. And for a team that's been on the back foot for most of this second half, they've stayed in it, and now they're getting their rewards.
Obviously, with putting your coaching hat on, if you're coaching that defence there, do you want your link to actually come in and jam in on him on the basis that the ball is the biggest threat? You target the ball player. If they pass it away from you, well, there's nothing you could have done. Yeah, definitely. And I think the onus there is not only on the link to shut, it's on the wing to shut as well, leaving only the hardest option, which is that long ball over the top. But when the variation in the attack is such of Northwest, and they change from long ball, short, quickies, counties, short side, open side,
as a defence, you've got so many things to think about that if you aren't being proactive in your work, then Northwest are going to make you pay. And at the moment, what we're seeing is when Midlands Tigers go up the other end, they're running very similar setups and very similar strategies, and Northwest at the moment are finding it relatively easy to defend it more often than not. Just a foot in the roll ball there, just a foot in the roll ball, so that'll be a penalty. Repeat set of 6 for Midlands, and they really need to start going forward with more drive. It's a little bit lethargic at the moment.
Midlands try behind now for the first time since the first half. Work to be done, and the ball spilled there. Northwest will be thinking they've got a real opportunity now, but then they make the same error. And from the Northwest thinking that they had an opportunity to run some time out in this game that they're leading. The Midlands Tigers have an awesome opportunity here to create something. They get their players on nice and early as well. Midlands Tigers struggled a little bit there at the start of this play to create some momentum, but they've got a little bit, oh, now they've lost it again. Players in the way, and they're gonna have to play this one with hardly any touches. They could do with a penalty or a bit of magic. Could we get a bit of magic? Oh, the ball just goes down.
And they get that penalty. They get that penalty for offside, and
well, it was a penalty they needed because that was a scrappy possession.
Yeah, and do you know what? I think that's been the story of the second half. Brilliant ideas, but scrappy setups. And they finally get the penalty. I've just noticed as well from a Northwest perspective, Oliver Holmes is not on the pitch in his usual pod. Ben Nurse is taking his place. I wonder if that will affect the way that they defend this set. Brilliant shot from Dylan Fletcher, getting up off the line again. It's picture perfect. You see the low dive. More often than not, the refs will give it, but if you're getting off your line as a defender and making the touch a couple meters out, they're always going to give that touch.
Midlands Tigers, you feel this is a crucial moment. 3 minutes left. And a really good attacking opportunity. Can they create something? Pass comes in, try comes through, they can create something. Lucy Norburn, second try of the game, set up there by Kit Sorgo, and Norburn has leveled things up, the vice-captain.
Yeah, and it's exactly what you said, they needed that repeated pressure, and they find it. I was about to say before, it looked like Northwest had defended it, but Dylan Fletcher's out of the line and they run the play on Ben Nurse and then come to this open side. Just a late shoot and a lovely little executed pass and catch.
Almost the opposite of the previous try for the Northwest, where we were saying the defence didn't bite in enough when they recognised the threat. There from the Northwest, too many people biting in on the same player.
Yeah, definitely, and maybe that's just a lack of communication. You know, that pod is not a pod that often runs together. Ben Nurse coming in to fill in for Ollie Holmes, who potentially just needed a break, maybe a slight niggle when he went over for the score to take the Northwest into the lead. And again, another unforced error, and Midlands Tigers with just over 90 seconds to go are going to be feeling that they can come in and get this score. Oh,
they've got away with one there. If Midlands Tigers almost lose the ball, and then it ends up coming off a Northwest arm, and they'll have 6 again. And an opportunity here to break the deadlock. We've got just over 1 minute and 15 seconds left to go. 7 points each, 7 tries each. Who's going to emerge victorious, or will we end up all square? We'll find out very shortly. Midland Tigers in possession, the reigning champions. They've been put under so much pressure here by the Northwest, but Ollie Simon goes close, goes very, very close.
This battle between Ollie Simon and Rich Barningham has been so interesting to see, and it's not been in the opposite sense. Rich has not really been able to attack at Ollie. It's Ollie attacking him all the time, and Rich has been able to step up to the plate every single instance. And I know Rich and Matt love to attack, but they will have to be proud of their defensive showings. They've gone up against one of the most potent scoopers of the ball and quickies of the ball in Ollie Simon, and have been able to defend him more often than not. And now Northwest, with 30 seconds left on the clock, have an opportunity to go and get the buzzer-beating score.
They got away with what looked like a forward pass there as well. You saw them looking a bit sheepish and guilty about it, but it may well give them an opportunity to create something, and they're going to have the penalty, but they're going to have to go quickly with this because there's only 10 seconds left to go for the Northwest, but they've got an opportunity here for a try. They're going to have to do it. This is the last play. Can they conjure something? Oh, they've got it, done it! Dylan Fletcher with the final play of the game. Oh, the referees.
Is he going to call it back?
The referees are going to have a conversation about it. That could be sensational from Fletcher.
This is going to be controversial. I'm not sure if the touch has made Dylan Fletcher is.
There's going to be a big conversation about it.
Oh, I think the try's not been given.
It hasn't been given. It hasn't been given. It's been chalked off. And the Northwest denied at the last. It all finishes up 7-all. What a game.
Superb game, superb game. Rich Barningham and Ollie Simon there, I've just watched them embrace. They knew that that was a battle, and that's exactly what it was from our perspective. Superb touch being run on both sides of the pitch, and Northwest feeling hard done by in the end. Couldn't believe that the try wasn't given, but as it stands, it's 7-all. And Northwest have got to be proud of the performance that they put in. As someone from the region, I most definitely am of them, going against the national champions in this division and running them all the way to the end and arguably getting the win at the death. Superb game of touch.
Arguably getting it, but not quite getting it in the end. It all finished up 7 tries each. The reigning champions, Midland Tigers, pushed all the way by Northwest. One of the best games of the weekend so far, and we have got some absolute crackers to come as well, because we are into the semi-final stage of the competitions now, and coming up next is the Women's Open semi-final. So we have got an awful lot to look forward to. That comes up at 10:50, and it is going to be the Southeast Taipans up against Northwest Touch in the women's semi-final, 10:50. But it all finishes here in this mixed open game. Midland Tigers 7, Northwest Touch 7, and if that is a sign of things to come, we are in for a very special day here at Nottingham University.
case closed with you. And now start making your way out of the boxes. So the next teams can make their way in. Reminder to supporters, if you are going to fields, please do not cross the official fields of play. Please walk round the fields. If you are a supporter, please go round the field. Thank you. So just to remind you, if you are a supporter, please ensure you walk round the field of play. That's the dedication you want to carry. You're not with us today, so make sure you walk round the fields. So if you see Gary crossing the field, give her a shout, tell her to go now. That's a good shout out from Midland. Players and officials, we are counting down, we're approaching the 2-minute warning, so you should all now be nicely settled with your relevant pictures. Yeah, definitely not players. Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 2-minute warning. Ladies and officials, this is your 1-minute warning. Ladies and officials, this is your 1-minute warning. Ladies and officials, this is your 30-second warning. Please take to the field, ready to play. Ladies and officials, stand by.
We are back. Welcome to the first of the knockout games on live stream, the Women's Open semi-final between the Southeast Taipans and Northwest Touch. And this is set up to be an insane matchup. Northwest eliminated at this stage of the competition last year, and they will not want a repeat of that heartbreak. Taipans, though, already coming clean, told to play on.
I think that's M. Clues there going for the dive.
Yeah, offside call given. Really, really good start from the Taipans, and it's been such a fast start. I've not been able to introduce my co-commentator, Alice Summers. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Glad to be here.
Brilliant touch, brilliant touch. Oh, a little bit of a collision afterwards. But this is going to be two really, really mature sides at this stage of the competition, trying to secure a place in the final. Oh, lovely little bit of defence, matching a really imaginative bit of play in the attack. And Northwest resist the first wave of pressure as they look to go into their transition.
So Taipans have just come from a big win yesterday against Southeast Sharks. I think the score was 9-1 in the end, so they should have some good energy going into this game.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. We had Bronte Sykes on Code Comms yesterday, and she was talking about the Sharks and the Taipans and the level of competition between them. And you know, injuries playing a factor in the Shark side, but I'm sure the Taipans won't be taking that as any excuse.
100%. Taipans are coming off like a 3 times back-to-back win.
Yeah.
They're one of the most successful national teams in England's history, so it's amazing what they can do.
Yeah, definitely. We were talking yesterday on live stream about the women's Shark side, and all of the
hands to left.
Ball just goes down at the last moment. But yeah, we were talking about the Sharks and how successful they've been, and the Taipans are often a side that goes probably a little bit unrecognised, and it's always sort of viewed as a little bit of a, you know, they've just got over the line. But like you say, if you win it 3 times, if you're running the three-peat, then you know you're doing something right, and they've got some really influential players who are going to make things happen.
100%.
Just balled down there from the Northwest, and it's quite nice in the commentary box at the moment because we've got a Southern advocate and a Northern advocate.
Yes.
So if we sound a little bit biased, we're going to even it out in the end.
That's the way, that's the way. Right, let's see what Taipans can do here. Subbing on. That's Meg. Off to Kenzie. Scooping through. Looking right. Oh, she gets all the way through. Oh, great option. Katie with the score.
Yeah, and that's Kenzie McNaughton. She does exactly that. She is the playmaker in this Taipan side. And earlier on in the competition, Taipans and Northwest did meet, and it was a draw, but they rested Kenzie. And I wonder if that's going to be the difference maker today.
Oh.
Lovely, lovely little dummy.
Amazing play there.
Superb show and go, and really good. A component of play that often goes unrecognised is the work of the wingers to lose their opposite players.
Yeah, 100%. Something called shake and bake sometimes we do,
Yeah.
where the winger comes in, the link goes on the outside.
Yeah, and it's a design play for sure, and sometimes the mirrors defence when a player does scoot through does enough to nullify the attack, but as you say, when you've got players running different lines.
This looks a good set-up play here.
Yeah, little bit static in the end, so they're going to have to create something from nothing. They've not got any touches to play with.
Oh.
They take the touch, and that'll be 6th and turnover. And at the moment, Northwest doing just enough in defence, but as you've seen, when they do have the big guns on the pitch, it is hard. It is hard to defend against. The Northwest just need to get some go forward in their transition. They've not really threatened the Taipans line at the moment.
100%. So a couple of our Taipans players are actually women's 27s players, which is pretty amazing that they're playing at Opens level, and it just shows our versatility with this team, that we can just take this and go from there.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. And I think that's something to be said about all of the Southeast regions, is the depth that you guys have got.
100%.
It's almost a bit selfish, like come in and give us some of your players, please. Every year it's the same. You could field 2 squads aside. And this Taipans transition is just really rolling through the Northwest defence, and Northwest just need to get up in faces and start to put pressure on.
Let's see what they can do here. Clues on the ball, scoops through, looking for options. Kenzie in the left corner, good try.
Yeah, and she set up one and she scored another. Kenzie's the difference at the moment. And Northwest just need to get some go forward in transition. They need to threaten the line of the Taipans more consistently than they currently are. Because at the moment, Taipans are absorbing all of the pressure and then going up the other end and making the difference.
Right, let's see what Northwest can do here. Danielle on the ball. She's part of the mixed open setup and played Euros, did a smashing job.
Yeah, and Northwest, they are missing a couple bigger names. We know that, but they know that they are a developing side, and where you can develop and still be exquisite and amazing.
Great hands there, great
what
hands.
Superb hands. I would have put that down every day of the week. Every day of the week. But she recycles the play. Referee's just slowing things down slightly. Touch has been given, roll ball. Northwest long ball. Just goes to ground. At the moment, Taipans are able to just track across as a unit and cut out any space that Northwest are looking to expose. And it's this area of the Taipans game which is just so dangerous.
Danny Payton on the ball there. Great run though. Also sister Erin Payton on the team. She's subbing on now.
We love that. We've spoken a lot about family in touch, and there's a really good example of it. An example of the high level as well. And there's been a forced sub on the pitch, which I think for the first hard touch of the game is a little bit unusual, but the Northwest will react to that. The subbing player coming back on now. We're back to 6-on-6. Just slow at the roll ball for Taipans. An opportunity for Northwest to cut out some space. Hammer play.
Nice. Right, let's see what Taipans can do at the line here.
They'll have a touch to play with. They look to run a 32 setup. It's now a
Backdoor
sweeper.
coming. Oh, pick up. Long ball to left. Ball down, are we saying?
Ball down, ball down. She just loses control at the last moment, and the referees are in agreement. But that's what Taipans can do, even from a relatively static setup. And maybe not even the most dynamic attacking plays. That's a very similar hard touch for what the Northwest player was forced sub for.
Penalty tap ball for Northwest.
And I'm going to give a little bit of a shout out. She's on your screen on the ball now. Jessica Wright, my little sister. She won't forgive me for saying it.
Anna Crossley there as well. Is that Alice Hobson as well?
Yeah, and this is the thing with this women's side for the Northwest is it's peppered.
Oh, great hands.
It's peppered with experienced players, and there's also a sprinkling of youth coming through. And 100%. As the saying goes, if you're good enough, you're old enough, and age isn't a factor in this team.
100%. That's Nikki on the ball now, one of our wingers. She has played since Nationals have first started, and I can say that's around 11 years she's played with this team.
Oh, lovely defensive play. I think that'll be one of the only very few mistakes you see Kenzie make. Just getting the no-touch call of the Northwest, and they'll look to transition through and start to drive. But at the moment, Taipans are recognising that Northwest are coming to the short side to sub, and then sending players off on the far side. And all Taipans are doing are numbering up man on man, not trying to predict a traditional transition. And it's a bit too simple for the Taipans to disguise. Oh, just tracked out in the corner. Northwest attack slowly starting to bubble.
Taipans driving up. Let's see what they can do now. Eliana on the ball, passing it to Nay. Sophia on the outside. Oh, just a touch.
Brilliant cover in touch. I thought she was through. It looked like a hot knife through butter, but didn't quite get there. Taipans recycling the play. 32 short. They look to come short side. Flat ball. Looks like it's going to be given. Superb little flat ball across the front. Just not giving the defenders an opportunity to crab across because the pass was so efficient from A to B.
100%.
And an amazing catch and ground from the winger to extend the Taipans lead by 3.
Great chemistry there from Taipans.
It's a superb pass, flat across the front, and the covering defender for the Northwest is just a fraction of a second late. And sometimes when you're playing against players with this caliber, a fraction of a second is all they need to make it count. 10 minutes into the first half, it's 3-0, sorry. And Northwest need to create something.
Great touch over there, but amazing ball as well.
Yeah, I think the refs are going to call forward pass. Sideline ref is just having a little conversation. No, score given. Play on, score given. Oh, and they're having another conversation.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit up in the air at the moment. Don't think they know what's particularly happening.
Sideline ref has wave play on. On-field ref went to give a score.
So that was 5th touch, I'm thinking?
Yeah, must be.
Kills it
unlucky.
right corner from Taipan sub box.
Just a little bit of confusion creeping in there, and I think, yeah, tough decision, because there was a couple different hand signals being shown by the referees, but the Taipans won't give much thought to it. They defend the set regardless. Lovely check around the outside and making the extra meters every single time. Northwest just sending single shooters and Taipans being able to pick them off.
Oh, great run through. Looking for the fly there, I reckon.
Yeah, I wonder if Taipans will start checking that back inside and saving a touch and trying to roll through an attack. Kenzie McNaught on the pitch, picking up, going one way, little pump of the ball.
Oh, that's amazing touch. Great touch.
There's not many people who can track Kenzie McNaught going through at pace, and that is a superb defensive effort from the Northwest, trying to keep the score to only 3. And they're just getting caught in their transition. It's not helping them. There's 3 touches there. Oh, though that's really well recycled.
They found some space.
But just going backwards. They need to go forwards. Ball carriers are isolated. There's not a lot of support there with them.
Taipan's midfield D is looking strong. Let's see what Northwest can do off this, though.
Yeah, it's just the congested pistons from the Taipans that are stopping any sort of momentum for the Northwest, and they try and throw it off over the top ball, and it just goes to ground. And it seems like Taipans are being able to number up really well in defence and not allow Northwest to pass around any shooters.
Kenzie on the ball again. Let's see what can happen here. This is Luan. She's part of the Singapore setup. Oh, great run through. That's Eliana with the try. Fun fact, Eliana used to coach one of the other players on Taipans, Luan, in Singapore.
Ooh.
Yeah.
International connections. There's a superb speed shown just to get on the outside, and as you mentioned earlier, looking for the fly around the corner, and they find it. They pull the link out of position, and when you've got wheels like that, you can go through those gaps. And now Taipan's 4 to the good, and Northwest are just going to want to show some fight in this in the end of this first half. Big touch, big touch. It looks like they're trying to drag the link up.
32 off there. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, just running the 32 on the wrong player. They're dumping on the link rather than the middle. It allows the defence to cut out space all too easily. Looks for the check back inside. It's not quite there. And at the moment, Northwest just not showing enough in attack to really threaten the Taipans.
Taipan's building with good momentum here. Let's see what they can do off of this.
Again, the transition just putting Northwest on their heels every single time. The ball skills on display.
Great check it. Oh.
Did think it was slightly forward. Made a little bit more apparent at the where the players were stood on the pitch.
100%.
Again, top them up. They're collector's items. Kenzie's only made 2 mistakes so far. It does not happen very often. This Taipan side hold themselves to a level.
Great check off there by Northwest.
Oh, great feet, great feet. Oh, and again, saving touches left, right, and centre. Just getting caught. The Go-Go Gadget arms coming out to make that touch. Counties play, dive for the line. Looks good. Refs in agreement. I think the covering middle was just a fraction offside, and Northwest do get their reward. 4-1.
That was a lovely score.
Yeah, and it's superb feet in the midfield to save touches, and then when they do the counties play bounce on the inside, it looks like the covering defenders are maybe a couple inches short of the line, and the referee is happy that the ball was grounded. And that'll give Northwest loads of momentum rolling through, but they've got to be able to shut out this Taipan's attack, and the hands are slick. Great wing shot. Can she track out?
Coming out with fire here. Let's see what they can do. 10 against Northwest.
And that's the level. That's the level. It looks like Northwest have been able to shut the attack out, and Taipans recycle it in the midfield, exposing the penalty. 33 quickie diving for the line. That's long and strong, similar to what we saw
Great
for
score.
Northwest. Players offside, and she goes underneath, extending the lead back out by 4.
That's Naomi with the score there. Lovely dive. Would like to do a little shout out to our coaches for Taipan. So we've got Max, Tom, Marsh, and the amount of commitment they've shown, organisations. It just puts Taipans just head and heels prepared for this tournament.
Yeah, and I think it's apparent. I think it's apparent when you watch how they play. They're so organised in defence especially, and there's a really good nudge there, really good defensive touch, just to throw the Northwest player off his balance.
And it gives us Taipan girls a great mentality going into the tournament. Danny Payton with the ball there.
Yeah, and the confidence on display from the Taipans is so apparent. Just playing and enjoying it, being able to pass the ball around at will. The core skills on display are superb. And at the moment, it's just a little bit too much for the Northwest.
Wheels on the right. Great touch, though.
Brilliant covering touch. Maybe the winger just wanted to chop that cut on the corner. It looked like there was space underneath on the inside of the Northwest defence. I would not be surprised if the exact same players run in the second half, and you do see that cut. Such is the level of intelligence from, well, that the Taipans possess, just from being able to play at the highest level of touch so consistently.
Also, taking a look at Northwest's subbing pattern, it gets the wingers really involved, and it's slightly different to what we may normally see, but they're trying to introduce it more, and yeah.
I think it's something we see a lot in the men's game, is the buddy with the link and the wing on the short sides and just sending players off. It's not really applicable in the mixed, as you can't sub a male for a female and vice versa, so you've got to be really coordinated. But in the men's, we're starting to see this saving touch mentality when you're on, when you're in your transition and subbing players on. And Adam Brimlow, I know from someone who has had that exposure at the highest level, is it's a scaffold that he's trying to introduce to the women's game. I think that'll just be a loss of control, ball rolling a little bit too far.
Let's see what Northwest can do now.
Yeah, they need to fix their transition. At the moment, Taipans are just able to cut it out, and it looks like they're moving to a more traditional transition. That's a lovely little pass away.
Oh, just got called back there for the touch.
Yeah, much better. They've changed their sub move, and it seems to be finding them more success. But there's another infringement in the roll ball, drew out by the Taipans, and the physicality that they're showing. And Northwest need to go into the half-time and regroup. Yeah, superb touch there. Northwest finally starting to get off their line and put pressure on the Taipans. The Taipans now have one opportunity to go and set up a play.
Here. Let's see what she can do. Offload. Oh, lovely draw and pass there. Started from nothing and just pace on the outside. Amazing.
Yeah, and that's what core skills can buy you. They only had one touch to play with, and they didn't even need that in the end. She just picks up, recognises where the space is, and goes and takes them on the outside, links shut just a little bit too tight, and the Northwest defenders just can't get up and make that touch. And it's a credit to the Taipans for the catch and pass skills. It's so slick, it's so clean, and Northwest again just a fraction of a second behind. Superb defensive touch, and that's going to take us into half time. Hooter goes and the referee calls it. Taipans 6-1 to the good. Northwest really need to regroup, and Taipans will be just saying more of the same.
Yeah, definitely well played from everyone there. Let's see what they can bring out in the second half.
Don't go anywhere.
As that brings on half time, You can feel the sun is out and the sun is Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 2-minute warning. If there's any ground staff that can hear me, make their way to, or maintenance staff, make their way to the great new pavilion. Ladies and officials, this is your 30-second warning. Please stay to the field, ready to play. Ladies and officials, stand by.
And we are back. Second half is just about to get underway. Northwest have a mountain to climb, and for Taipans, it's just deliver more of the same. We saw towards the end of the first half, Northwest starting to change some of their patterns just to try and counter the dominant defence of the Taipans. Northwest looking to start early.
Recycling it in the middle. Let's see what the mids can do here.
Yeah, looks like they're going to go for the 33 quick. Here they do. They step on the outside. Looks to take him to the line, but that'll be 6 touch and turnover.
Great touch by Erin Payton there.
I think one of the big things for this Taipans defence has been negating the strike dump. Their touches are low and strong, and quite often they really hamper any of the...
Breakthrough from M. Clues there. Will she make it that way? Of course she will.
Absolutely rapid, going straight through. And we spoke earlier, it was nearly a hot knife through butter. I don't think there's any nearly about that one. Goes straight through from the turnover. This is just what happens when you run your sub move at 100%.
Yeah. Oh.
Show and go, evades the covering touch.
Em has played with Taipans for a total of 8 years now, I want to say.
Yeah, and there's no wonder with the wheels that she has on display. And Northwest really needed to get the opening score of the second half, and as it stands, Taipans just taking all of their hopes away.
Anna Crossley and Alice attacking here, very dangerous players.
Oh, lovely ball, lovely catching ground in the corner.
Great hands.
It's a superb she spots the space, does Anna. It looked like she could have gone underneath the Taipans defender because she was out of the line. And instead of going under, she crabs across and delivers the long ball. I thought the Taipans defender was just in a bad shape. Link has to come up and make that touch because the middle isn't retreating.
Lovely ball.
And a really nice left to right long ball, flat across the face of defence, as we saw from the Taipans in the first half. And if Northwest can do more of that, then they'll be right in this game.
Let's see how Taipans respond here. Kenzie with the ball. Lovely, just going short side there.
Amazing pace on display. Just recognising that the Northwest defence was a little bit too tight, and kicks on the outside, and Kenzie has absolute gas in her tank.
And it just comes from everyone working as a unit there. So the whole Taipan squad, perfect strike dump, perfect ball up, and that just makes it complete.
Yeah, definitely. And the Northwest maybe just defending too tight for their own good, and then they try and force the ball around the outside, and it just goes to ground. And so far, it is more of the same than what we saw in the first half.
Ooh.
Great shoot out the line to make the touch, but Taipans get the ball down nice and clean and can roll through. Ball just goes to ground there. Yeah. And that's a good defensive set there from the Northwest.
Let's see what Northwest can do with their transition here. Let's see.
And Taipan's just able to shut down any momentum the Northwest were trying to get. And the Taipans defenders are just, even when the Northwest pass around, the speed is too much to be effective. And this is 5th, and I don't think they know that they've not got another touch.
Yeah.
Oh. Hey, apparently they do.
Great touch there. Well, the thing is, when you're D'ing, midfield D, the harder you grind it out, the easier it will be when you're coming off. So putting in that effort really pays off, and we can see it through this game here.
Yeah, and I think something that is maybe a little bit more of a micro focus is post-touch and pre-touch body positions. I think something that the Taipans have got absolutely nailed down is their pre-touch positions, because they know even if they don't make that touch, their hips are open, their shoulders are open, so they're able to track across and really eat up the ground and make covering touches, and they're not having to rely on people shooting up with them.
Oh, great long ball from Meg there. And I think what you just commented there, I think that all comes from our coaching staff. They're just on it, like all our training sessions, everyone's there. We're making sure we got the intensity, and it shows. Focus on those micro parts. It comes out in the games.
Yeah, definitely. And sometimes, especially when you're operating at the highest level of touch that England has to offer, as these women are now, it is the small differences that can change the complexion of a game. Lovely little catch and pass, lovely hands in the corner. That'll be given a score, and Northwest finally starting to show some teeth when they go forward.
Great score there. Some of these girls in the Northwest squad that was just playing is part of the mixed opens. They played Euros, and absolute class players.
Yeah, and I know especially from being from the Northwest, listening to the likes of Ben Meakin and Gabe Pennington talk as they play for NQ, and they testified that a lot of their success is because the women that they have in their team are just as good as the men that they come up against. And it really does, and it, you know, unfortunately for Northwest in this instance, you're playing against the Taipan side that every single one of them is an elite level player, and the speed and direction of the Taipan side is just proving to be too much.
Fan club over it.
Yeah, you better play well then. I'll try not. And just as my quote-unquote fan club, as I'm sure that you've heard, coming across the mics, Taipans get another score. We'll have a look on the replay. Sweeper play, comes round, just bounces on the outside.
Just going short sides.
Pace is just a little bit too much, bounces on the outside of the defender. Defender can't dive across and make the touch.
Great work, and great work from the strike dump, making sure you're getting that body possession of the defensive player turned in so they can take them short side.
Yeah, definitely, and that goes back to what we were saying about pre and post touch positions. If you're not putting your body in the good position to chase out, then you're always got it all to do. And I think, you know, defending is a lot harder than attacking. Northwest have defended so much in this second half that when they do get into a good field position to attack, the connections just aren't quite there. And Taipans are always able just to roll through their transition and eat up the yards.
Unlucky mistake there by Taipans. Let's see what Northwest can do though.
Yeah, just a little bit of an unforced error, maybe giving Northwest the opportunity to go and attack. Really well checked off there. The Northwest have identified that they need to play around the single shooters, and they need to get the ball down crisp and cleanly to be able to get a roll on. And at the moment, they're in good field position. They look to run the sweep. It's just a little bit static. Nicky on the ball, looks to pass on the outside, quick catch and pass. Can't quite get there. Looked like a bit of a hard shot coming in from the Taipans defender.
Carly's a great player. She jumps up though. She's back in action.
Yeah, feisty one is Carly. She won't lie down, that's for sure.
Sophia on the ball, played 2019 Youth World Cup for Singapore. So a very diverse group here that we have for Taipans.
Yeah, definitely, and it's that blend of experience and some younger players. And you know, I've been complimenting Northwest and some of the other regions for the way that they're bringing in some youth players. And Taipans are no exception to that. Northwest just trying to show that maybe some of the Taipans players are dropping a bit too early, trying to expose the penalty. 33 quickie. Ball goes, sets back on the inside. Great covering touch.
Yeah, great position.
33 quickie again, steps back, other side, looks for the link hole. Oh, goes for the out the back pass, and the ball was away, but they do get the penalty that they were asking for. Offside call. And just to remind everyone, 3 penalties on the line, and someone goes to the bin for the remainder of the possession. So Northwest in a really strong position now. Look for the extra pass again.
Great touch. Katie with the snipe there.
Northwest touches to play with. They again look for the long ball. Brilliant defensive read from the winger, not biting on the link and holding space.
Great right to left there.
Yeah, lovely flat pass. 33 quickie again, dive for the line. Looks very close. Referee's going to give touch, and that'll be turnover.
That was a big set by Taipans there.
Yeah, defending a repeated set, but that's just a loss of control. Northwest starting to match the physicality in defence, but Carly's rolled the ball. Oh, that's a bit of a shot there.
Now, what are they saying here? She was half.
She was, yeah, and
but was it?
The ball was rolled while no one was there, and the Taipans are entitled to go up and get it, and here comes the wheels.
Right, let's see what Taipans can do here at their line.
Lovely wrap play. They look to take the 33 quickie, scoop one side, comes back
Going
the other.
open side. Oh, great touch.
Much better covering defence there, holding space from the Northwest. And 10 minutes in, and yeah, at the moment Northwest showing a lot more than they did in the first half, but for Taipans it's still just a little bit too easy. But there's a big flat ball across the front of the defence, and the yards eaten up down the.
That's nay down.
Tad unnecessary, and I think it's actually just halted the Northwest momentum, giving Taipans the opportunity to reset in defence, and all the meters that they made and that got in behind the defence doesn't matter now.
Hands right. Oh, space is shown. Good recovery though. Right, near in Taipans line. Let's see what they can do.
Nice.
Oh,
that should be
six more.
Yeah, 6 more.
Yeah.
And just in the passing lane, knocking the ball down. Looked like it was destined to go to the winger, but not quite for a Taipans intervention.
Anna with the ball. Looks like 33 play.
Yeah, and they get the penalty for not advancing. Taipans' defence were a bit too static, but even though the Northwest have been able to draw these penalties, they've not been able to get over the try line in the end of it.
Oh, great touch and great dive.
Superb touch. Might have just winded herself as she's dove to make the intervention.
That was touch one though. They've still got quite a lot to deal with. Let's see what their progression is.
Yeah, now the Northwest really making really forcing the issue with the referees of offside and not advancing. So more than one thing for the Taipans to think about. They've got to worry about the on-field threat and the threat of the penalties coming in. 2 more and someone goes to the bin. And Southeast Taipans will be wanting to shut the Northwest out here.
Oh.
Another 6 more. Just going for the interception, it going to ground, but if there's any time you want to give away a 6 more, it's on touch 1 and 2.
Meg Pemberton in now. Swapping for Naomi as she had winded herself. Oh.
Good diving touch.
Great touch there. She was a finalist at the 2022 Euros for Mixed Open. She did amazing catches on the wing. And let's see what she can do here.
Oh, good pump. Just taking the touch. Realising they have a couple to play with.
Yeah, let's see the progression here. Let's see what Anna can do.
Stepping on the inside this time. Looks to get on the outside. Ball over to the winger. Wow. She gets there. But that's it.
Oh, is she okay?
Yeah, I think that was a touch made with a knee rather than a hand, and that's going to be a sore one.
That was a great ball, though.
Oh, looks like she's down and in a lot of discomfort. It was definitely diving legs there. Both players going for the ball. It's just one of those nasty collisions that do occur in this game.
It just shows how much commitment there is on the line here. Like, this game is important, and players are putting themselves on the line, their bodies on the line.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's just going to be a brief stoppage, but as we saw yesterday, the clock doesn't stop. Northwest coach Adam Brimlow just pleading his case to the referees. I'm inclined to agree that maybe the touch was just a little bit on the line. Both players low, ball is low to the ground.
Hopefully we can get a replay.
Yeah, potentially, but I think the action is going to continue. Good sportsmanship shown as she's clapped off the pitch. She looks unhappy.
Let's hope she's okay. That's Millie, actually. She plays for Loughborough University. She's up and coming in part of the under-20s England program. So hopefully we'll see her in the future.
Yeah, Northwest get their reward. They go and get underneath the Taipans defence, and Taipans smartly did sub whilst the break in play was on, and regardless of the fresh legs, they're able to get underneath. Defender doesn't retreat onside, and a lovely low dive to get the Northwest to score. Yeah, you can just see there, number 7 for the Taipans, half a yard away from the line, and the referee is entitled to call play on. And Northwest have definitely shown more. But the class of the Taipan side has just always been pulling the scoreline away. And they look to run the doggies.
Oh,
Doggies two-step.
pick up. Oh. What are we saying there? Oh, touch.
Diving touch.
Great touch.
Yeah, but lovely.
Oh, try. All clear. We're unsure what's happening, but I think they're still going for the try. Great put down by Meg there.
Yeah, really nice score, really nice score. Just a bit of conversation there between the Northwest and the referees. Northwest definitely claiming a touch, but none coming. They run the doggies variation. It's a very close call. We'll put it down. I would not envy I do not envy the referee's job. It's a very, very, very close call. It's just gone the way of the Taipans. The Taipans extend the lead back out to 6. And barring an absolute miracle, Taipans will be advancing through to the final, and Northwest will have to settle for the 3rd place playoff.
Great momentum there, and it just comes down from the first dump. You just got to get it down, and that's what Taipans have just done.
Yeah, definitely. They know they don't want to sacrifice momentum, but they also want to make sure that the ball is secure. And that's been a defining feature of the Taipan side, is just make sure the ball is safe and run hard and direct. Touch made there, maybe just a lapse of concentration of the touch count, because now they're going to have to create something from nothing, but you can't say that the Taipans can't do it.
Right, Northwest is coming off for a transition.
Yeah, they've gone back to the short side transition, and for the time being it's working, making a lot more meters than they did in the first half. 3rd touch on halfway. Lovely little show and go. They've got a scoop.
Yeah.
Lovely pass, lovely hands, one more. Oh, superb fix. Superb catch and pass, and a lovely score in the corner. The knowledge just to hold the pass slightly, fix the defender, and then give it.
That was great drawing pass there. Don't think you could do anything about that.
No, you can't, and as a defender isolated on the wing, it's so hard, but the lovely hands, and look, pump, hold, fix, give, perfect execution on the wing from the Northwest.
Right, let's see if Taipans can come back with another one. Who knows?
Yeah, it looks like they're on the outside of the Northwest defence, and she steps back on the inside. Winger was marked up, so couldn't give the pass. 32 short comes in, Rappers given.
Oh, were they going to say 6? No, ball down.
Yeah, it looked like it was just always travelling away. And Northwest have an opportunity to go and get another one on the board. But they just surrender possession. And with just over 90 seconds left, Taipans could run the clock down.
I feel like they're definitely going to try and aim for another one.
Yeah, they come back over to this side, 32 short. They go to the short side instead. Dive for the line. Looks like the touch has been made, and the referee agrees.
It's great conditioning, though. Making sure they're going down, getting the ball down, and then maybe for the next phase, looking for the long ball.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. And this is something that they would have been taught all throughout their touch career, is set up plays, give yourselves the opportunity. They look to run the sweeper. Sweeper gets the ball, steps on the outside, pass is given, but an offside call. And with 60 seconds to remain.
Northwest has just got a hold here, try not concede another. Oh, County's there.
Good feet and good defence.
Kenzie and Naomi are a bit like siblings, like Danny and Aaron, but just not blood related. And you can see the chemistry on the pitch by them two. They love it.
Oh, lovely feet, lovely bounce on the outside. Ball goes to the wing. Did the touch come in first? No, it did not, says the referees.
And that's Hannah with the score in the far right corner. She's one of our new members this year, and she's played amazing.
Yeah, superb core skills on display. Just the ability to take the touch, bounce on the outside, fix the defender. Lovely little show and go on the inside. Ball away. Superb score. The difference is back to 6. Clock is ticking down. That it will be all she wrote. And the Southeast Taipans advance.
Oh, they can't finish on a pen, so see what happens here. Just hands left. Wow. Oh, ball down, and that's going to be game.
Yeah, that is over. So the Southeast Taipans advance to the final, and the Northwest will have to settle for a third place playoff. Almost rinse and repeat from last season for the Northwest, but they've come up against one of the most dominant Taipan side we've seen.
Yeah, let's hope Taipans can go all the way.
Next up, we've got the mixed. No, we don't. Pardon my nonsense. We've got the men's open semi-final. That's going to be an interesting game. Both teams will be wanting to go through to the final and avoid that dreaded third place playoff. It's a division that's been largely dominated by Southeast, and we'll see if we'll get another Southeast derby.
Well, all the girls here have worked their socks off, played amazingly. Shout out to Northwest, they did incredible, and Taipans with the big win.
Yeah, definitely. Like we say, we've got a big game coming up, so do not go anywhere.
So it's playing on weekend, and what is very important is when you're leaving out of the shift practice, teams, so please take the views on this and please help us keep the space tight. The next one is
Oh my God, when they was on the floor for like
Yes, but I don't think the issues in the shot, you were on the shot, there was slightly in the separation. When she started pushing up, we all have to again in case there's a check in.
Okay, so this is a very difficult area which we can try to cut them out of the game, pushed by the referee to a certain amount. By the time that comes happening, both of us, Erin is definitely at the Erin is definitely at the left step in front, and I'm a step behind her trying to actually really difficult to get the right separation. I was going to say,
Shots on three, 1, 2, 3! Shots on three, 1, 2, 3!
This is your 32nd warning. Please take to the field, ready to play.
Well, we are back, and we are back with a massive game because it is the Men's Open semi-final, the South East Sharks against the Midland Tigers, and we all know by now that the Sharks are in blue and the Midland Tigers are in white, playing from right to left, but I'm going to keep on reminding you, just in case you don't know that yet. Marnie Wills is alongside me, and I won't lie, she's got some Tiger stash on, I think, so...
It's Wildcats.
It's Wildcats,
yeah.
in fact, isn't it? Oh, it's all right then. You're okay. Good neutral voice, but this is going to be a massive game, isn't it?
This is going to be massive. We've already got an error from the Tigers, though. Not the start that the coach would have wanted.
Yeah, an early error there, and is that just a sign of a bit of pressure, or just one of those things?
I think it's a bit of pressure. Tigers are the Sharks are definitely going to come out firing.
Sharks already exploding into life in that transition, and ball in the hands of Ironside, and now they fly forward. Big dummy comes in. Can they find a spare man? They're looking and looking and looking and looking. Is anyone spare? The ball doesn't quite go to hand.
Not sure where the winger was there. That half had a lot of time on the ball. That was an amazing short side scoop.
Yeah, Horatio Price bursting through, but just couldn't find anyone flooding through. Do they need to? Was he almost going too fast? They couldn't keep up.
Well, he did really well. Got in the end zone and then went to the corner post where he should go, but the winger probably wasn't up with him. He was probably too quick. Another error by the Tigers early in the count.
The Sharks will be keen to punish those sort of errors. They came very, very close last time to that. What can they do on this set? Slow the pace down so they can set something up a little bit more formally.
It's a good defensive touch there to cut down that sweeper strike setup.
Use their touches, so the Tigers will go, but they're going to have to go very deep, and an early touch there from the Sharks. Tigers getting up towards their box though. Now they're into their rhythm. Working up. Can they find a little bit of space? Big wide pass comes in. Had to come in to gather it, so the touch was made.
A good settling set by the Tigers. They've now D'd twice and managed to hold on to it finally for a set of 6 to turn it over on their line. That's good. That's exactly what the coach would need.
Yeah, it just settles them down a bit, doesn't it, after those 2 early turnovers.
It's so easy to think that you can score every time, and you know, sometimes you just got to play yourself into the game.
And once again on the scoop, the Sharks get into the end zone, but they once again can't make the pass stick. They are getting very, very close, but the Tigers will be happy that those passes aren't sticking.
Absolutely. They definitely have to stay strong with these Sharks. Don't let them get too much of a roll on and gain any confidence.
Strong work out wide, and we know from previous games that Will Lupton, the Tigers number 9, is a man to keep an eye on. Loves to pull the strings.
Absolutely. Error by the Sharks on their line. Hopefully the Tigers can have their first line attack here.
Yeah, first proper chance for the Tigers.
The strength of the Sharks is those link wings. They do really well. Get up in the channel. It's definitely harder to attack. Oh, and they've, yeah, down. Very nice. Gone through that 3-2 channel, I think.
Will Lupton, well, we flagged him up. And Will Lupton has got the opening score of this game. Men's Open semi-final, and Lupton, the man to break the deadlock off the first opportunity the Tigers have had.
Yeah, really nice. Easy. 33 platform, first touch.
Lupton. That's a big moment, and the Sharks, having had all the early running, find themselves a score down.
Very nice.
Big dive comes in, but the touch is made. Dom Tripp just being held short, but we could get a spectacular one here in the corner. Ed Hayward. Touch was just made, but that was almost magical.
I know. The dive, one hand, right hand, in he goes, legs up. The athleticism of these wingers in this men's open division is phenomenal.
Absolutely.
Well, that's an easy penalty to give away there. Not ideal.
Midland Tigers. I think it would be fair to say that if they can nick this semi-final, it would be considered an upset, such as the dominant in recent times of the Southeast. But they're off to a flying start defensively, shutting out the Tigers.
Yeah, Sharks are definitely winning the midfield battle at the moment.
Clean, fucking clean.
Sharks having a little dart down the left-hand side. Pull on the brakes, sweep back to the right-hand side. Accelerating on they go now. Can they get across the line? The dive comes in, but the touch is made.
That was really good defensive body positions by the number 10. He was the high link up there. He's pulled his corner and he's taken them, really reduced the room for the diver to go, which is a really good D.
Big wide pass comes in. Can he get the ball down? Oh, he's got that down. Oh my goodness me.
Oh my God.
Zubin Turner.
The finish on that, that is rugby league finishes, by the way.
He is head over heels to finish that one.
That is incredible.
Just take a look at this on the replay. Utterly spectacular in the right-hand corner.
Left to right, long ball. Oh, he's out of picture.
It's so spectacular, was it? He was out of shot. Zubin Turner, head over heels in the corner. The most spectacular of finishes. But the Tigers might just have responded. I think the touch has come in. But if you're the Tigers, I guess, in a weird way, you're okay with that.
Yeah,
if they're scoring with the hardest possible score, you're thinking, well, we've done our job.
To be fair, they've defended really well. They've defended their line really well at the moment, and it's definitely their ability to make that touch, exit, protect their short side, and chase out. They've done really well.
Spectacular opening 7 minutes. One of the most incredible finishes we've seen all tournament. Zubin Turner and the Sharks dancing with Horatio Price.
That was really good D from the Tigers. They really kept some middle separation, so both middles weren't up in that touch. So when Horatio went to take off, he got hit by a saving middle. Really good defense, really good defense.
And defensively, you've got to say the Tigers have stepped up here.
Yeah, so the Tigers are doing really well defensively on their line, but the Sharks are definitely winning this midfield defensive battle now. I think that's fourth touch and they're not even by halfway. And another error.
And now the Sharks have a big, big attacking opportunity. You know that they are going to go pretty much 100 miles an hour for the full 40 minutes here. It's going to be hard work defending against the onslaught. Here they go, working
right to left. Dom
out
Tripp.
to the left-hand side as the finish in. Ed Hayward over on the left-hand side. And from 1-0 down, the Sharks lead 2-1.
Nice, so they look like they're running the sweeper then, the pickup. QB back to Dom Tripp, right to left long ball, really nice.
Ed Hayward denied a few minutes ago, but not to be denied this time. The big pass coming out from Dom Tripp.
Strategically, that was a good option as well, because they'd hit the sweeper quite a few times on this right side. Oh, he's got down. Unlucky.
Tigers nearly responding quickly. Still with touches and space to attack. Try to get the tap on, and nearly a spectacular finish over there. The way this is going, I wouldn't put anything past anyone out there.
Yeah. The reaction time of these men is up there with the elite.
Sharks into transition across the halfway line. They with the try scorer, just popping that one up. Scooping up now, through they go. Is there an option here for a score?
That's come from great momentum off the transition, and Tigers kind of let them roll a little bit, thinking that they'd be able to set up for that fifth touch and have one middle up and one down, but their other middle hasn't shut that scooper and he's gone all the way through. Definitely something to look at, because they have scooped a lot off this transition. We really needed that other middle number one to shut through there.
Charlie Thompson with the finish, and it feels like just the pace that they operate on just makes it so hard to get yourself organised.
Absolutely, that's why the Tigers are rolling, because they are going hard and fast. Oh.
3-1 lead now.
I think it's quite slippery out there as well. Had a bit of rain over, obviously a lot yesterday afternoon, a little bit overnight, and it's really slippery out there for the boys.
Yeah, and it was a heavy dew this morning as well. First hour or so, it was wet ground. So I suspect the underneath that top layer, it's probably still pretty loose. Midway through first half, Sharks have come from behind and now lead 3-1 in this men's open
Yeah, not taking the pace off here. Here he goes. Oh, that's a good shot by Will Lupton.
They're going to get marched back.
Yeah, discipline penalty there, throwing the ball away.
Upton, we've already seen him conjure something.
See if they can get a roll on here. They really do need to keep momentum. Get as much field position as they can.
Tigers getting away with a pass that was flat, we'll call it.
Flat balls are the best balls, right?
Absolutely.
Nice touch.
Possession turned over.
It's good for them to complete their set of 6, though. They do have to settle in, try and force a turnover here, give themselves better field position.
Big, heavy contact. Referee's happy to let that one go, or initially they were at least. That was a pretty big one.
I think we heard the contact from here. What I was going to say, though, that is a much better midfield defence set by the Tigers, so it's a shame they gave that one away.
Sharks looking for a fourth. Pushing and probing, now just setting things up again. Decided nothing was on there, so they'll start again, and then the heavy touch comes in. Important for the Tigers to keep their discipline.
Yeah, absolutely, because their line defence is working really well. They got good body positions, they're channeling really nicely, so they really can't be affording giving away penalties here. Sharks do not need any extra help.
Certainly don't. Sharks over, or is a touch made? Looks as though he's skated through. Untouched, Harry Richards.
I think he was touched by an offside player, unfortunate for number 14. But a great dive to finish as well. Got to back yourself.
McManus just offside, and Look at that from Harry Richards.
Left-handed score as well. Amazing.
This lot can do it all. Tigers now 4-1 in arrears. Could do with a score just to stem the tide a little bit. Big looping pass comes out. She hits the defending player on the back as he tracks across to make the touch.
Yeah, that was a big right to left. Not a bad option as well, because they had hit this left side quite often when they dragged over. Really did pull that link in, but that winger has read that early. Good defense. Look at the roll on here. Here he goes.
Scooped up. Intercept is attempted, but it's going to open up the try-scoring space on the left-hand side in a second for Zubin Tana. In many ways, the defender had no option because there was just so many people outside him.
Nice, the scoops come through. Step back open side, and it's through the hands.
See it here, the defender goes for the Hail Mary. Means the outside man has to bite in, and that leaves Tana unopposed for a 5-1 lead.
His second try, is it?
It certainly is. Double early on for Tana. The second a little more simple than his first.
Tigers are really trying to work this, their right side, but there's not much room going out there for them.
Another big dive from Upton.
Nice. Exactly the same position as his first try.
It helps when you're about 6'7", doesn't it?
With long arms. And I mean his vision. He's picked off those players really early in the count. He knows where he needs to go.
Will Upton knows he's in a tough old game out there, and he's got 2 scores.
He moves his defenders like they're puppets. Very, very smart player.
5-2 then, the score, but then an instant response. Brandon Oon for the Sharks. And no sooner had the Tigers closed the gap than they are immediately back to a 4-point deficit.
Looked like nothing was on there, but they've just gone outside that high link there. He's got on his outside, draw and pass, nice and easy.
And I guess in the sort of face of this relentless Sharks attack, fatigue starts to become a real factor earlier than it normally would.
Absolutely, they are running them hard, especially on their box and their transition. You know, if there's anything they do at 110%, that's what it is, and it just absolutely exhausts the Tigers.
Matt Sandland going for the big dive there, but just touched on the way, but good handling just to be able to hold on to that one and get the tip pass away, but touch comes in and it's their full set.
It's a good defensive touch.
Sharks.
If the Tigers can keep them down here, they should have good field position to get a strike. Right time of the game as well.
Sharks have done it ever so well to get to this position on just 3 touches. Then they hit the pace button, and I think it's Dom Tripp.
Yeah.
Scooted away the skipper. I mean, how impressive is that? Because actually the first touch came on the deep on the far side of the field. They had to work across to be able to get their transition done, and then in just 3 touches they look from under pressure to scoring a try.
Amazing. Well, then they come on, they go expansive, and they just back their wheels, right? Amazing.
So easy for a side to get bogged down and lose a couple of touches as they try and crab across the field, but this lot, no such problems. But a good strike back from the Tigers almost immediately through Harry Goodhue. The Tigers are giving a good account of themselves in this last couple of minutes.
Taken on the short side, really nice. I'm really glad they've come back to this left side, because that's where they're having their most success.
A couple Couple of minutes to go until the halftime break. The Sharks are leading here 7-3. It's been a sparkling performance from the Sharks. The Tigers are given as good as they got, but they are just playing against a side that is right at the peak of their powers here, and diving across is Horatio Price, and he's got that one down. I think they're going to have a little chat about it, but the try is given, and Horatio Price with an expert dive there.
Yeah, it is amazing what a good dive can do against. I mean, that was good defense. There's not much else they could have done there except for get back on and off the line. But defensively, they've done exactly the right thing. How much room really is that to work with?
There isn't a gap there. He's somehow got himself half an inch from the floor and managed to spring forward from almost a standing start. I mean, I don't think the Tigers could have done much more there, and they'll probably go in at halftime thinking, well, we're doing all right.
Yeah.
Intercepted.
Jamie.
Oh, this could be a killer blow, but the chase is coming in. They may well get there. The chase is going to get there, I think. It's a brilliant bit of work from Ben Lenouri for Midland Tigers to chase back and make that touch.
Absolutely. Jamie must be pretty tired, because I did say to you at the start of the game that I thought he was one of the fastest guys on here. Goes to show they are working really hard.
Jamie Ironside with the intercept, but he was chased down. It just shows you how hard everyone out there is working. The Sharks, though, with an opportunity to finish this one on a high. We're about 10 seconds from the hooter. The Sharks, final play. I was going to say they're going to put the dive in, but the ball is spilled. And that sends us in at half-time with the Sharks leading the Tigers 8-3.
They got a penalty here.
We are going to have
offside,
one final play. Harry Richards with the ball. Puts the switch in. Another switch, Richards. That one does go down.
Touch and pass, I think. One more set. No one wants to rest.
There have got to be some players flagging out there, and in fact, they pretty much just accept the touch there to send us into half-time. And what a half.
Did you notice how quick they were? Try, score, back in the middle, take the tap. There's no downtime. These boys want to play, and they want to play hard.
It's relentless, isn't it? And credit to the Tigers for sticking with that relentless side. The temptation, I would have thought, when you're playing against the Sharks would be to turn it into a bit of a sort of gritty, bitty game and just try and sort of kill momentum, but they're prepared to go toe-to-toe.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I think their line defence is definitely stronger at the moment than their midfield. So if they can put a bit more pressure on there and make sure that they're trying to cover over when Sharks come on and go expansive on the set, then I think they've still got a game in their hands.
We certainly do have a game in our hands. South East Sharks have been oh so impressive. Midlands Tigers just about managing to stay with it, though, and we go into the halftime break with the Sharks leading the Tigers 8-3. Remember, this is the Men's Open semi-final. Ahead of that final at 3:30 p.m. We'll be back with you in just a couple of moments.
Well, that's half time, and a few games becoming interesting.
teams are back out there. The Sharks are back out there very early. They know exactly what is required of them. Just more of the same. They're leading the Tigers 8-3 in this men's open semi-final. And, well, we were just saying half-time break, it's just relentless from the Sharks, isn't it?
I can't believe how fast it is and just how quick they are to get back and restart. It is, both teams mean business.
They certainly do. Sharks take the tap off. That's just what we were mentioning earlier, though. The ground is a little bit slippy. Not that harder to say than I should have. Max Howard, the one that fell foul of the ground, but Sharks going for the score, but the touch is made. Pass was on to the outside, actually. First time they've not taken the simple try-scoring option, I'd say, the Sharks there. Oh, nearly with a glory dummy from Dom Tripp.
They're still striking on that right side, though. That link needs to make sure he knows that's coming and call his middle over with him. This is good momentum from the Tigers. Definitely a much better midfield attack than previously. Coach might have said something at halftime.
And what would the message have been, do you think, at halftime for the Tigers?
Not 100% sure, but I think the fact that they've come on with a bit more pace and momentum on this transition set, they've tried to scoop, and they've got an offside penalty for it, is definitely a good start.
Anything you can do to eke out more possessions, I guess, will be the view. Best way to keep these Sharks at bay is for them not to have the ball, I suppose.
Absolutely.
Tigers.
There's 3 penalties in a row for the Sharks. Let's see if the Tigers can capitalize here.
Big opportunity to get the first score of the second half for the Tigers. Step on the gas a little bit, ball back inside, and they have got that first score.
Oh, no.
The second half has been chalked off, pass was forward.
I think it was a play ball, not square.
Sharks, another fairly physical touch. This time it's called, I think.
I think they're both getting a talking to for shoulders. Hopefully going to pay off for the Tigers here, because the Sharks haven't got their momentum that they normally have at this point in time in their transition set.
Sharks, the great conjurers from nothing, though, as we've seen a couple of times. And this man, Horatio Price, has been pretty good at that. And Horatio Price, oh, the 1-2, the touch is made, but very, very nearly conjuring something from absolutely nothing there.
I love just how they keep the ball alive. Like, they let the ball do so much work. It's great. So exciting to watch.
You cannot take your eyes off this Southeast Sharks side, and they've got a real chance here.
That's not the area you want. Let's see if they attack this right side like they normally do.
Price. 1-2 there with Ironside. Now they step onto their game. Price again has a little dart at the line. As he got that down, he certainly launched the ball back with a fair bit of venom in it. I think he enjoyed that try. That was I didn't think the finish was on there for Price, but he's found a way.
No, so he hits that sweeper quite slowly, but just stands up that toucher and then steps on his inside, gets it down, comes in really closely, holds him up a little bit. Thank you very much. Best link player here is on the line, not getting off. I think that's their biggest problem on their line D.
Fast response,
nice. Though. Will Lupton again. Through the 3-3, drawing that shudder in. Nice little offload.
Lupton doing a great job of pulling the strings here for the Tigers and keeping his side in it. Sandland with the finish, but Lupton the man to look out for here.
Yeah, absolutely. They're back in it quick again. Straight in.
No chance to rest here.
There's been a lot of errors in this first, 4.5 minutes of the game from both teams. Mental fatigue, maybe.
Yeah, a bit of mental fatigue, probably a bit of physical fatigue as well. It's been it's been that fast paced.
It has. Another error.
Sharks. Working their way forward again. Cannot take your eyes off these guys in blue. Not for a second.
Oh. I think that Dom Tripp is a very experienced player and knows how to make the defence look like they may have come in too hard.
Can they take advantage? Oh, what a
beautiful
dive.
dive. Absolutely beautiful. Again, Tigers just not getting off that line. They're either not getting back quick enough or they're just getting caught flat-footed on that line. And with the Sharks, with almost all of them having an amazing dive, it's no surprise that they're striking with that and scoring all the tries.
Yeah, Marcus Chung. Look how early he gets that dive in. The control to be able to get the ball stable as well. One-handed, very, very impressive. It's been very, very impressive overall from the Sharks. They're 10-5 up, and it could be 11. The chase is on. Once again, they intercept. Last time they got caught. Will they be caught this time? Oh, he gets the pass into Price, and this will be a length of the field try for Horatio Price. Alex Morris with the big break up the middle on the intercept. Gets the pass to Price, and that is a wonder score.
That was a phenomenal chase by Tigers number 1, is Archie. I mean, he mowed him down from just off their line. Epic effort.
Yeah, Devlin giving the big chase, but Price giving it the big effort in support of the Morris intercept, getting another score. The Sharks now go 11-5 in front. Still a lot of time left, but it's going to be so difficult for the Tigers to come back here. But this man Lupton might fancy trying to do something.
Yeah, he's getting the penalty he's been looking for. Those middles aren't coming up, re-engaging.
Lupton gets the big dive in. Having quite a long chat with the ref about this one. Probably longer than the conversation the ref wants to be having.
Yeah. Bull needs to have it though, because he's trying to move those defenders. He needs them in certain positions.
Pass comes in, try is scored. Oliver Maynard, created by Lupton.
Let's go, energy.
The way he works those middles. World class.
The conversation with the referee paying off.
Yeah, definitely. But he does have some really good hole hitters, like that Link is hitting nice holes for him.
It's how flat he manages to get that pass that just no defender can get close.
And so late, you know, like it shouldn't be coming, but it does.
Lupton doing a really solid job of keeping this scoreline just close enough that there's a sniff of a chance for the Tigers. The Sharks still with a pretty comfortable.
Going long. Oh, he's in. It looked a bit too easy for the Sharks.
Marcus Chung was just a bit of miscommunication in defence there. The gap just seemed to open up, and
I think they've been diving, haven't they, in that 3-3 channel. They've been diving through the middle, so the middles are having to stay really, really tight. So then when they let that ball go, it's a big chase out. It's a hard work. So normally he would dive in there, hence why they're in tight, and then he just runs around them.
You've got to be everywhere. In that scenario, if the middles come in tight, you need the link to come in tight with you, so that at least you're forcing him to score the try the hard way rather than just being able to find that simple gap.
Yeah, absolutely. The link should probably have got in there and sniped that if he could. But then the 2 plays before that, they were throwing long, in which the link and wing have to chase out. So it's defending these boys is hard, hard work, and they're doing really well.
They are toying with the minds of these Tigers defenders, are the Sharks. 12-6, they now lead. And we've still got over 10 minutes left in this second half.
Sharks are back to finding that momentum again. Tigers are letting them roll. Tigers are rolling a little.
Sharks getting away with a slightly forward-looking pass there.
Scoop is on here.
Touch was made, I think, on Harry Richards as he scooped through there. Chung just finishing it off, just in case the referees decide to change their mind. I think it might have been Tana that was finishing it off. He's hat-trick hunting, of course.
Shooting defensively, Sharks has paid off. It is, you know, it's energy sapping, working really hard in this midfield, but when it pays off like that, it's worth it.
Oon in possession.
Look how calm and collected they look.
You know they're going to explode into life, and here is that explosion. Touch comes in.
They're looking for offside calls here, the Sharks. They've had a few, so they're still trying to work that.
Big pass out wide, and Oon with the spectacular attempt. I think the touch was just made with the ball in flight. We've seen spectacular finishes already, though, from this Sharks side. Another big pass comes in. Again, the touch made, and that's their 6.
That right to left from Dom Tripp has gone from link channel one side to link channel the other. What a bomb.
And it's gone flat as well. There's not too much arc on that.
No, the speed of that.
Tigers having to work so hard here to make ground, but they've managed to find a bit, and they're managing to find a little bit of space, and almost a cynical slap down there. Crucial one as well, though.
This is great field position for the Tigers. They can get one here, they'll feel like they're getting back in the game.
Tigers, you can see what the idea was there.
Quite early in the count, though. Could have done with holding in possession. Luck is on their side. The referee has called them offside. Hopefully they can be patient here.
6 tries, the difference between the two at the moment. Tigers inject the pace here. Touch is made. They wanted someone coming short on his left-hand side, but the runner was further out. And the error comes in there.
They really lacked organisation. They didn't really know what was going on there.
Sharks, well, we know what they're going to try and do here. Get up to that box good and quick, and then explode into life. Tigers have done well, actually, just to engineer a couple of touches there. The Sharks will do well to score from here, but we know with this Shark side, they can do almost anything. That's the decision here. Bit of a chat in the conference.
I'm not sure what the referee's calling. Okay, Sharks ball.
Sharks ball,
Offside.
I think we can say
There
that.
we go.
There we are. There was a lot of gesticulating going on from the referee there. It was hard to work out what exactly was being called, but it's 6 more for the Sharks.
Gonna get in there.
Touch made on Chung. They won't mind that, though. Again, they bring the calm just for a few seconds. And then, I'm not sure what's happened there. What's happened there?
I didn't see what the referee called. Maybe she's called forward off the ruck, maybe? Tigers
Regardless, it was an escape for the Tigers, but an escape wasted as they just pass it straight off the field. And Sharks with a simple place to start from. Take an early touch.
I mean, Sharks don't need a try here, but I know what they're like. They're going to try and put one on anyway.
Oh, you can be sure they're going to give it a shot.
Same sweep play, pick up.
Space right. Good touch coming in there from Lupton.
Good diving touch.
Now the Sharks hit the gas. Pass comes in. Oh, it's a great pass and a great finish. Vince Parker getting over.
Oh, the link got up, bit in. left the hole too easy.
The height of that pass, incredible though, because it was, if it had been an open play, it was too low, but he knew that actually there's so many bodies in that area. I've got to get this pass low so that he can dive across and score.
Absolutely. It's amazing the skill level of seeing that shooter and realizing you've got to get up and over it. Amazing.
These Sharks giving us a bit of a lesson here in how to play touch.
They did that all without any pace. Just
terrifying.
Yeah.
13-6 they lead, but 13-7 it is now, and it's the number 13, Ben Lanuri, scoring the try for the Midlands Tigers, or is it?
One referee has said it's good. One referee has potentially said no.
No try, forward pass.
I mean, it looks suspicious, I must say. But it was a great left to right.
Tigers fans would have been giving it all day long. And
yeah.
they've given such a good account of themselves against what is utterly fierce opposition.
Mm-hmm. You know why Sharks are finished first in the pool, right?
You can definitely see it.
He's on again. Oh.
Just couldn't quite get that one right.
No, those Sharks have got in the channel though, so that ball's got to go over, and it's hard to do.
Tigers possession though, and this is a good opportunity for them. Not too long left in the game, but the Tigers would like to just finish on a bit of a high.
Yeah.
Demonstrate once again that they do have the weapons in their arsenal to carve open this Sharks defence. Whip it out to the right-hand side, but it's spilled, and Horatio Price wants to get a move on with things. And now they want the penalty, and they're going to get it.
Again, I mean, what do you do as a Tiger? You're running back, but they're playing the ball so quickly. You got nowhere to go. Smart touch.
Price. Out to the speedster on the left-hand side, Oon, who gets it back inside to Price. Touch just comes in. Jamie Parker working so hard to get back there, but the interchange between the players is just incredible.
Yeah. I mean, Tigers have done well this second half. I mean, it was, 3 down at half-time, and this half score is 5. Oh, not anymore. I was going to say 5-3, but
Charlie Thompson with other ideas as he scores the 14th try for this Shark side. You can see how hard they're working by those in the subs box, really breathing deep. But the Sharks just pay no attention to any tiredness they feel. They just put the pedal flat to the floor and trust that they'll just roll off in good time.
Yeah, absolutely. That's their strength, right? Run hard, run fast. Win the midfield, and scoreline will take care of itself.
90 seconds left then. The Sharks with another pretty decent opportunity.
You can still hear the sub box yelling, "Get the ball early, let's go, let's go." With not much time to go, and winning by 7.
And that's the difference, I suppose, isn't it? It's that just relentless, never stop pressing the button kind of an attitude that this Shark side has. And they could well get away for another touch is just made.
I mean, the mindset to keep going when you know you've got a final to play, but you're still running at 100%. Amazing.
And their view will just be, these are the standards we set for ourselves, and we just don't drop below that.
Yeah, this is our job. We go in, we do it.
Tigers. Chance for one last drive here. Do you think they can finish off with a flourish? They'll certainly hope so. Lupton, he'd certainly like to leave a final mark on this game. Touch comes in though, and it looks as though this one will finish off in Sharks' possession, although such is the speed of their play that 20 seconds may well be enough for 2 possessions.
Yeah.
Oon
I
to
mean,
Thompson.
Look at this pace still.
Oon again. Price back in to Ironside. Thompson. Ironside. Thompson again. Final play. Thompson. Ironside. No, oh. so nearly constructed for Oon. But that's the final hooter. And it's all over here, and the Sharks are back into the final. What a semi-final performance. The Tigers gave it everything, but the Sharks just utterly, utterly relentless.
Yeah, absolutely. Whoever they play next has a big job. How do we stop the Sharks' momentum?
That is the question that everyone else in this men's open competition has been asking each other. What can we do to stop this Southeast Sharks momentum? A fantastic performance from them in this semi-final. 13-6, they've beaten the Midland Tigers, and they will be in that men's open final at 3:30 this afternoon. Up next, we switch across to the mixed open semi-finals, where we will have the Southeast Taipans up against the Southwest Saxons. That should be a cracker of a game as well. That's coming up at 12:40. But here in this men's open semi-final, it's the Southeast Sharks that are heading through to that final at 3:30 with a 13-6 victory against the Midland Tigers.
After the Saxons on the next few games, there will be a drop-off feature 11 minutes after the final whistle. So that will play automatically, whether there is a drop-off or not on any of the fields. There will be a drop-off feature 1 minute after the final whistle feature. That will last for 2 minutes. And then if there's still a drop-off, the referees will then control the time from there.
And we are underway with the mixed open semi-final. Southeast Taipans against the Southwest Saxons. Early try for the Saxons. Evelyn Groves. What a start.
Superb start, superb start. Just exactly what the Saxons wanted. It's a lovely left to right long ball. And they just engage both middles, get them up in the touch. Hammer play, long ball out to the wing, and the winger diving away, always fading away from the coloring Taipans winger. Lovely start for the Saxons.
Well, exactly the start the Saxons needed. Not quite the start I needed after a quick run back and forth from the clubhouse. I was hoping for a less exciting start, but the Taipans looking to even things up, not quite getting across that time.
Yeah, this Taipan side is full of experience. I watched them yesterday draw against the Northwest, and they were really, really closely run by the Northwest, and we've seen from earlier on that the Northwest is capable of taking it to the big boys in the division, and the Taipans are most certainly that. Saxons just trying to stay nice and congested in their transition, but two really dominant touches. Saxons trying to find momentum.
Saxons. Up this right-hand side, making good ground. It's a really, really open start to this game. Electric start to the game.
Yeah, both teams trying to feel each other out, trying to figure out how they're going to play. At the moment, it looks like Saxons are going to try and condense the midfield and then whip it long. Taipans, first time we've seen their transition, running a lot smoother than the Saxons, saving touches as they roll into the opponent's half.
Taipans. Working their way upfield. Great scoop. Can they find a bit of space. Through they go, can they get the pass away? Just has to rather chuck the pass away because he didn't have someone, he needed someone right tight to him there, didn't he?
Yeah, definitely, and it was really nice feet. I was wondering if he could have put the left foot step on just a little bit sooner. I think he just ran away from his support players, but, you know, things to be encouraged by for the Taipans. They're definitely getting in behind the Saxons' defence on regular occasions so far. It's just, can they stop the Saxons as they roll forward?
Saxons eating up yards again, and are they going to have 6 more?
Yeah, I believe so. Arm in the passing lane, just stopping the ball from finding its destination. And Saxons can now really pile the pressure on. Quickie play in the midfield, dive for the line. Oh, ref's happy.
Reece Lynch, the Wales mix-open player, gets himself across the line.
Yeah, it's a superb dive, and it's a really good offensive read. Because again, it seems to be a bit of a theme, is they're trying to draw both middles up and then get in behind, and as you can see, the Taipans are so condensed. The dive comes in and the ball is always down first, and the Saxons double their lead early doors, and this is not how I thought this one would go early on.
Well, both sides have had their chances of the Taipans, so they get that one down. Yes, they do. Almost looked as though he'd lost it, but he managed to find a way to hold onto it, did Amir Amini.
Yeah, lovely little scoop through. As Taipans for the first time in the game really finding some go forward in their attack. Nice little dummy scoop, goes through the gap and remains calm.
He did drop it and then gathered it on the way down. That is fantastic skill there.
Yeah, brilliant concentration to gather the ball in.
2-1 then in the Saxons' favour. Both sides, it seems, with almost every attack, have a chance to score.
Yeah, definitely. And these are two teams with a lot of experience in them, and they've got some very, very, very fast players. And as we saw over the past, well, as we've seen over the past few days, if you've got players with wheels, sometimes you've just got to give them the ball in the right areas, and they can make things happen. And both Saxons and Taipans are trying to exploit the strengths that they have.
Saxons, for the first time in the game almost, just hit the brakes and tried to set up something a little more structured. And is it going to pay off? I don't think it is. We're going to get called back.
Yeah, just hips not square at the ruck there. It's a shame because it's a really lovely design play. 32 short, bouncing on the outside of the short side. But unfortunately, been called back for hips not square, and that's how you make meters, by saving touches. Just put the feet on.
Russell Reed doing his side no end of favours there to progress up the field without being touched.
And because they've saved a touch, they can take their time with their setup here. This is fifth coming now, so they're in a really good position to scoop. Scooper comes.
Might be some space. Oh. There is space. The try scored. Rich Brumpton with the score. The Taipans knew exactly what they were doing there.
Yeah, and that all comes from the good work made in the beginning of their transition, saving touches. They could stay patient, not have to rush a play, wait until they're in the good positions to run it. Lovely scoop play, and instead of giving the pass early as I thought he could there, he just waits, engages the link, and the hole appears in a beautiful hole-hitting line.
And Russell Reed in the subs box can probably claim an assist for that breakout before the opening touch.
Yeah, definitely. They do not get the field position they did on fifth touch without the work done in the beginning.
Saxons again go close. We're up to 2-2 now.
It's
inches away from glorious handling from the Saxons. Just the final pass, not quite at the right height.
Yeah, and really early doors, they run the sweep variation, giving the ball straight back, changing the point of attack, and it does catch the Taipans out, and it would have been a score if the final pass had been a little bit more lenient for the winger to reel it in.
Really good aggressive shooting touch there from the Saxons. The Taipans and the gas of Reed causing all sorts of problems. Reed is rapid.
Yeah, he is. He's finding space every time he gets on the ball, and Saxons maybe just need to start defending a little bit tighter to nullify it, because if he carries on getting in the positions he is with the speed that he so obviously possesses, at some point he's going to go through and he's going to make things happen.
Playing with his shirt tucked in as well. Old school, I like it.
Old school vibes, high socks, shirt tucked in. Giving me Jack Grealish energy, we love it. Although not quite the calves for Jack Grealish, I must say.
There's barely a man alive with the calves of Jack Grealish.
Yeah, maybe Pete. Maybe Pete that we saw for the Northwest Overs.
Anyone who saw Isaiah Toyava playing the other week. Wow. Saxons, bit of a loose pass there. You can see what the idea was, but the execution just not quite on.
Yeah, it seems like Saxons have got a very clear game plan. They want to engage both middles and then fire the ball out wide and try and back their skill set to pass the ball accurately. And at the moment, especially this pod that's on the field for the Taipans, they just have the speed to always get across and cover.
2-2. This game absolutely flying by. Semi-final of the Mixed Open. The final will be at 4:30. These two playing for a place in it. And it is neck and neck.
Yeah, I think so. This is going to be a really tough call for the referee because, yes, Saxon's player is in the passing lane, and they do give the 6 more, but there was no arm direction to the ball. It was very much just trying to put off the passer. And I think on another day with another set of referees, they may get away with that one. But for now, Taipans will be reveling in this opportunity to go and get the leading score.
We'll let this play unfold before I try and pick your brains on that as the Taipans go close. Brumpton.
That's a superb touch. That is a superb touch. He has saved his team from a guaranteed score.
Brumpton thought he was over there. He's been over once already, as is Amini. Amini's going to dive again as Amini across for his second. Not quite, not quite. Brumpton sets up the quick play. They sweep back the other way. Good touch there from Jackson Chan. Brumpton again. Amini. Quick play, goes to the dive. Not quite, not quite.
2 penalties now on the line. 1 more and a Saxons player will be sent to the bin for the remainder of the possession. Saxons need to remain tight in their defence.
Taipans can be sure they're going to probably try and milk something here if they can. Amini goes quick. Now there could be some space out wide. Brumpton, does he get it down in time? That is a fantastic finish from Brumpton because he had to go all the way from the very top of his 6'6" frame and get that ball all the way down in one motion. Fantastic.
Yeah, and it all comes from the patience displayed by the Taipans. It seems like they've changed their emphasis of attack from infield to outfield. They've conditioned the link punish on the female link side for the Saxons 3 times now. 2 times they draw a penalty, and then on the 3rd opportunity they go onto the infield. They run the variation, and the space opens up for the link, and that is 3-2 to the Taipans.
And a tidy finish from Brumpton, who's got 2 of his size 3 scores so far in this game. And given where play is on the field, I can finally pick your brains about getting in that passing lane. Is there a sense of, once you're in that passing lane and you've been there for a while, that the referee can sort of put the onus on you and go, well, you're there, so it's kind of on you to not get hit by the ball?
Yeah, and it's one of those really ambiguous areas of touch. The way that I've always been taught, and what makes the most sense for me, is if you're playing the ball, because you always want to, if you can help it, you always want to be in the passing lanes to restrict opportunities for the opposition. And in that instance, I'm not sure if the Saxons player played at the ball, more the ball was thrown at her. And it's a really fine line, because you don't want to constantly be giving repeat sets of 6 for attacking players. Just, nothing's on, they just throw a ball at someone and it hits the floor and then they get 6 more, because that's an easy out and it sort of rewards laziness. Whereas, but again, there was an opportunity for Taipans to start rolling through in that situation. So I understand why the referees have given it, but it's one of those decisions where it's 6 of one, half dozen the other. It could go either way.
One of those, I'm sure, where referees has Reed, who we know has a lot of pace, just almost gets away. It's a good bit of covering from Reece Lynch, who we know has plenty of pace himself. And I guess it is one of those areas where I suppose referees will be influenced on what sort of distance is there between the defending player and the attacking player playing that ball. If there's no distance between you, there's really nothing you can do. Whereas if there is that greater separation, you've got time to think, I suppose, of what the referee might take into account.
Yeah, definitely. And I think a lot of it is, are you going for the intercept or are you just being a nuisance? And some referees don't enjoy the sort of like nonsensical behaviour that can creep into touch, the dark arts, as some people like to call it. But some referees revel in it. Some referees really promote it. So again, you can only play the picture that's in front of you. You can only play the referees that you've got. And because they've made this call early on, the Saxons and Taipans will both now understand, okay, maybe we've got to be more educated, and when we do get into these passing lanes and go for the disruptive defensive plays.
And as ever, in any sport really, all you want is consistency from the referees in your game. So I'll just be hoping that it's consistent calls throughout. Consistently good play is what we're getting so far. Saxons almost got that one caught under their feet a bit, but they managed to move it away, and now they're really motoring. And the footwork there and the try, and that is glorious, glorious stuff from the Saxons. Emma Wade with the finish, but Jackson Chan with the nifty footwork. How about that?
Oh, it's superb, and their transition has grown and grown and grown throughout this first half, and they check away from the middle. It makes acres of space, and Jackson Chan, bang, on your bum you go, pal. Gives the ball away, lovely dive and score. Saxon's player trying desperately not to influence the defender. Referees agree. 3-3, and that's one. That's one for the memory for Jackson Chan. Lovely little bit of footwork.
I think it might actually have been Eileen Russell rather than Emma Wade that got the score. The vice-captain and the Ireland Women's Open player. Quite an international team, this, actually, the Saxons side. Got a Wales Mixed Open player and an Ireland Women's Open player. Saxons levelled it up at 3 apiece. Now looking to head into the lead. Still plenty of time left in this first half, in this tense and tight, in terms of the scoreline, Mixed Open semi-final, but in terms of the play, it is wide open.
Yeah, definitely. These are two very expansive sides. They want to run, and they want to run fast, and they've all got insane core skills to be able to catch and pass at full pace, and it is not as easy as it may look. And at the moment, this is a big stalemate that we have. And neither side really showing too much dominance, but this is somebody who can change the complexion of a game with his speed. Can he find his sporting player?
Russell Reid. Oh. Well, we've mentioned his pace already a couple of times, but oh my word, he is just undefendable when he gets motoring, and he gifts the try to Joe Brewer.
And he just picks his line early and goes, okay, put the hammer down. You've got a 5-meter head start on me, but I know I am faster than you. And he goes straight through, finds his supporting player. Good work to pick his head up. It's hard to do that when you're running at full tilt. And he gifts the try, as you say. And if you're on the other end of that, you are so grateful, because all you've got to do is catch it and put it down. All the hard work's been done for you.
And it has put the Taipans into the lead, 4-3. And the tone of this game has been set right from the off. That early Saxon score. And ever since then, it's just been end-to-end stuff.
I thought he could have just put it down. I thought he could have just collapsed over the line then. That might be one I'll have to go look back at, but I thought he could have just collapsed over the line.
Wouldn't be in keeping with the spirit of this semi-final. The spectacular is what we want to see out there.
Yeah, I think he wants to be Flash. He's got the bucket hat, the turn-up bucket hat. He wants to be Flash.
Flash in the extreme is Jackson Chan. Almost conjuring another score there.
Yeah, 2 penalties now from the Taipans. We saw a very similar situation with the Saxons, and the Taipans punished them on that occasion. Can the Saxons return the favour?
Well, with Chan's hands on the ball, anything is possible. Ticehurst out to Chan, that ball batted away. and just as well for the Taipans because that was on.
Yeah, definitely, and there's no ambiguity about that one. He just punched the ball away, trying to buy his team some moments to take some deep breaths, reset. They've got 6 touches now to defend. They can't give away any penalties. They've got to be perfect.
Chan delays the pass. Nearly managed to create some space out of nowhere on that near side. They'll reload here.
A good decision not to throw the pass. Good decision not to throw the pass and remain.
Ticehurst goes fast into Chan. Chan dives early. As Chan got across, no touch was made.
Insane defensive touch. On both ends now, they've had absolute try-savers. And these are 2 incredibly evenly matched teams.
Chan. Ticehurst with a big pass, but passing to someone who he thought might be his height out there, and instead it was the rather more diminutive figure of Evelyn Groves out there on the right-hand side.
Yeah, and that, for the mentality and the morale of the Taipans, is absolutely insane because they were up against it on a number of occasions, and they've been able to save touches in their transition and work it really well. And this pod coming off will be greeted with loads of applause because they had every right to cave in under the pressure of the Saxons, and they were just stubborn enough to say no.
And they're making great ground here. Through they go. Oh, it's a wonder. Solo score. Will Coombs. A try plucked out of the blue by the men in red. Men and women in red.
I cannot believe he's gone through this gap. I'm just waiting for the replay. And this is earned from the level of defence that they play, and all he does is pick the ball up, show a little snake hips, a little bit of footwork, goes through the gap, slaps the ball down on the ground. You can see the Taipans players jumping for joy on the replay.
They have opened up a 2-try advantage. 5-3 they lead. Half-time almost upon us. Can the Saxons just close it ahead of the break? They've got a chance here. Chan, fast hands, they are going to close it. Oh, we are being treated to a semi-final and a half here as Lily Williams, the latest beneficiary of Chan's wizardry.
I thought we were 10 minutes in. Half's gone way too fast. Again, another lovely design play. They know where the space is. Lovely little short. And then, yeah, she stays alive so well. Lovely catch and ground. And they'll take, the Taipans have one opportunity and they'll most likely take the touch.
They do indeed take the touch, and we are being treated to a semi-final and a half here at the Nottingham University Highfields Sports Complex in this England Touch Nationals of 2023. We're in the mixed open semi-finals, and it is an absolute rip-roarer. Half-time, it's South East Taipans 5, South West Saxons 4. Well, we're just about ready for the second half of this epic mixed open semi-final. The Southeast Taipans and the Southwest Saxons. Taipans playing from left to right in red, Saxons in blue, and the Taipans leading 5-4. And Joe, what a first half that was.
It was a first half of just brilliant touch, amazing defensive plays, brilliance in attack. And these are two sides that seem very evenly matched. And I spoke a little bit yesterday about, Saxons and Raiders being maybe the more developing regions at the moment, but this semi-final shows that Saxons are here to play and can compete with the big boys, and at the moment it is anyone's game.
Absolutely is. It has been spectacular, and we've got another 20 minutes of it to come. It's going to be a rip-roarer of a second half, and this man in possession, Russell Reid, has been electric throughout. His pace has been a real difference maker for the Taipans, helped them to this one-score lead that they hold at the moment. And threatening to score again as Reid goes darting through, gets the pass away. Oh, if that's given, it's not going to be, but if that had been given, that would have been just extraordinary.
Superb covering touch just to get across and make the intervention, because as we've seen, he's got pace to burn, and when given space, he makes it count.
I mean, frankly, almost when he's not given space, that's an excellent first phase of possession, that from the Saxons, by the way, just to get up to their box there. But yeah, Reid barely needs space. You give him half an inch, he'll take the mile.
When you've got that speed, and something that's more important in touch is speed over 5 meters. Oh, lovely little dummy. Lovely score. Thought he'd overrun the line, but he shows and goes. Whoa.
Chris Wade with the show and go.
And I thought here, when this pass is given, I thought he's just outside of where he needs to be, but nope. Shows the ball, pumps it, does our cameraman, does the defence, and it evens it up early doors, and it is 5 apiece.
Well, if we were wondering whether the teams might rein each other in a little bit after their halftime discussions, I think that score there from Chris Wade tells us that it is still going to be flat-out attack and flat-out skill execution from these two. It's the Taipans, surely that pass drifted forward.
Yeah, I think the sideline ref has been hot on it. He's just put the signal across that he wants to chat to the on-field ref. I've got a feeling it's going to be a forward pass given.
Surely a forward. No, it's been awarded.
Oh, it's been given.
It's been awarded. Well, we aren't level with the play, I suppose. And the beneficiary of that final pass was Nicola Clark, getting over to knock the Taipans back into the lead. They were only behind for a matter of seconds.
Yeah, and I think this is what we're going to see in the second half. Both teams are going to want to come away with absolutely no regrets, no wonders about missed opportunities, and could they do more? And these are going to be two attacks that are going to want to go neck and neck to each other.
Certainly are. So Taipans back in front. Their lead only disappeared for a matter of moments before Nicola Clark nudged them back in front. Although that pass just in front of her and not forward into touch. So this is a great opportunity for the Saxons to get quickly back on even terms. And they're going to have a dart, but that time they're touched, but they'll be okay with that. They've got loads of touches to play with, and Sargent knows that. Just take their time to set up the play they want. Could be some space out on the right-hand side for them. Fling the pass out wide, but it's not an accurate pass, and that chance goes begging. It ended up with all 5 players bunched together in one corner of the field, and then that meant an awful lot of pressure on that wide pass.
Yeah, and it just seems that there was a lack of cohesion in that attack. For the first time, really, in this game, Saxons are all not on the same page. And Taipans have just been let off the hook from a mistake of themselves, surrendering possession to the Saxons. They've been able to defend it out and roll into their transition. And this is what they've been able to do so well. It's just save touches and, you know, have some extras in the bag as you roll into the red zone. This is fifth, here's the pace. And he's reeled in superbly.
Well, there aren't many on this field of play that can catch Reed when he's at full flight.
I think the extra 6 inches of height and a wingspan of an albatross has helped the Saxons defender there.
Just about a big touch coming in there from Masson Lambert. Saxons survive that latest threat from Reed and now can construct something of their own. This semi-final so well balanced, so well matched, could be an opening. Oh, it's brilliant handling to grab a hold of that one, but having done the difficult pass of reeling that pass in, Holly Atkinson couldn't quite get the pass out to the outside.
Yeah, penalty given though, offside in the midfield. Taipan's defender quite clearly did not retreat onside and was encroaching before eligible, and now Saxons have an opportunity to go and equalise.
Saxons. Dive comes in, touch is made. Plenty more left in the tank though for the Saxons here. Bouncing out to the right-hand side, big pass comes in, big pass is gathered, and the try is scored out on that right-hand side.
They're gonna feel hard done by because they've been given a forward pass. I thought that was just as flat as the one that went in for the Taipans, but the referees disagree.
It was oh so close for the Saxons. We see it on the replay here, the big wind-up, and yeah, it does look like it just drifts forward. Just drifts forward. Saxons will be gutted about that. That could have leveled things up. We have a long, long way to go yet. Amini, who was a real threat in the first half, has his hands on the ball again. That one's loose.
Yeah, it's a really good defensive read there. They recognise that, well, the Taipans initially recognised that the scooping player is not going to go through, so they check off and try and keep the play alive. And Saxons just recognise that they can shift across and defend people rather than defending space, and it just forces the error. The Saxons again showing real dominance in their transition.
Saxons desperate to even things up. Ticehurst, and now Chan just spills that one. Taipan's ball, but this is nip and tuck stuff now.
Yeah, Taipans are always having to, you know, they're having to chase really hard in defence, and although Saxons aren't getting the rewards that they may feel like they deserve at the moment, what they are doing is constantly putting pressure on the Taipans, and again, they forced another turnover at the roll ball and they move it quickly on.
Saxons are putting a lot of pressure on now. Ticehurst. Charles Meredith, Chan, Meredith again. Out to Chan, Chan almost had a bit of space there, but the touch comes in. So now Meredith back to Chan. Chan, Meredith, Chan again. Chan goes to the dive. Not quite, not quite. Such a threat though, every time he gets it. Meredith and Chan linking again. Meredith to Ticehurst. Pressure comes in though. And the Taipans survive that one. Can they get a clean exit here? Clean enough. Well, I say that. Moment's hesitation and it's cost them big time there.
Yeah, Saxons have identified that the transition is something that they can really target, and at the moment, Taipans aren't being able to get out of their own half, but you can with the wheels of this bloke. goes for the audacious out the back, and it just doesn't quite get there.
Oh, Russell Reid is just a threat with every single time he touches the ball. Just caught there.
And the amount of times he's dug Taipans out of a hole, the amount of times that Saxons have put the pressure on and really been able to make Taipans, well, just force errors and completely unnecessary errors from the Taipans. And then on fifth touch, he's got it all to do, and you just give it to Russell Reid, and he puts the hammer down, and he goes and makes 20 metres for his team every single time.
Saxons back on the attack and with a bit of forward momentum. Touch is made on Robinson. Moved it out. Robinson again. Touch is just made. That's a really good touch from that man, Russell Reid.
Yeah, I'd be trying to run away from him at all cost.
I think if there's a single player on this field you're probably not going to burn on an outside arc is Russell Reid.
Yeah, I reckon that's a safe bet to say.
Going close there is Sargent, the skipper. A lot of pressure coming in the last few minutes from the Saxons on the Taipans line. Still a try behind. They're working hard here, and they get the dive across. That time again, the touch just comes in. Max Pavlovitz getting close. Off to the left-hand side again, but the touch comes in. And the Taipans again survive, but it's been a while since they've been up in Saxons territory. And they're going to have to work hard to get across to their box here. They're already a touchdown. And they're 2 down and still not across to it. This is going to be a tough possession, this one, for the Taipans. There's the third. Now they give it to the man who can do it all in Reid. But they're down 4 and not across the halfway line yet.
Oh, and that's a let-off. It's just a lapse of concentration from the Saxons, and they'd have put all the pressure on. Taipans only had 1 touch to play with, and now Taipans essentially have a tap-off.
Saxons will be kicking themselves after that one as Amini moves things forward. Taipans with a chance here. First attacking chance really since the last time they scored a try, as Amini just has a little dart forward there and a little dive at the line, but ball spilled forward from Coombs. Penalty coming though, I think. 6 more for the Taipans.
Perhaps just some tiredness creeping into the Saxons, because they have had a couple opportunities to maintain some pressure, and they just give away penalties that give other opportunities to the Taipans. And this is a Taipan side that will make you pay if given the opportunity, but it's little moments like that from the Saxons that remind them that they're still in it, they still want to work. They're only 1 try down.
Coombs to Brumpton, 2 tries already to his name. And another penalty. Now a real opportunity for the Taipans.
That's 2 penalties now for the Saxons, 1 more and someone goes.
Brumpton trying to buy that penalty.
Definitely.
Coombs, Brumpton again. Brumpton has a dive at the line as he got across. They're having a chat about it. No try.
No, try given.
But for half a second, it looked like the decision was no try. Almost looked as though they changed their mind halfway through, and Brumpton has his hat-trick here in the semi-final. Could it be a hat-trick that creates enough separation for the Taipans to send them through to the final?
Saxons desperate for a reply, looking to run down the short side. Recycling the play. Quickie. Half is just a bit slow.
Now they move it out to the left-hand side, catch and gather, and a lovely score. Evelyn Groves in the corner. This time, the big wide pass is exactly at the height she wanted it, and she shows what she can do with it once she receives it in that zone. Great response from the Saxons. Taipans
Work hard, Saxons, work hard!
immediately having pulled out that 2-score advantage, have it pulled back to just the one. This semi-final rather.
It feels like a final, that's for
really
sure.
It really does. It really does. Confirmation just coming through, by the way, that at 3:30 the men's open final is going to be a repeat of last year's, the Southeast Taipans against the Southeast Sharks. Has Russell Reid got that down? The spectacular attempt at a finish. I don't think he thinks he's got it down. The referees don't think so either, but my goodness me, that was spectacular. Russell Reid. Oh, plucked straight out of the rugby league playbook that. Reid is having some sort of semi-final here. As I was saying, though, confirmation that that men's open final at 3:30, Southeast Taipans against the Southeast Sharks, a repeat of last year's final. Here in the mixed open semi-final, the Taipans are leading the Southwest Sharks by a single try, 7-6. 5 minutes left to go. This is still absolutely anyone's game. Taipans working into a decent position. Brumpton is just touched. Coombs, Amini, Brumpton, Coombs, Amini, Coombs again. Coombs might have a dive through. Coombs, can he find someone? Yes, he can. And that trio of Coombs, Amini and Brumpton yields a score in the corner.
The superb little scoop through and the composure just to find the right pass. They engage both middles, get them offside, picks up, goes the other way. Just a bit of gas to go through the defensive line and the pass out to the winger. And Taipans 2 tries to the good. 3.5 minutes remain and Saxons need to pull this one out the fire.
Saxons almost let that one go loose, but they managed to keep a hold of it. Dive comes in, but touch is made. Saxons could do with one hit. 2 scores down. We will go to a drop-off if this ends up as a draw. That ball is loose and the Taipans will emerge with it. Do you think they'll change their approach? They'll still go hell for leather, or do you think they start slowing things down now that they've got a little bit of an advantage with the clock starting to tick down?
I think until they get fresh legs on, they'll go hell for leather, and then when the fresh legs come on, they'll play a little bit more safe. They'll just try and buy a couple penalties, see if they can maintain possession for as much time as they can. Unfortunately, there's just a little error at the roll ball, which gives Saxons the opportunity to go and strike.
First error of the game from Reid. It's been absolutely perfect almost throughout the match. Saxons with a chance here. Slightly slow transition. They've been so slick on that all game. And that is just the pressure that's been coming through for both sides. Both are surely absolutely exhausted out there as the Saxons just roll out to this left-hand side. There could be a bit of space. That pass is a loopy one, but they've managed to keep it alive. Is there an opportunity here? Oh, they did brilliantly well to keep that going somehow.
Yeah, they did, but just at the final moment where they needed someone just to take the ball down, tries to force the pass back on the inside, and touch and pass given and surrender possession. 2 minutes to go. I don't think they've got enough time to turn this round.
You rather feel it's now or never for the Saxons, and they're going to have to first of all find a way to get the ball off the Taipans here as soon as possible. Amini and Coombs, Brumpton, Amini, those three have worked so well together for the Taipans, and they've earned a penalty. And that might just be the moment that finishes this one off for them. Coombs, Brumpton again. Has a go at the line, but he won't mind that that's called back, because this is all just eating seconds up. Brumpton to Amini, Coombs, Amini. Coombs again, dives. The interchange between those two has been an absolute joy, and it's a match-winning combination here as Coombs goes across for the 9-6 lead.
And this is patience meets direction. Just remaining patient, waiting. They see Jackson Chan up in the passing lanes. Link punish, back on the inside, one-handed stab. Beautiful reel in and ground, and that just puts the icing on the cake for Taipans.
And that trio, Amini, Coombs and Brumpton, have just worked so well together, haven't they?
Yeah, and we were speaking about it yesterday. When you have those players who complement each other and also protect each other's weaknesses, dynamics of pods are so important, and it's obvious that Taipans pod works so well together. You've got people with legs, you've got slick hands, rugby intelligence. That pod as a whole seems to have a little bit of everything, and that has been the difference between the Taipans and the Saxons.
It has indeed, and the hooter goes, and the Taipans are going to go to the final. There's going to be one more play here on the field, but the Taipans needn't worry too much because they are going through to the final in this mixed open competition. The Saxons might finish with a flourish. The pass just goes forward. That will be that. The Saxons gave it everything, and it was an epic semi-final here in this mixed open competition, but the Taipans take it 9-6, and that was a rip-roarer of a semi-final.
Yeah, absolutely stunning semi-final, and I'm hoping the next game can live up to it because we've had some absolute stormers on pitch 1 today. Taipans really good value for their victory, and they'll be eyeing up the final and thinking, you know what, we can take this one.
They certainly will. It all finishes up in this mixed open semi-final. Southeast Taipans 9, Southwest Saxons 6. The Taipans are going to the final, and that final will be at 4:30. Up next here on the live stream, it's the Women's Open third place playoff, which sees Northwest Touch up against Midland Tigers, and then we are into the finals. The Women's Open final coming up at 2:30, the Men's Open at 3:30, and that Mixed Open final at 4:30. We are going to be in for a pretty special afternoon of touch. So we're into the third place playoff here in the Women's Open, which is going to see the Midland Tigers up against Northwest Touch. And Joe, well, you know plenty about these teams, eh?
Yeah, definitely. As we were saying before, Northwest are a team that are developing as a side and as a unit, and are working through some teething problems, I think, especially in terms of how they attack. And I think they'll be looking to put a more dominant display on than what they showed earlier against the Sharks, and that is one way to get it under. You don't need to take a touch. You can just pass it round the outside and let the wheels do the talking.
That is some start from Northwest Touch. Straight from the tap-off.
Yeah, running into the corner where all the Northwest supporters are, the mixed teams, trying to encourage her over the line. She didn't need much encouragement, just two catch and pass, and then the wheels round the outside. The covering defender can't get there. She's too fast, and they open their account early doors. Superb start from the Northwest.
And it can't be stated enough, really, that third place in this women's competition as Midlands Tigers go close is an awesome achievement.
Yeah, definitely. To be perfectly honest, it won't feel like that for the Northwest. This is their second or third year in a row that they've failed to make that final and just, you know, come third and entering into the third and fourth playoff. And I think especially for Northwest, you've got to realise that you're up against the South region with bags and bags and bags of talent. And as much as, you know, teams like the Northwest and the Midlands have two or three exceptional players surrounded by a supporting cast of people who are still developing, Southeast have 12 on each team who are absolutely superb. And I think the difference in development just becomes a slightly more apparent, especially in the women's division, because both Southeast teams are stacked to the rafters, and Northwest, I mean, we saw them earlier against the Taipans, it was just proved a little bit too big of a mountain to climb.
Midlands Tigers just spill that one. And I suppose the strength of those southeastern sides shown by the fact that I believe, we'll get it confirmed soon, but I believe that all three major finals today, the women's, the men's and the mixed, will all be between the two southeast regions, the Sharks and the Taipans, which I think just goes to show the depth that they've got on show.
Yeah, definitely, and it seems like everyone else is competing for the best of the rest at times, because the Southeast are just such a dominant region, and I don't think any of the other regions should take it as a reflection of their lack of ability. It's just how absolutely superb the Southeast regions are.
It could be a second try for the Northwest. They have come out here to play. They want this third place crown.
Yeah, I know for a fact, speaking to Jess after the Southeast game, that they felt really unhappy with their performance, and they knew that they could do better, and they just weren't given the account of themselves. They knew they could, so they've come here absolutely fighting. And lovely little miss pass, just skipping the link. Jessica Wright was marked up by two players, and really good intelligent play just to miss her out and give the ball to the winger. 2 scores to the good now, and the start that Northwest most desperately needed.
Always helps to have a relative in camp to get that inside information from, as the Tigers look to see if they can just arrest the momentum that the Northwest have built up here. Now having a dive at the line, I think the touch has been made. It has. Or has it? Yes, it has.
Yeah, really good covering touch. Thought she just tucked under a little bit too much, but she manages to recover really nicely and gets on the outside to make the touch.
And it looks as though Will Lupton, the conjurer in chief for the Midlands Tigers, is doing a bit of coaching here for the women's side.
Yeah, definitely. Will Upton's one of the most knowledgeable people in the UK when it comes to touch, and he'll be just there as an older, wiser head, just reassuring the women that, you know, you're 2 tries down early doors, but they're not 2 tries that came from mistakes. They're 2 tries that came from brilliance, and Midlands have shown that they can be forceful in attack. And I think Will Upton will be there more as a facilitator than anything else, just making sure that all the women understand their jobs and just stay calm. You've got 35 minutes left. This mountain is not unclimbable. Oh.
Well, there we go. The man with the golden mic over there. No sooner have you said that that's what they're going to do, and so they go and do it.
Yeah, and this is the first time they've really manipulated the Northwest defence, trying to engage both middles. Both middles come up, they attack down the short side, and 1 pump, 2 pump. Maybe wing could shut there. It's a really tough read defensively.
Anna Wilson knows a thing or two about scoring tries as well. She was top scorer at the Euros, 19 tries in 11 games, so she knows her way across the try line.
That is an outrageous return. That is an outrageous return. Yeah, but she'll know where the try line is. I don't think I've ever heard of someone having that sort of return rate. Insane.
Absolutely astonishing. No wonder she made the England Women's 27 squad. Midlands Tigers working up this near side. Good transition from them.
Yeah, it's a good call from the referee. You could hear him shouting 11 no, and don't think that the call was quite received from the Northwest defenders. So now Midlands Tigers have a few more touches to play with as they get into the red zone. 32 short. Just static now.
Big booming pass comes out. Couldn't quite be brought under a spell there by Sophie Lloyd, but Tigers, after that tricky start, are starting to come back into this.
Yeah, definitely, and I wonder if that was the right option to run off third touch. Maybe they could have saved a touch, conditioned the middle, condensed the defence a little bit more, and then the winger would have more space to receive the long ball in. But regardless of the outcome of the attacking set, it's a really good momentum builder for Midlands Tigers. They're finding success when they manipulate the midfield and then whip the ball out wide. I just wonder if they can be a little bit more patient in their setup to condense the Northwest even more. And you've got to do so because she's got absolute burners going all the way through. Does not need anyone's help. Just shows a clean pair of heels and goes halfway. Superb score.
I only wish that we had the number 15 on our team sheet.
Oh, diabolical. Are you Russell Reid in disguise? That is the question.
Stunning pace. We've got 3 unnumbered players on our team sheet, and it must be one of the 3 that got there. So if you are Annie Ainscough, Poppy Crawford, or Amelia Bunn, one of you surely has got that score.
I'm just trying to use a process of elimination to see who that was.
An absolute wonder try from the Northwest. It restores their 2-score advantage.
Well, a lesson to be learned. Get your team sheets right and you get your shout-outs. Superb score nonetheless. Really good defensive set from the Northwest just to secure the score, because it doesn't matter if they get scored on straight away. And again, something that we saw a little bit earlier on was Northwest struggling with this subbing pattern, and again they force a mistake. Just too much space, too much separation between supporting players, and it allows Midlands Tigers to put the press on. And as we saw earlier, it's definitely an area at which teams can exploit the Northwest.
The sun has broken through. Well, let's stick with us throughout this finals period of the day. It's been a long weekend of pretty much every season here in Nottingham. As the Midlands score again, their second try of the game.
Yeah, and it's a lovely little score. They get underneath the Northwest defence. Little quickie play and they reset. They stay patient. I was asking for patience and they deliver and they just execute. Go round the outside of the covering defenders. And that's 3-2, and this is developing into a little bit of a shootout.
Jamie Cohn, the try scorer. Tidy finish. Northwest go close again. End-to-end stuff, not dissimilar to the semi-final in that mixed open that we saw just a few moments ago as the Northwest go diving for the line.
It's a really good covering touch as we you know, one of the themes of the weekend is painting pictures that the refs want to see, and that's exactly what she's done. Getting up off the line to make the touch, not allowing the diving player to get underneath her. And now Midlands can roll through their transition. Northwest trying to put the squeeze on, but Midlands being able to play around the shooters. The Northwest needs to consolidate this defence, otherwise Midland's going to make them play.
The error comes in, so Northwest do escape there. Not taken from the right place. I don't think any will be complaining about that one just being slowed up a little bit, though. Well, the lungs just a bit of a breather. It's been a frantic opening 10 minutes of this third place playoff, and there's a bit of space down the right-hand side. Good footwork. Right now in possession.
Half's just not there, and it's very similar to what we saw in the Sharks game, the small errors creeping into the Northwest game, and they just need to secure the small things. Really good dump in the midfield. Half takes 2 seconds to get there. That is 2 seconds too long, and for such an experienced Northwest side, these are mistakes that they cannot afford to be making.
Still with that slender lead, the Northwest, 3-2 here against the Midland Tigers. That ball flat, we'll call it, as the Tigers work their way upfield, and they're making really good yards here. Strong run that from Emma Hall. A chance here for the Northwest to see if they can create something. They dive across the line. Nothing doing.
Northwest just getting away with a little bit of a defensive error there, and they need to fix the transition. This looks like a better initial setup. Players are there a lot smoother, but again, running away from support, but that's beautiful footwork to work infield. A lot smoother now from the Northwest.
Northwest. Options both ways. Fast hands. Good defensive work, though, from Tigers.
Yeah, it's going to be given touch and pass, and Tigers really starting to build momentum now. They're getting the defensive shutouts that they need, and they're also stopping the transition from Northwest from being as effective as possible. Playing around the shooters of the Northwest, and a little moment of just disjoint. And now they're back into their fluid motions.
Tigers up to halfway. Good evasive running, but the touch comes in. But just a sign there that Emily Simon offers a threat.
Definitely, and I think Northwest cannot afford to take this Midlands Tiger side easily, because there's so many little individuals that can come and make things happen. And although the scoreline has just stopped ticking over and we've hit a little bit of a stalemate, Midlands Tigers are definitely the team that have, you know, are a little bit more in the ascendancy compared to Northwest. Northwest making some uncharacteristic errors, just a little bit slow at the roll ball.
Looking to see if they can pick the pace up now, and well, if there's one person you want with a bit of pace, it's that number 15 for the Northwest. Here she goes again. Has to work really hard just to slow her feet up, so fast is she going, and then the ball just spilled. But promising signs once again.
Yeah, again, imagination's there, creativity is there. It's just the execution that are letting Northwest down at the very last moment. And you know, a one-try lead is so slender, it can change in a minute, and if you don't put a game to bed, you're always entertaining the prospect of a comeback. And Midlands Tigers will be reveling in that, and the pace goes through, and she's absolutely burnt her man. Looking for a supporting player. Can she find it? Yes, she can. And as I'm saying that you're entertaining a comeback, Midlands Tigers go and equalise. 3-3, and it all comes from the transition. They just get the roll on. Northwest cannot get up in the faces, and this is the same problems we were seeing from the Northwest in the Southeast game. The pace is just too much, remains composed, finds the supporting player, and the finish is good in the end.
Isabel Hobson breaking through. It might have been Karis Godwin that got across on the far side. Couldn't quite make out the number on the back of her shirt there. I think it might have been Godwin.
Offside called from the Midlands Tigers. Northwest with a repeat set of 6. Crowds are really starting to thicken up at the bottom of that pitch.
Certainly are. The sunshine has come out. We're into finals rugby. And the crowds are loving it. And the Northwest with a chance here, diving over.
Good touch, good touch. Was wondering if the referee was going to entertain the possibility of an offside call. Not quite. Northwest run again.
Great handling, and across the line they go. Ellie Davison with the finish, but it was all about the good hands inside her from Nicola Wise.
Yeah, and they just recycle the play. They make sure that the ball stay alive. I thought that they could have been given the advantage call on the initial play, but they recycle it, bring the middles up. Lovely quickie step back on the inside, and then beautiful quick hands to the outside.
It's that little dolly pass almost over the top that does the job. It's a lovely bit of work.
Just a little tip on. Sometimes it's all it needs. Just help it get from A to B.
It restores the Northwest lead. They go 4-3 in front here against the Tigers. 4 minutes to go until half-time, although the Tigers just threatening there, but run out of touches. No, sorry. Yeah, they do run out of touches.
Yeah.
Got to back my convictions on these things.
Yeah. Go with the gut. Go with the gut. Northwest persisting with the transition. 2 touches. Virtually no meters made. 3 touches, and only now getting fresh legs on. There needs to be an individual piece of brilliance now. Supporting players just a little bit too far away, and there's the bit of brilliance just to recycle the play. Carly Wynn goes to go around the outside, but it's a beautiful diving touch just to stop the momentum, and that'll be 5th, and Northwest now to create something from nothing.
Well, I'll tell you what, once again, that individual bit of brilliance coming from the Northwest, number 15. You said they needed something brilliant, and she provided it with those fast hands just to release some space down on that left-hand side. She's having an absolute blinder.
Yeah, definitely, and I think a lot of people can learn from her as well, because too many times you see people when all it needs is fast hands and they just hold on to the ball for a second too long and then the opportunity goes. But she's well aware of what the pictures are on the pitch, and fast hands is sometimes all you need to expose some space.
And often those that struggle the most to make that decision, as we'll just let this play unfold, slows down just a touch. Often it's those players with the fast feet who are often perhaps less willing to use the fast hands because they feel that their area of brilliance is that they can create something using their footwork and their pace, when actually sometimes it's just forget about that, let the ball go. She's demonstrating she can do both.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think that shows a level of maturity that you don't see from a lot of players. Some players, you get that rabbit in headlights sensation where you just, you've got one idea and that's all you want to do. Just touched there as she goes to scoop through. Really good defensive play. But yeah, the ability to chop and change the emphasis of attack. Okay, I have got amazing feet, but I also know that that is not always the right option. You may have an amazing facet of your game, but if that isn't the right thing that's needed, it's a wasted opportunity. And Northwest, especially number 15, are really starting to show that actually we can chop and change, we can change emphasis, we can react to what is in front of us. And at the moment, that's what's separating them from Midlands Tigers.
Midlands Tigers just almost managing to fling that pass out wide, but it was a tough one for Fleming to take on the left wing there. Not too long until the halftime break now, just a shade over a minute. A really tight third place playoff this. And if you think that third place playoffs don't matter, try telling that to the two teams out there. Both going hell for leather out there, and we're being treated to a fantastic game. 4-3, the Northwest lead, and in possession, working up the field. There is that danger girl, 15. And in fact, it's number 11 there. I do apologise, Alice Hobson.
Oh, it's a shame it's going to get brought back for a forward pass, but the hands on display on the wing were superb. The Midlands Tigers just saved by a fractionally forward pass.
It's an opportunity for the Midlands Tigers to level things up before the hooter goes. They're going to have to be pretty quick about it. Making decent progress, although just having to take a couple of backward steps there, which slows it a bit. We're into final play now. Scorching down the right-hand side, but the touch is made and we'll go into half-time. And the Northwest take a 4-3 lead into the break here against the Midlands Tigers, but we're in for a proper game here in this third-place playoff.
Yeah, definitely. These are two sides that want to be named best of the rest. And I think especially Northwest, you know, having quite a, I'll be candid, stinky game against the Southeast. It really was not good enough by their own standards. They've come out here firing, they've fixed a couple of the issues that were really hurting them in that game, and yeah, they're taking it to this Tigers side.
They certainly are. It's been a cracker so far. 4-3 the Northwest lead against Midland Tigers in this Women's Open third place playoff. And after this, you've got to stay with us because we have got 3 finals in a row. 2:30 the Women's Open, 3:30 the Men's Open, and 4:30 the Mixed Open. And all 3 finals are Southeastern shootouts. Taipans against the Sharks in all 3. So stay with us for that, and stay with us for the second half of this third place playoff. Northwest Touch 4, Midlands Tigers 3 at half-time. We are just about ready then for the second half of this Women's Open third place playoff. Northwest touch leading Midland Tigers 4-3. Midland Tigers in their white shirts will have possession from the tap off. And we were treated to quite the first half. We've got plenty to look forward to here.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, I thought that was going to be an early error. It was right on the line, but Midlands get away with it. And I think that's exactly what Northwest are going to try and do. They're going to try and put the press on, force errors, get Tigers to make some mistakes and then back their ability when they are able to go forward. Tigers coming early doors.
Oh, and there could be a cross.
Lovely step. I think they've just avoided one there.
Alice Hobson with the emergency touch, just getting there in the nick of time. Emily Simon, well, she's proven a threat on a few occasions and almost with the early breakthrough there, but fair play to Alice Hobson getting that touch in.
Yeah, definitely. And there was a part of me that thought for a second, I saw the try line open up and I thought this is going to be the ideal start for Midlands Tigers, if not for a wonderful intervention on the line to stop the try from being scored.
Funny sort of penalty, that one, for the Tigers to give away. Sort of deliberate decision, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's this ambiguity that we've spoken about before. That was so obvious that it forces the referee to make a decision. And if things look cynical, they're going to be penalised in a cynical nature.
Yeah, it was a strange part of the field to do it in. I wonder if maybe at half-time they've spoken about trying to pin the Northwest into their own part of the field or something.
I wouldn't be surprised if this Midlands Tigers side went and watched back the Southwest Sharks, the Southeast Sharks and the Northwest game earlier in the Women's Open, because the area at which they crucified the Northwest was in the transition, and Northwest could not get fresh legs on efficiently, and that just absolutely killed any of their chances of getting some go forward.
And we see that here a little bit. It's taken them 3 touches to get even to round about the midpoint in terms of the width of the field here.
Yeah, and something that I've noticed, and to be perfectly honest, I'm surprised it's not changed yet, is because they're always trying to find space, they're always running away from their support. So when they do get touched, there's no one there. And the half is picking the ball up with no support and is having to throw a 20-yard pass. And on all that time, the Midlands are just encroaching, cutting space out. And I can't help but feel like if the Northwest just refer back to a little bit more of a traditional subbing move to allow the players to come on in a more efficient nature and not always be running away from their support, they'll be able to get those fresh legs on easier. But at the moment, it seems like they're reluctant to change, and it is an area at which they are struggling. And I think if anyone's watching this and disagreeing, then you can see touches 2 and 3 are really static, really isolated, and that's an opportunity for the Midlands to go and attack that ruck.
Again, the Northwest all the way out on this near side of the field when they really want to be moving across to that far side. They've actually run it fairly smoothly though on this occasion, and they've got numbers there and available. They make a bit of inroads, could be some space. Touch is made. But again, I mean, that one was smoother, but it's still not where they wanted to be.
No, definitely not. And if you're always scooping from 25, 30 metres out, then, hate to say it, you're not going to score because you're too far away. The defence can just trap back and eat up the ground, and it's an easy defensive read in the end.
Where you might score is having possessions in this sort of part of the field, and the Northwest with a first chance to get a bit of an attacking move going. There could be some space if they can get the handling out there. They bring it back inside. Space got shut down really well actually by the Midlands Tigers, who just crabbed across slowly in defence to cover the space. But now there's space out wide, and now there's a try for the Northwest. Unfortunately, it's another of our unnumbered players, but another good score from the Northwest, and that is the part of the game they've been looking really strong in.
Yeah, 100%. When they get to the line and they sustain pressure, they look immense, and they look like they're always got something about them. I think that where this game will be won for the Northwest is, can you get to that position more often than you currently are? Because at the moment, unless you're forcing errors and regaining possession through loss of controls and off the marks and penalties given against Midlands Tigers, they're not really threatening in many other areas. So if they can get there consistently, I think they'll enjoy the rest of this game. It's just whether they can do that and then defend out the Midlands as they come forward.
gives the Northwest a little bit of a cushion, 5-3, but Midland Tigers are right back on the attack and just throwing that one away a little bit, but they've got the penalty.
Yeah, penalty given. I think just not moving forward when they're in the 7. And again, this is an area at which the Midlands are going to enjoy the opportunity to attack, and Northwest just needs to cut the error count out.
Diving again is Emily Simon. Time and time again, she has flung herself at that try line, but time and time again, to be fair to the Northwest, they've intervened.
Good touch, Jess. Good touch. Well got off your line.
Simon flings it wide. There's a chance there. Have they scored it this time? Not quite, not quite. Once again, Northwest getting the late touch in.
That's better. That's better. That's what they missed. That's what they've been missing, is just the go forward and put the pressure on. And again, the unnamed player in the 15 just absolutely setting pace and setting an example.
Godwin and Lloyd just not quite on the same wavelength there for Midlands Tigers. Godwin wanted to throw the big wide pass out. Lloyd had already started to come back on the switch. So it gives the Northwest a chance to break out. But again, they're working down the wrong side of the field, you'd say, and it forces an error as they just pass it to nowhere. They're really struggling with that part of the game. They're doing so well in every other department, defending their line brilliantly and attacking the other line brilliantly. It's just in that transition that they're struggling.
I'm not even sure if they were able to get many legs off then. It looked like everyone was just stood in the midfield and there was no space for anyone else. That's a superb defensive read from the winger. The penalty's going to come, but again, I might be being a little bit too cynical, but I don't understand why they don't change it. It's obviously not working. They're on top in every other area of this game at the moment, apart from their transition. If that's your only problem area, make little tweaks. Maybe start taking the touches more in field, just to allow the supporting players to get there quicker, because they just keep surrendering possession, and you can't do that against Midlands Tigers because they will make it count.
And they make it count there. Keris Godwin getting across after the skipper Isabel Hobson had gone close just a phase before. She then turned provider and sent Godwin away on that right-hand side, and the gap is closed to just one try.
Yeah, Lynx shoots into the passing lane, misses the ball, misses the player. Ball goes round the outside, easy score in the end for Midlands Tigers, and that's the reward they get for forcing all these turnovers.
Northwest, though, straight back on the attack. In many ways, the best way they can get into these attacking patterns is when they've conceded, because they don't have to work up the whole length of the field, and they almost get across there. A risky strategy to go for the concede and then score again, but it may be one that actually pays off for them.
Yeah, well, I think the only reason it's working at the moment is because they don't have to sub off whilst they do it. They can just go straight into attack, and like we've been saying, and I think it's very fair to highlight it, is that is the only area of which that Midlands are dominating, is the transition, because this transition from Midlands is so much more effective. As you can see, this is fifth, and they've got a really nice platform to scoop. Ball goes from right to the left. Oh, brilliant diving touch to save a surefire try.
Diving touch comes in. Godwin, I think, thought she was going to be through. I don't think she thought that she could be caught there, but she was just. Can the Northwest exit more efficiently here? They're working towards that right side much better than they have in previous occasions. Quite a big contact in the midfield there. Referee's happy with it, though. It's just slowed things up a little bit, though, with that heavy contact. And now the ball goes loose again. Midlands Tigers will be very happy with that little pattern there, as they now have a chance to work their way up into a threatening position and have a chance at leveling this game up. 5-4 behind at the moment. But they've been looking good in this second half, and they'll fancy their chance of leveling it up. There could be some space here. Touch is just made. It's a good late touch, that.
Yeah, it's a really good touch. Northwest players out of position and just being passed around. If you're going to run a single shooter, you've got to be able to make the touch, or at least have someone with you to protect your outside. And it seems like the way Northwest are playing, if the Lynx aren't able to make that shot early and they get passed around, there is acres of space there, acres of space. So that's the onus then is on the middles. Oh, that's a big contact.
It's a big contact. It's a slightly better contact than the contact I thought it was initially. I thought it was head on leg. I think it may actually have been chest or even knee.
Yeah, same.
Which is, while still not that pleasant for the injured player, a much better outcome than if it had been the head. But Midlands have been in a really promising attacking situation for a lot of this second half. And of course, time's still ticking away here. I think she will be okay. I think it is just an impact injury rather than any sort of muscular or ligament situation. So
yeah, and Carly Wynn's one of those where she does not want to stay down for very long at all. She's tough as they come. Quite scary when you're playing against her as well, because she's always screaming, always very vocal and physical presence whilst on the pitch. And if it is an injury that takes her out the rest of this game, then big loss for Northwest. Especially as all of the momentum over the past 5-10 minutes has come from the Midlands Tigers. They're just exposing the shooters from Northwest a little bit more consistently than what they were in the first half, and Northwest need to take this time just to regroup, to consolidate, relax a little bit.
Well, while we have this moment of time, easy to forget, I suppose, that the Northwest are leading, because we've been getting a bit frustrated with that transition. But the Midlands are the side that need to come from behind here. Attacking wise, they've got themselves into some really good situations, but what can they do to be a bit more clinical in terms of finishing them off? They're getting across the line a lot, but they're getting touched a lot and wasting a few touches, really.
Yeah, I think it's just being composed when you're in that red zone. At the moment, they're able to draw both of the middles up from Northwest really well, which is exposing the space around the outside, but they're just not able to find that final connection. I think if they are able to do that going into the final 8 minutes of the second half, they will find the execution level goes up. At the moment, maybe there's a couple of opportunities where they're picking the wrong option. Maybe there's a couple of times where players are trying to go for the line or trying to pass when it's not the right decision to make. In other areas of the pitch, they're really dominant and they're really moving forward consistently. But then once they're actually on the line and attacking, they just lose a little bit of that impetus to really make the Northwest pay.
One player who's got plenty of that impetus is Simon, who took us up into that attacking zone of the field. They've just run out of touches, and so Northwest will be able to escape here. Again, though, they look towards the left-hand side before then having to set up a play across to the right-hand side. And again, it's cost them a couple of touches. In a part of the field, they really don't want to be giving away touches, and they're short of players where they need them. And now they're having to buzz around looking for players. They've done really well, actually, to find a little bit of space there. But this transition is really hurting them at the moment. They've done well to try and find some kind of space, and they have moved into a good part of the field. But again, it's that first initial movement is taking them in the wrong direction. Then they're having to work so hard to come back to where they want to go.
Yeah, definitely. And if you think, you know, in that instance there, she's had to run 10 meters across to go 2 meters forward. So that's 12 meters total. If you just go 10 meters forward, rather than having to always crab across and just get the ball down, be direct and go forward, you save your legs. But having to work so hard for such small wins in the midfield that when they do actually get to the line, the energy isn't there.
And is there an argument to say, I mean, they're finding it hard to get to where they want to get to. Is there an argument to say, okay, look, let's worry less about getting players on the field and let's worry more about getting up the field, and just when we get over on that side, then we'll just make it happen?
Yeah, definitely. And as we're talking, a score goes through for the Northwest. Lovely little dive underneath, and it comes from exactly what we were saying. Just go forward. You've got a group of women out here who are very direct, very aggressive, have amazing physical attributes, and sometimes all you need is just get the ball down and go forward. Lovely little quickie. First direction's always moving forward. Link misses the touch, dives underneath, and they restore their lead to 2.
Smart finish from Anna Crossley. Puts them 2 scores in front, and it's hard. We must remember that the Northwest are leading here, 6 tries to 4 rather. It has been a strong performance. Just because it's had a couple of tricky parts doesn't mean that they are not in solid position here to collect that 3rd place.
Some of as well, I think some of the frustration is because you're winning whilst not having a good transition, and it's not good. I think it's fair to say it's very inconsistent. So could you imagine how superb this group of players would be if they had a consistent transition? I think that's where some of the frustration comes from. Is it's a sort of lack of opportunities, and it's just missing out because they're not being able to get fresh legs on and off the pitch as consistently as they could. And if that was the case, and they had an efficient transition like the Sharks do, like the Taipans do, this is a game you could be winning 10, 12-4 easily. And at the moment, they're just giving themselves so much more to do. And from our position, it looks like it's a bit unnecessary.
Well, there's only 4 minutes left to go, and the Northwest have a 2-score lead here. So if they're smart about this, they are in a very, very strong position to take that 3rd place title. And in the context of a competition where the Southeast are so dominant across almost every division, this 3rd place is a victory of sorts. Best of the rest may sound like consolation, but it's really not when those Southeastern sides are so good.
Yeah, definitely. And they've just got another little break in play. Jessica Wright down, looks like she was holding the hamstring. Force of the touch was always going down, and it's credit to her. She was able to get the ball down nice and controlled, but the pressure is just buckled a little bit too much, and I wonder if that'll be the last we see of Jessica Wright in this 3rd place playoff. She looks like she's in a bit of discomfort. A quick shake of the head to the physio.
Hopefully she's okay. Bit of a hobble off. No doubt you'll be across to go and check on her in no time at all, but hopefully she's all right. She's picking up a bit of pace as she makes her way off. Hopefully one she can recover from. What it has done, rather cynically though, is it's eaten away some time that her side needed to have eaten away.
Yeah, definitely, and there is a little bit of that in touch, I will definitely say. I've been in a couple of those games where a heavy contact is made to look just a little bit more heavy, to buy yourself some time, to suck some air in, to kill the clock down.
And a turnover here for the Northwest as well. Just over 2 minutes left to go. A 2-try lead here. And they'll just be thinking now that this is very, very doable. Midlands Tigers are going to have to conjure something pretty special if they're to get 2 scores, especially if the Northwest can threaten for another of their own.
And again, when Northwest force a turnover, they look so potent and line attack. Link punish comes. Oh, I thought she could have dove for the line. And when they force the turnover, they look so potent. Now they're going to look to force another one. 90 seconds left on the clock, and it's going to take a miracle for Midlands to turn it around.
It will do, almost to the extent now that giving away penalties and making it a sticky 90 seconds or so might be a decent play. You don't mind if you concede 1, as long as you don't concede 2, so make it as slow as possible to concede that 1. But Emily Simon keen to get that 1 as fast as she possibly can.
Yeah, she's been the one for Midlands to look. Oh, he's always threatened to grab the game by the scruff of the neck, and she's just been let down by some unforced errors. And Northwest, with under 60 seconds left to go, will just nurse this one to the end.
And again, they bring it out to this left-hand side, but this time it's all about time management.
Yeah, and do you know, that's the best transition I've seen from the Northwest all weekend. and they've been able to get fresh legs on very, very, very quickly, but their movement is just too lateral. Then if they could have a really consistent transition, I think they would be up there with the Taipans and the Sharks. And I think, especially for a lot of the people watching the game, and whether at home or you're on the side of the pitch, you're probably wondering, why is a transition so important? Well, we've seen that even though Midlands, for the vast majority of this game, have been second best in nearly every area of the game, the one area they've always dominated in is the transition, and that's why the scoreline is at 6-4, and the distance between them is not even greater. And if Northwest, especially for rolling into the club season and next season in the Nationals, if Northwest could have a consistent transition, they would fly against the very best of the best.
Well, flying into third place, our Northwest Touch. A game that could have gone either way here in this Women's Open third place playoff goes the way of Northwest Touch. They take it 6-4 against Midland Tigers. Midland Tigers will be gutted. They had their chances. They had opportunities they could have taken advantage of, but the Northwest so clinical when they found themselves in opposition territory, and it has sorted them out for a third place finish here in this Women's Open competition, and that is a very, very solid showing.
Yeah, definitely, and they've done so well. I think all of the forced turnovers that they were able to create, sustaining pressure on the Midlands line, that was the difference maker. And, when they did start to go forward and get the roll on, they looked so effective. And I think they should, they'll be proud of a third place playoff, but it's the same place they finished last year. I know they wanted to grow, and I know they wanted to develop, and they wanted to build on the performances that they've been putting in. But third place against two of the most dominant female sides that UK Touch has to offer, arguably even European Touch has to offer, you've got to give yourselves a pat on the back.
They certainly do. It all finishes up in this Women's Open third place playoff. Northwest 6, Midlands Tigers 4. Northwest will finish third. And up next, it is finals time. 3 finals in a row. All 3 are Southeast Taipans against the Southeast Sharks. The Southeast have dominated the action here throughout. Men's and women's are repeats of last year's finals, but the Mixed Open, last year the Midlands Tigers won it, but this year it's going to be one of those Southeastern sides. Coming up first, the Women's Open final at 2:30, then the men's at 3:30 and the mixed at 4:30. So do stay with us. We are into finals time here at the England Touch Nationals at Nottingham University's Highfields Sports Complex, and all three finals are South East Taipans against the South East Sharks. Women's coming up very shortly. Men's open at 3:30 and the mixed open at 4:30. But it is all about the women's first of all, and I'm going to run through those teams for you very, very quickly. South East Taipans, who will be in red for this one. And they line up like so. Sophia Barkham, Luann Benetton, Nikki Bird, Naomi Fernett, Katie Fielding, Danny Gregory, Hannah Lewis, Nicola Marsh, Kenzie McNaught, Eliana Panayotu Ennis, Megan Pemberton, Hannayana Raman Shepherd, Gail Rowland, Emily Rona Roper, and Erin Painter. Up against them, as they will be in all three finals coming up, are the South East Sharks, who will be in blue. And lining up for the South East Sharks will be Emily Crow, Emily Irons, we know all about her, Emma Oliver, Isabel Pennicard, Julia Unsworth, Laura Cochrane, Lydia Ticehurst, Susanna Hyvenen, Emily Hacking, Annabelle Jansen, Grace Purgos, Georgina Burford-Taylor, Peggy Mulligan, Hannah Ziferis, Annalise Thurley, and Georgia Bell. They are your two teams for this final. It all kicks off at 2:30, which is just 2 minutes time. And Joe Wright alongside me. Three big finals coming up, but let's talk about this women's one in 2 minutes time. It is going to be massive. These two sets of players have shown us so much, and having seen the quality in the third place playoff, we know it's going to be a step up even above that.
Yeah, definitely. So I think both teams in the third and fourth place playoff weren't really given a sniff by either of these Southeast sides, which just shows the level of dominance the Southeast have, especially in this division, and it's led by some absolute electric individuals. Just to highlight one from either side, and we've spoken so much about Emily Irons, and it feels a little bit unfair to ignore the likes of Isabel Pennicard, Laura Cochrane, Lydia Ticehurst. They are all phenomenal players. And then for the Southeast Taipans, Kenzie McNaught, she is electric. Southeast Taipans played Northwest Touch yesterday. They drew. They rested Kenzie McNaught. They played again today, didn't rest Kenzie McNaught, and that was all she wrote in that affair. So it shows how effective and how influential these individual players are to these teams. And this is going to be a clash of the Titans.
Tap off then, Taipans playing from right to left and immediately playing with pace. An early score would be such a boost to begin this Women's Open final, a repeat of last year's final. The Southeastern Derby, and the Southeast have been so strong across every single age category, as they always are here. An early opening there for the Taipans, but doesn't go to hand, and the Sharks will escape. First touch for Emily Irons is a simple one. They work down this left-hand side, getting some changes in early. Well, the Sharks up to halfway. No sense of these two sides trying to feel each other out. They're going flat out, straight from the off, and a bit of zip here from the Sharks. Could have thrown the big pass out wide, but instead the touch comes in from Emily Rona Roper, and the Taipans have the ball. Fast start here.
Yeah, I expect nothing less. A lot of these women play in mixed opens, women's opens internationally. They play for some of the best teams across England, some of them even going to hone their skills down in sunny Australia. And this is going to be a really hard-fought affair. I would not be surprised to see 0-0 until 5 minutes, and then scores start to fly in. Lovely hands around the corner. What a covering touch.
What a touch. Lydia Ticehurst, we've seen her brothers playing in the mixed open, and she lives up to the name in a big way there with a huge intervention for her side.
It's really well worked as well from the Taipans. They exposed the overlap just by running a simple wrap play in the midfield to engage both middles, and they do end up on the outside apart from a wonderful individual bit of brilliance to stop them. And here's the danger woman, Emily Irons, on the throat, putting the gas on. I mean, it would have been an interception because that ball did not touch the ground as she reeled it in, but it's given touch and pass, I believe, first. Superb hands on display.
What an effort from Katie Fielding. And we will, when we get a chance, as things slow down a little bit, as players get a bit more tired, just talk about Emily Irons a little bit, because her story in terms of getting here is quite something. But first of all, there's a game to be played, and Irons makes the touch there as the Taipans come flowing forward. We saw some cracking finals yesterday. The women's 27s final going the way of the Taipans, actually, but going all the way to a drop-off. They were playing the Southwest Saxons in that one. It's an all-Southeastern affair in the finals today, and we are playing some serious touch out there. Sharks had a look left, but now they sweep down the right, but find it hard to progress into an attacking zone of the field.
Yeah, and this is something we saw the Taipans do, is they really target touches 2 and 3 on a transition, and Sharks are no different. They are receiving the pressure just as much as everyone else has, and now the Taipans are able to roll through their transition, and they're saving touches left, right and centre. Lovely attacking strike dump. Scooper comes, just smothered in the corner.
Taipans going close. What can they create? Oh, the pass doesn't go to hand, and the opportunity goes begging for the Taipans. Sharks survive that little scare there. Now they look to play out. Can they make better progression up the field than they have to this point?
Yeah, they're dragging over to their sub-box and making acres and acres of ground through transitioning over close to their sub-box, allowing the fresh legs the instant impact when they get on the pitch. And here's Emily Irons.
Irons again in possession. Can she create something? She's jinking this way and that. Goes through. Can she find a spare player? They get the ball down. Emily Irons with the magic.
Superb. The patience. The little twist of the hips. We saw about 3 occasions where she threatened to go through and straight in. Lovely dump. Then here as she's coming across, 1, 2, and then puts the hammer down. Lovely shake and bake from the winger to create the separation, and Emily Irons will pick the right option 10 times out of 10.
Hannah Gifres with the score, but all about the creativity and the deception of Emily Irons. Taipans respond instantaneously, though. That is finals rugby.
Superb response, and when you want someone to grab the game by the scruff of the neck, pick you up and give you some momentum to go forward. The Taipans have it in abundance. Hammer play, feed out to the outside, recycle, save the touch, quickie step on the infield. The defender's always offside, and the ref calls play on, and that's exactly what they do, and they even it up.
Danny Gregory, the one to even things up there, but the Sharks are on the attack again. If they got that one down, I think the touch just came in. Just came in. Lydia Ticehurst diving for the line, but they'll keep playing. Sharks getting close, and Ticehurst dives again. Not quite. So they keep on going. They're going to have a look down the other way. There could be some space here if the ball gets out. The pass is almost brilliantly gathered, but not quite. Taipans will have possession, 1 try each.
Yeah, good defence from the Taipans, just moving across as a unit and not allowing any space for the Sharks to go and attack. And again, the transition is looking more slick for the Taipans. They save a touch beautifully, feeding the ball off, working it infield. They'll have 1 more before the scoop comes.
Taipans, now there is the scoop. Trying to keep it alive, touch comes in though, that's really good defensive work from the Sharks.
Yeah, textbook shoot from Link. Getting out, getting up early, being brave, backing yourself as a gazebo goes flying in the background. It's all happening here at the women's final.
The wind has picked up in a big way. The action unfolding with precision out there as Irons almost managed to find a way through. Had to force the pass as they were running out of touches. Just couldn't quite go to hand, but once again the threat of Irons. And if we end up focusing too much on Irons, we can only apologise. It's because of the sheer quality that she brings to this Shark side.
Yeah, and it almost feels like we're doing a disservice to the rest of the Sharks players because every single one of them are absolutely exceptional. But Emily Irons, she's just a standout player, always making things happen. It seems like she's everywhere on the pitch all at once. And the Taipans are now trying to attack away from her side.
Taipans looking to put themselves in the lead. They scoop up, through they go, but the touch comes in. Emily Rona-Roper providing the threat, but getting touched.
Yeah, lovely touch from Emma Oliver, just shutting down the option really nice and quick. The knowledge from that side of the pitch just to force them out, but an unforced error gives Taipans perfect attacking opportunity.
Here we go then. Can the Taipans put themselves in front? They went to try behind to the Sharks before levelling it. Now they have an opportunity here to try and score themselves. Erin Payton puts the Taipans into the lead. They had the chance and they took it.
Yeah, and this highlights one of the most underutilised facets of touch. Hole hitting. Every club wants to be good at it. Not many are, and Taipans are showing exactly what happens. Lovely flat pass and the angle of the hole. Beautiful chopping line goes through the gap. That's one that coaches will be more ecstatic with than anything else, and Taipans take the lead.
We saw an instant response from the Taipans against the Sharks' earlier score. Can the Sharks provide an instantaneous response here? The pass comes in, but it's been intercepted. The Taipans are charging away down the right-hand side of the field. Magnificent touch comes in. A beautiful touch from Annabelle Janssen to close down what was a near certain breakaway score for the Taipans, but the Taipans still have possession and are still working their way forward. Oh, the energy out there was incredible. What outstanding work from Janssen.
Yeah, and the Taipans have an extra touch to play with. His interception is registered as touch 0, so now it's 5th, and they look to scoop through. I think there's just a collision there, just 6 of one, half dozen of the other. The ref may give 6 more because it looked like the ball went to ground, but we'll wait and see and make sure that everyone is okay to continue.
Well, when Gael Rowland plucked that one out of the air, you thought for all money she was going the length, but Annabelle Janssen was having none of it. Closed down that space fantastically well, and that diving touch saved a near certain score.
Yeah, and that's, you know, it's that bit of like selfishness, that bit of dog that you've got to have in you. Okay, you've got a 10-meter head start, but watch me tear this ground up. Watch me eat in and reel you in. And that's exactly what she did to stop what would have been a wonderful full-length try.
And it could prove a crucial intervention in the context of this final. As the Sharks make good ground here. Working their way up in the hands of Irons now. What can she do? She creates a bit of space already. 2-on-1 and the slap comes in. Surely that's got to be adjudged as a deliberate intervention from the Taipans.
Yeah, and it is, and it is eventually, or not, maybe.
Well, I'm not one to criticise officials' decisions, but that was that felt like a cynical intervention. It was a near certain Sharks score.
Yeah, Sharks just replying with one of their own, seeing if they could get away with it in a similar vein. And Taipans just take that opportunity to slow things down, get fresh legs on, so they've not got to burn too many touches. They just need to go forward, get some momentum. They're just over halfway.
Sharks making a bit of a point there, it looked like, as Taipans get on the front foot. Looking to see if they can find a bit of space, extend the advantage. They may well be able to, as through the middle they go once again. And it's Erin Payton with her second score of the game, and the Taipans have stretched out to a 3-1 lead. Erin Payton with the double.
Yeah, and it's the same hole. They've obviously identified it as a spot of weakness, and they're finding it. Lovely little sweeper setup. Player comes round, half picks up. Lovely chopping line. Ball is always down before the touch is made, and Taipans extend the lead by 2.
And I guess the difficulty now for the Sharks, they've got to get over that hurt of that, what was definitely a difficult call against them, let's call it, a few moments before, ends up resulting in a try at the other end. They've got to control their emotions after that one.
Yeah, definitely, but this Shark side have been in this position before. They know what to do. They pick up and go open side. Lovely little hole. Unfortunately, it's just into, the touch just comes in. And this Shark side would know that all they need to do is remain calm, remain composed, and ensure that they put themselves in the best possible position to do what they do best, which is go out there and get scores. But at the moment, Taipans working better just as a unit. Sharks seem to be relying on moments of individual brilliance, which will come in abundance, but Taipans working together as a unit.
And Taipans working together to move up the field. They've used up their touches though, so Sharks will have another go here. Plenty of time for them here. 6 minutes in this half and another 20 to come afterwards. A reminder that if we finish level, we will go to a drop-off. We saw one of those yesterday. Plenty to look forward to over the course of the rest of this game. Irons on the front foot, touch comes in. And that was the last touch. Taipans with an opportunity here for a good transition, starting the play near their own box anyway.
Yeah, and Taipans are just defending so tight whenever Sharks get an opportunity to roll through, and it really forces the Sharks just to always look wide, and that's not necessarily where they want to be playing.
Out wide they go. Can they find a spare player? Not quite, not quite. Taipans coming close to a fourth there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can hear that at home, but the call's coming from the Taipans box. Squeeze them, and that's exactly what they've been doing all game, is forcing them to go wide when they don't want to go wide. And the Sharks are struggling a little bit with their transition and aren't able to get fresh legs on the pitch as efficient as possible, but they do get the 6 more for another cynical intervention, just slapping the ball down. And Taipan's doing a good job of making this game a little bit stop-start.
Sharks in possession through Unsworth initially there. Looking it up.
Get up, Danny! Help her out!
Unsworth again. Now they inject a bit of pace. Cochrane. Pass just goes astray though. Just forcing it a touch, the Sharks there. I think she's caught a whack on the knee there at the same time.
Yeah, I know, speaking to Bronte Sykes yesterday, that this is a Shark side that has been peppered with injuries. Little nicks and knocks here that just, you know, maybe not allowing some players to perform as fast as they could. And this is a Taipan side that take those opportunities gratefully.
The Taipan side that have got their tails up in a big way at the moment. That's almost a brilliant step there. Nikki Bird. Bird gets her hands on it again before rolling off. Not rolling off, in fact, she's staying on and staying alert. There could be space out left, but the pass just doesn't go. Kenzie McNaught just trying to force that one out to Nikki Bird, who now does just roll off. Sharks trying to engineer an attacking opportunity. They've not had much time where they've been able to camp up in Taipans territory. It's all been stuff they've had to work from distance. What they'd give for a penalty at some point as Iron scoops and the dummy comes in. They could be a cross. Oh, the touch just comes in. Oh, so close for Annalise Thurley.
Yeah, and that's what the Taipans have restricted the Sharks to. Their half chances always. There's nothing that ever really looks clear cut at the moment. And Sharks are starting to read the Taipans transition a little bit better. But Taipans always find a way to make the extra yards, get the roll on. And Sharks now have it all to do in defence.
Taipans, could there be a bit of space? They're flowing around the corner and the Taipans are across the line, but they're going to get called back. And called back a long way. They thought they were through. Well, I'll tell you what, a 4-1 lead going into half-time would be some lead in this final.
Yeah, especially with the quality of the Taipans' defence on display so far. You know, 3 tries, I'm not sure if the Sharks could react to it. The Taipans have defended so compact, they've squeezed the life out of the Sharks. And I think that's the first penalty the Sharks have drew, or one of the only penalties the Sharks have drew whilst in the Taipans' territory. And now this is an opportunity to bring the deficit back down.
Sharks will want to make use of this, but instead the error comes and it's Taipans' ball. Minute to go until the half-time break. Taipans would love another just to cement this lead. And they're eating up the yards here down the left-hand side. And they find an opening for that 4th score. If one person can, it'll be Peyton, the number 12. He's got 2 to her name already.
That was a bit chest on chest, that. I think she knows it. just a little bit. Just a little bit hard.
And Taipans have the penalty that Sharks have been so craving in this game. What can the Taipans do with it? They can dive across. Nothing doing that time, nothing doing that time, but Taipans threatening. 15 seconds in the half. And an opportunity to create something. Peyton forces it wide, pass goes. It's well picked up, but I think it just bounced beforehand, so Sharks will have the ball. They'll have a play, but I think that'll be that. And we head into half-time with the Taipans leading the Sharks 3-1. And that has been some half. The Taipans have been so impressive there.
The Taipans are just able to stay so compact in defence, and they make they make calculated risks. They're not flying out of line on a whim that they might make a touch. They only fly out the line when they know they're going to make the touch. And I think that's the difference between the two sides at the moment. The Sharks just aren't quite taking those risks that would give them the big rewards because they're unsure if it's worth it. And the Taipans are waiting for perfect opportunities and then going and executing every single time.
The Sharks are just finding it so hard to move beyond sort of 5, 6, 7 meters inside the Taipans' half. They're finding it so hard to progress beyond that. Is there much they can do to change that? Or is it just simply, as you say, taking a risk every now and then?
I think you have just got to take the risk. You've got 20 minutes now in a final. There's no extra time. You can't run it back next week and try and rectify a wrong. It's a whole year you'll be waiting to try and win it over. So the Sharks have just got to come out and be fearless and be brave and start taking some more risks. And if the ball goes down a couple times, no problem, because you've got 20 minutes. And as long as you stay tight and organised in defence, the opportunities will come in attack.
Well, 20 minutes we have left. 20 minutes for the Taipans to cement this victory here in the Women's Open final. 20 minutes for the South East Sharks to come back, and that is all to come after this half-time break. South East Taipans lead the South East Sharks 3-1. Moments away from restarting this second half here in the Women's Open final. South East Taipans and the South East Sharks, as it is across all three finals that we have coming up. We followed on this one by the Men's Open and the Mixed Open finals. Here in the Women's Open, the Taipans in red are leading the Sharks in possession in blue 3-1, though the Sharks would love an early score just to change the momentum of this game after what was a tough first half for them against this top quality Taipan side. And the Sharks with a bit of a chance here. Irons flings out the pass, intercepted, a vital intervention. Oh, the Taipans have just been so hard to break through in defence.
I thought that was it for the Sharks. I thought they'd found it. They'd found the key. They'd run a lovely setup, engaged in the middles. Wing was too tight. The Sharks' winger was in acres of space, but the big Odell Beckham-esque stab out of the air to shut down any sort of threat that the Sharks had. And now the Taipans roll into threats of their own. Ball just goes to ground.
So close from the Sharks from the opening, but then the Taipans, as we see, their ability just to get from one end of the pitch to the other is proving so problematic. It's making life really hard for the Sharks because they've got to go so far to make progress up the field. It's a difficult one, this.
Yeah, I was having a little bit of a think whilst the Sharks are rolling through their transition, is they are passing away from shooters, but they're not fixing the shooter first. is they're passing maybe a little bit too early, and the Taipans defender can just track across and cover the space. So maybe you've got to take that extra step, be a little bit brave, fix the shooter, turn the hips, and then give the ball, just to allow your teammates more space to work with. Because at the moment, I mean, pardon the pun, but the Sharks are feeding off scraps, and that's all Taipans have allowed them to have.
It is tough going out there, but the Sharks have made decent progress. They've got an opportunity here. They'd love to eke out a penalty if they could. May not need to, though, as they move it out to the right-hand side. Stretching every sinew to get there. Were the Sharks, possibly at some personal cost, over there in the far side. But promising play that from the Sharks, finding a way just to at least give themselves a chance.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes into this second half, and the Sharks have already tested the Taipans' defence much more than they did in the entirety of the first half. Going back to the 32 setup, they went open side, long ball, beautiful interception, and then they targeted the short side. Ball did find the winger, if not for a beautiful individual effort from the Taipans to cut it out.
Promising signs, though, from the Sharks. And they conjure something. No, they just spill it on the pickup there. And against this Taipans defense, the Sharks are going to have to be almost error-free in this second half, you feel, to break it down often enough.
Yeah, definitely. They can't afford to be surrendering possession too much, because this is a Taipan side that will make it count. And then also not going to afford the Sharks many opportunities to go forward and score.
Once again, the Taipans just advancing up the field almost at will, flinging that big pass out wide. It's a glorious stack, and across the line the Taipans go.
Brilliant touch. Brilliant touch. That'll be 6 touch and turnover, and that's one of those touches that could keep the Sharks in the game. A 3-try deficit doesn't seem all that big, but against such a well-drilled side as the Taipans, 3 tries is too much.
And that's 2 crucial defensive interventions we've seen from the Sharks as one of the Taipans players has gone down, Megan Pemberton.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's an ankle or an Achilles, but she's gone down holding the back of her foot, and that looks like a painful one.
Yeah, it's never good when someone goes down off the ball, and she looks like she's in a lot of discomfort, and the players on the pitch recognise that this is going to take a little bit longer.
Sharks, though, as we were sort of mentioning before, twice now they've had crucial defensive interventions. Were it not that one in the first half on the interception, and followed by that one just there on the Taipans player Nikki Bird as she stepped inside. Were it not for those 2 interventions, they'd be 5-1 down at this point in time, and those defensive plays are just keeping them in this one.
Definitely, and it's something that I've said before in my coaching time is it never fills me with confidence when we're relying on individual brilliance, because it means that we're always up against it and we're always relying on individuals to make the difference, whereas the Taipans don't rely on individuals, they rely on teamwork, they rely on structure and different types of scaffolds. And I think the Sharks, if they can just begin to get a roll, force a couple penalties when they're in the Taipans' red zone, they will be able to sustain pressure, and they've got the personnel to make it count. But they've just been limited to a handful of opportunities, and that's not enough for any team to really get a grip on the game and start to punish.
Pemberton has, of course, come off the field. Comes off reasonably quickly, though, and she looks slightly less uncomfortable than she did previously, although it does look like it will be a painful one on that ankle as they try and get her boot off. But we're back underway on the field. An error from the Sharks, and the Taipans possession again. All that delay of just giving each team a chance to have a bit of a word with each other and fix a few things. Taipans still playing with plenty of acceleration. Naomi Fernett there doing well to recognise she hadn't been touched and keep going. And the Taipans again just making ground so well. Touches come in, but their ability just to make yards is just astonishing.
Yeah, and it goes back to what we were saying. You need to fix defenders. Sharks are passing a little bit too far away from players, allowing the Taipans defenders to track across and cover space, whereas Taipans are brave. They take the ball right to the line, touches come in, and then they pass away just before it's initiated, and that really fixes defenders and doesn't allow any sort of defensive movement, whereas Sharks are just passing too early, and Taipans are recognising that and going, okay, cool, you've passed it, now I'll move away, and they're not really being engaged enough to fix them.
And an error from the Sharks, giving the Taipans a strong attacking platform here. They've worked it across to the right now. They've moved it over to the left. Back slowly across to this right-hand side. Now they inject a bit of pace. Could they engineer something? Big wide pass comes out, and there's space out there for Gail Rowland. She was denied one earlier on the intercept, but she has one handed to her on a silver platter there to put the Taipans 4-1 ahead.
Yeah, and this is a ripper of a pass. Ripper of a pass. Jordan Mellon would be screaming pill if he was down the other end of this commentary box. Lovely little 32 play. Goes for the wrap, realises it's not a rip it over the top of the Sharks' defence, and it's an easy walk in. She dots it and leaves it. Little bit of flavour to the try. Superb finish.
Naomi Furnett with that big pass out wide, and it's Gael Rowland with the finish, and a 4-1 lead now for the Taipans. The Sharks would love to just have a quick response. They're going to have an opportunity here to launch something. And although there are 12 minutes left on the clock, you do feel as though this next score has an added importance to it, because 5-1 really would be a mountain to climb. 4-1 is already a challenge.
Yeah, and it's proving really difficult for the Sharks, and this just shows the level of the southern regions, because both of these sides against any other region have been successful. Sharks more so than Taipans. And Taipans are here absolutely putting it to the Sharks and not allowing for any mistakes to creep in, and they're trying their hardest not to ensure that the Sharks do not have a pathway back into this game.
Sharks looking for an opportunity. Buzzing around, trying to avoid the touch.
Penalty call from the referee, so the Sharks, for the first time this game, will have a repeat set of 6 on the line. And I did not think I would be saying that half an hour into the final.
And with that repeat set of 6, they roll on some key players. Ball is out on the right-hand side. Touch comes in. Taipans know what they've got to defend against. The question will be, can they do anything about it? Irons gets a brief touch, but she's the decoy this time as the Sharks go wide to the left-hand side, and Hannah Jaferes gets herself across the line, and the Sharks are the side that get that next score, that crucial next score.
And I don't think it's a surprise. You get one repeat set on the line and then you go and score. This is what the Sharks have been missing. Ball comes in. Emily Irons, the decoy rapper. I believe that's Laura Cochran delivering a perfect ball over the top. Stunning finish in the corner, and that opens this game up massively.
Taipans looking to respond quickly. Touch comes in, but just quickly while this play develops. Smart play by the Sharks to use Irons as a decoy. They know that the Taipans are aware that she's the danger player, and so they just move the ball away from her.
Yeah, definitely, and that is by design for sure, and that is a superb defensive effort to stop the instant reply from the Taipans. But going back to what you said, 1,000,000% one of the most intelligent plays that they could have run in that instance is you can see the whole defence creep across towards Emily Irons, worried about the speed and the skill set, and instead they pick up, go the other way, launch a beautiful long ball over the top.
And having been intelligent in their previous possessions, an error from the Sharks on that possession gives the Taipans a chance. And the error is punished by the Taipans. Danny Gregory with the score.
And it's wonderful manipulation from that woman we spoke about, Kenzie McNaught. She engages the line, fixes defenders, receives the ball back, one step, bump, over the top. Defenders nowhere to be seen, and she runs away with glee. Her job has been done.
And after all of that defensive effort from Emily Crow, that try-saving intervention, they end up rather shooting themselves in the foot, and now it's 5-2 to the Taipans. And once again, the Sharks are in a position of being in a must-score scenario here with this attacking play, and Irons' pass uncharacteristically doesn't go to hand, so the Taipans can break free. Plenty of time left here, but it's getting ever more pressurized for the Sharks to get scores and get them quick, as the Taipans once again just make their way effortlessly up the field. It feels like sweeping the ball away from that ruck situation, but that pass goes forward and the Sharks can escape.
When you're rolling back in defence as the Sharks were there, all you need is one person to go up and make a slightly more dominant touch, buy your team some time to then get off the line. But the Taipans have been so strong in the roll ball that even when the dominant touch goes in, the ball's too crisp and clean off the floor, and the Sharks can't get up and go and put pressure on.
Sharks in response though have advanced up the field really smartly here, finding their way forwards much better than they had earlier. Perhaps a bit of tiredness in that Taipans defence, just making it a little easier for the Sharks to creep up the field. Taipans will have possession again though, but an error here and a huge opportunity for the Sharks.
Yeah, Sharks really need a score here. Yeah, just under 7 minutes to go. The Sharks need to narrow the gap if they stand a chance of breaking down this Taipan side.
Sharks then, what can they produce? They go for the dive, perhaps trying to eke out a penalty there. Either that or a very ambitious attempt to find a gap there. Either way, no try, no penalty. Sharks keep going. Bit of deception there. Pass is blocked. I think it may just have bounced off her rather than being any kind of deliberate intervention. Referees see it the same way.
Oh, no, they've given 6 more.
Oh, they've given the penalty. This now becomes a huge opportunity for the Sharks. They've got players out wide. They go for the dive in the corner. Perhaps they could have used those players. They've created a bit of space. Someone cutting back against the grain may have just found a bit of joy there, but the Sharks still with a few possessions here. Can they get themselves across the line? But again, it's just a bit hurried and the Taipans escaping. They've just got to stay calm in those scenarios.
Yeah, it seems like they're so desperate for the score. They're just forcing things a little bit too much. And the Taipans will say, thank you very much. We'll take that every day of the week. It is so easy to defend when a team is forcing things rather than when a team is being composed and calm. But that's a mistake at the roll ball there for the Taipans. And an opportunity now for the Sharks to go, and they try and move it quickly.
Sharks with an unexpected opportunity here. 5-2 behind against the Taipans in this women's final. The end of a glorious 3 days of touch here at the English Touch Championships, or English Touch Nationals rather. The Sharks dive for the line. Touch is made. Burford Taylor, it was just touched there. Irons trying to cast her spell, but gets the touch, and Taipans will get to play out. 5 minutes left, moving ever so slowly towards miracle time from a Sharks perspective, from a Taipans perspective, moving ever closer to a period of the game where they can just start to wind the clock down. And that's exactly what they start doing a little bit there, playing much slower than they have been. Now they stamp on the accelerator a little, and it's the 2-try scorer, Peyton, that has it, and they look for Peyton hat-trick. Instead, she gives the ball away, and a big clash as a big defensive commitment comes in from the Sharks.
Just looked like maybe head on head, head on shoulder. Sharks player definitely coming off worse. And
well, the intensity of this final highlighted by the number of knocks that have taken place. Both sides fully committed and putting their bodies on the line here.
Yeah, we've had 3 or 4 instances of, you know, and nothing cynical, just game collisions, and it shows the level of commitment that these two teams are willing to put out there. Both sets of teams and both sets of players are willing to leave it all out there and work so hard for their team.
If you're the Sharks right now, they probably won't be thinking about it on the field, but those of the Sharks' persuasion on the touchlines, will they be thinking about that call at 2-1 when they had the 2-on-1 down this near side? It looked as though it was batted away by the Taipans, and the call was given that it was just an accidental. It feels as though that was a big moment in the match.
Yeah, and it's hard because a lot of these players for the Sharks play internationally and they're used to playing under immense pressure. I don't think for a lot of them that will come into it. I think they'll believe that they've lost this game through not being able to force turnovers and through not being able to sustain pressure. A big factor of all of the Sharks teams and all of the Taipans teams being from the southeast is maintaining pressure. And at the moment, especially in this division, the Taipans have just shown that they can do more and have been able to defend the Sharks all too easily for the Sharks' liking.
And as they try to switch back on that far side of the field, the ball goes to ground and Taipans will have possession again, and with just 2 minutes remaining and a 3-try lead, it's moving to that point in the game where we can say that we believe the Taipans are going to take the victory here in this women's final, backing up yesterday's women's 27s victory. As they work forward here, Sophia Burkham, one of those in possession.
Oh, yes.
Switching back to Peyton, who's got 2 scores. They move it out to the left-hand side. Doesn't go to hand, but they've used up valuable time.
Yeah, the Taipans are having fun out there now. They did have a touch to play with, but they didn't want to use it. They run the cut, they run the overlap, they try and find the winger on the outside. A more audacious play than what we've seen so far, and it just doesn't quite come off for them. But as you say, I don't think it's going to matter all that much. And you know, you're seeing some of the Sharks players out there with heavy strapping, heavy bandaging. I think this has been a 3-day weekend that has really taken its toll on the Sharks more than the Taipans. And the Taipans may be managing the tournament a tad bit better, are really going to come out with the victory. Sharks just not really showing as much as we know that they can, and the Taipans living up to their absolute best.
The Taipans really have been magnificent in this final. A real collective effort to put them 5-2 in front with less than a minute to play, and they're still trying to play. It's going to give the Sharks just one more opportunity here to grab themselves a consolation at the end, as Irons takes that one in. But this Taipans unit, both in attack and in defense, have just worked so well together, connected through both parts of the game. Sharks just spill that one loose, so the ball will almost certainly finish up in Taipan's hands at the end of this game when the hooter comes in about 10 seconds time. It's been just fantastic from the Taipans in their resplendent red shirts. And there is the hooter, and there is the final touch, and the Taipans are your Women's Open champions here at the England Touch Nationals. A performance in the final of such collective strength, both in attack and defence, keeping this incredible Southeast Sharks side restricted to just 2 scores while scoring 5 beauties of their own, and the Taipans are the champions, and deservedly so.
Oh, definitely. We've seen them at their absolute best today. The intensity in defence to maintain good spacing and not allow the brilliance of Emily Irons and some of the other Sharks women to be able to do what they do best. They really restricted the Sharks to only a few really good opportunities. And what's lovely to see as they embrace each other, congratulate each other on such a brilliant victory for the Taipans, will be that a lot of these women will play together at Women's Open and Mixed Opens. They'll probably be looking at each other going, do you know what, steel sharpens steel, and every single woman out there will be better because of the level of competition on display.
That they certainly will. This Taipan side, well, it wasn't as dramatic as their 27 side yesterday, winning in the drop-off in the most dramatic of possible circumstances here at the University of Nottingham. But what it lacked in drama, it made up for in control and in poise and in sheer quality from this Southeast Taipans side, who are your Women's Open champions, beating the Southeast Sharks 5-2 in the final. And guess what? These two go head-to-head again in the men's competition in just a few moments' time in that Men's Open final. And then they'll be at it again in the mixed final at 4:30. The Southeast on fire. And in this women's competition, the Southeast Taipans finishing up on top. They are your champions of the Women's Open.
So I am joined by a victorious Taipans. How was that game?
Oh, I mean, so close enough. There we go. It's always a tough game against our other Southeast sisters, you know, against the Southeast Sharks. No matter what our pool games are, we know that when we play them in the final, they are always going to push us to the final whistle. And just, you know, that's what you want. You want a good game of touch footy. And yeah, they pushed us, but I'm so proud of our girls.
Definitely. We were talking in commentary as the game wound down about how, you know, the Sharks might not feel too disappointed because a lot of you guys, it's steel sharpening steel, and the increase in ability throughout the women's division is just going to keep growing, and you're going to keep pushing each other to be better and better. And, you know, 3 times in a row now you've come out on top. Four.
Yep.
Woo!
Just to get some facts in there.
But you've come out on top. And do you think you'd be as dominant without the Sharks to push you guys to keep improving and keep developing your game?
Do you know, like, we are so fortunate to have them down in the Southeast with us and to have them pushing us regularly. But it it wouldn't be right to give credit to every other women's team that's here.
Yeah.
And just across the whole of England Touch, the standard is just pushing and pushing every season. And you see it this year in nationals. You know, we have so many different results on the board. You know, wins, losses, different results as they have been in different years, and it's not been like just one dominance the whole time. So just credit to every other team across the board, and thank you for all pushing us.
Amazing. Well, it was a superb final. I think it's an exhibition of what women's sport can be. Thank you very much for joining us, and yeah, I won't hold you back from going and celebrating your victory.
Thank you so much, and just one more shout out. Just so proud of my girls. Really, really proud of them. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Just getting the other around the presentation area. There would be great, please. Shot through taking you around, please, girls. Taipans, get a bit closer. Come on, you lot. Go on, man. Right, thanks. Just before we go into the final with the girls' medals and trophies, we've got an MVP for Women's Open, the MVP, and I'm hoping she's still here. I'm not sure whereabouts, but I think she's still around. Where's Wildcats? She's still here. Is Mimi still here? Come on, Mimi, where are you? She's gone. What do you lot do again then, please? So MVP for Women's Open goes to West Wildcats, Mimi Payton. This is not Mimi. Our HB director and also Women's Open coach, Ben Powell, is giving out the medals and the trophies. Pippa is ably assisting, is that right? Or not ably assisting. Right, just good competition for the Sharks there in the final. The lucky girls who missed out, and they'll be frustrated second year in a row. Before we give you your trophy, Taipans, we'll just give you the player of the final, which goes to Taipans, and that is Erin. Well done, Erin. I don't know why you come back down there. If you can all come up, our 2023 Women's Open National Champions go to South East Taipans defending their trophy. Come on up, ladies. So whilst we're doing this women's presentation, the boys are heading out on to Field 1. We're going to announce their teams in just a few minutes' time. We'll get the atmosphere going into our next final. There are two other finals, men's 45s and men's 50s going on at the same time, and then our final two finals will be after that.
head over. Just gonna grab my shoulder.
Come on, guys.
Right, next back up to you. I think we'll mean then we'll do the men's open teams.
Nice boys, get us. One, two, three, Taipans!
Well, as M&M's Lose Yourself blasts over the tannoy ahead of this men's final between the Southeast Taipans and the Southeast Sharks. The tension has just ramped up another notch, if possible, around this University of Nottingham Highfields Sports Complex. Two giants of the game once again going head to head. 5 national titles each between two of the greats of national touch, the Taipans and the Sharks. Taipans have claimed 1 title already today, that women's final we saw. Can the Sharks claim 1 back in the men's, or will it be the Taipans? Either way, we are in for a treat here at the University of Nottingham. And with a couple of minutes to go, we'll run through those teams for you. The Southeast Taipans, who will be in their red shirts, line up with the following: Vaughan Meredith, Tom Hall, James Marsh, Daniel Coughlin, Daniel Mile, Thomas Hardiman, Mark Aldous, Hanro Russo, Camille Shabadine, John Weston Stanley, Adam Pellier, Josh Henderson, James Barron, Lewis Trias, Dominic Brooke and Tom Pennicard. The Southeast Sharks, who will be in that familiar blue. Looks as though they'll be starting out playing from right to left on your screens as we look at them. Line up with Horatio Price, Will Sericold, Teddy Brooks, Max Howard, Dom Tripp, Jamie Ironside, Harry Richards, Halcyon Price, Alex Morris, Marcus Chung, Tom Slater, Zubin Tanner, Vince Parker, Brandon Oon, Ed Hayward and Charlie Thompson. The hooter goes, and we are off. The Sharks in possession, and we know the fast pace they like to play at, and we know the fast pace that the Taipans like to respond with. We are going to be in for something very special, aren't we, Joe?
Yeah, this is going to be an absolute clash of titans. Sharks rolling through. This last year, this was the final. They've run it back again. Taipans came out with the victory, breaking the curse. We had a very, very, very emotional Mark Aldous talk to us in the interview afterwards, explaining just how much it meant to this Taipan side, and I think it will mean just a bit more if they can go 2 for 2. Really good touch from the winger, and that forces the turnover.
The Sharks going close early on, but good defence from the Taipans. And of course, earlier on in this weekend, you were commentating on that Taipans-Sharks game. What was that one like?
Do you know what? It absolutely reeked of 2 teams who did not want to show their hand. It reeked of 2 teams that knew that this was going to be the final, and they just wanted to get that game over so they could focus on preparation for the final. And already we're seeing the pace step up. Josh Henderson scooping through, lovely cut. Mark Aldous is caught. And I think we're going to see these 2 sides dive deep into their respective playbooks. They're not going to take no for an answer today, and they're going to be running things to the very wire.
Another thing we can expect is absolute flat-out pace for much of it. Just look at the way the Sharks are progressing up the field here. What a glorious pickup that is, and a no-look pass as well. Do well to gather it, but that's their touches up, I think. The Taipans look to break out themselves now.
Yeah, and some of the Taipans players just giving a wry little look over to the commentary box. They know that the game that they played yesterday is going to be completely different to what we see now. These are the best that England has to offer going head-to-head.
And head-to-head they're going. The big pass coming in across the line, but the touch comes in for the Sharks.
Yeah, and getting some little insider information from Bronte Sykes yesterday about some of these individual players and their pathways. Some of them going and honing their skills in Australia. Some of them committing to England touch. A lot of them in the men's open. A lot of them in the mixed open. They represent England at the very highest level possible.
And if we get a chance as this game goes on, if it slows down at all, which I suspect it may not, as the Sharks go bursting through, can they find a start? And a glorious, glorious try that is. Harry Richards with a finish for the Sharks.
Yeah, and this is what we know that they can do. Pace, direction, lovely meters made through the middle. And then as the scooping player comes, the winger does a shake and bake. Link goes far, winger comes under. That's a design play. He doesn't wait to see him in space. He just puts the ball there and trusts he's going to get to it. And Sharks open their account early doors.
Sharks take the early lead then. Taipans immediately up and putting the pressure on though. Can they find a way through? They go for the dive. I think the touch has come in there. Certainly being claimed by Charlie Thompson.
Yeah, offside call there. Referee just saying his foot was just short, and that's what Louis Treyas is going to try and do all game. He's the magic man in this Taipans outfit. Feet absolutely electric. Long ball off both hands. As complete a player as you can get, and he finds Josh Henderson on the out. Great covering touch from Charlie Thompson.
This is exactly what the Taipans wanted in response. Oh, the try's been given. The try has been given. I don't even think the Taipans thought that was going to be given, but it has been given, and Josh Henderson has the score.
Yeah, and it's that danger combination, and we're going to be saying these two names an awful lot. Two of the more experienced players on the pitch, Louis Treyas to Josh Henderson. And Josh Henderson, you can just see, does Charlie Thompson on the outside, goes round, gets low, long and strong, ball down, and an instant reply from Taipans.
I don't even think Henderson himself thought that he was going to get given that, but one apiece. Thompson didn't get the touch in, and we are game on here in this men's open final. And the Sharks playing a more patient game than they have up to this point, but you know they are just waiting to explode into life. We've seen it so many times this weekend. Now they start to ramp things up. The ball is slapped down by Daniel Mile.
Yeah, repeat set of 6 there, and I've just noticed, I'm not sure if it's by design, it'd be nice to see just one of the Taipans defenders dropping a little bit early to try and cover space, almost acting as a fullback. Believe touch has been made.
Big dive. Comes in. Marcus Chung, we've seen so much good play from him over the course of this weekend. But this, a step up again, and that ball again is slapped down.
Oh, wonderful honesty. The ref was going to call turnover, but the Taipans player just saying, no, I've punched that down.
This is a really key period, you feel. Sharks putting real pressure on getting the dive in, but the touch coming in again. But that's the second time that Chung has just had a little dart at the try line.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the Sharks persisting with the doggies, which is the sweeper going around the link. I wonder if we're going to see the two-step. They come back the other way, short coming.
Bit of confusion in the ranks from the Sharks, though. The Taipans will chalk that one up as a win.
Just overplaying a tad in their transition. It was a lovely flat ball initially, and Josh Henderson, that is a penalty. Very, very easy. Not even onside. A subbed. Yeah, and he's been sent for time. It's something that he had to do. He was subbing on and in the passing lane. And Josh is going to have to run the full length of the field to go and stand in the opposite sub box. And it's going to be 6 on 5.
Golden opportunity for Sharks here. Price with the ball in hand. Price gets it back again. He's been such a threat. But he just steps out of that one. I think they've got another penalty here. I think there was an offside. Horatio Price has been such a little bundle of energy for this Shark side, and if I do get an opportunity at some point, I must reel off the sheer number of England players on either side of the field that we've got for you today. Perhaps one for half-time, because I suspect that the intensity is not going to drop at all here on this main pitch as the Sharks get across the line. Did the touch just come in? It did. It did. John Weston Stanley just getting there.
Score given.
Oh, score given. Once again, a try I think that neither side thought was going to get given.
Well, it just shows the level of respect that they have for one another. You saw Josh Henderson go, surely you've made that touch, and a similar one here. And it just shows that they know each other through and through. These are two teams that are very familiar with each other. And as you can see on the pitch now, Taipans still with 5. Josh Henderson sent for time. So it is, his punishment does not expire at the end of their possession. Taipans going to try and execute with 5 on the pitch.
Taipans having a go. It was Jamie Ironside that scored the try for the Sharks. And you could see on the replay a few moments ago that that touch definitely didn't come in. So Ironside putting the Sharks 2-1 in front. But this is such a tight affair. 2 top quality outfits. Seeing it in abundance, but an error from the Sharks there will give the Taipans a big opportunity here.
Yeah, and Taipans still only with 5.
Can they create something? In many ways, perhaps they may just see this as a way of winding the clock down a little bit. Trying to create something. Aldous with the ball in hand is buying a little bit of time there. Now Aldous has it, steps back across, big ball goes out, but there's no one there, and that's perhaps where they're expecting that 6th person to be. Now they are back up to 6 as Henderson comes back on.
And you know what? Only conceding 1 in the 2 minutes, so Josh Henderson's not been on the pitch and they've been down to 5. Taipans will see that as a win. They've forced the turnover in transition from the Sharks, but that's what Dom Tripp does. Dom Tripp gets up and goes forward. But forward pass, I believe, has been called. And Taipans once again forcing turnovers out of the Sharks, and the bomb squad comes back on. Louis Treyas on the ball now.
Taipans. Move it left, move it back to the right. Henderson sets up. Now they move it across. The dive comes in as Weston Stanley got across. Josh Weston Stanley evens things up. Playing without his ACL, but the England player won't mind that as he crosses the line to even this one up.
Yeah, just look at the direction Louis gives. One ball, bang, really quick dump. Feeds back on the inside. Josh Henderson, phase play, in and out. Quick ball, and Weston Stanley right foot whack underneath the covering defender. Evens things up.
2 apiece, halfway through the first half here in the final of this men's open here at the England Touch Nationals. Anyone's game, the crowd lining the touchlines and the balconies around us. Good hands there to hold on to it. Could have gone anywhere, that ball, but just with the fingertips, reeling it in.
Penalty given, Taipans offside. Seems like the Taipans being a little bit frail in defence, giving away a couple too many penalties. Sharks persist with the doggies.
Sharks go close. They'll have another run. Slowing the pace down now. They jam on the accelerator. Now they look for space, almost intercepted there by the Taipans.
Brilliant read by Mark Aldous. Will Sericold orchestrating the attack for the Sharks, and look for the doggies 2-step cutting back in on the inside. Just doesn't quite get there.
Sharks now. Good touch there from Camille Shahabuddin. Sharks go again. Diving for the line.
Just a very interesting bit of information. Sharks box recognise that the rooster comes, and then they look and run the doggies, and that's exactly what they've done. And they may have identified it, but it's a different story trying to stop it. And the referees are going to have a very brief conversation. Yeah, and offside called.
Try is given, and again another one where it looked as though the Sharks players were going, well, we really don't know what the outcome's going to be here, but they get across the line. I think it was Will Sericold that crossed the line. Yet another of the England players across, littering these lineups.
Yeah, and again, you heard the call from the Taipans. They run an early rooster and they feed the wrapper very early, and then they go and run a doggies on the opposite side to try and really force some bad defensive spacing from the Taipans' defence, and it is effective. You can identify it, but that's not the question. Can you stop it? Rooster doggies comes from the Taipans, looking to reply with the same play. Josh Henderson goes for the dive, and it's just touched at the last second. And they give away the penalty for throwing the ball away. And it's little things like that that give the Sharks the easy out. Oh, Dom Tripp just eating up the yards.
Sharks flying forward. They look so good when they move forward with that pace. And what a pass, and what a catch, and what a finish from Harry Richards. The pass from Horatio Price. Magical play from the Sharks. Daylight between the sides now, but this was fast, electric play, and then the whipped pass out wide from Price, and the finish from Richards. Sticky fingers like no other.
Oh my word, this is 30, 40 yards of long ball. Beautiful, and he's almost in the air as he catches it, gets the ground down, and those are the little individual bits of brilliance we're going to see from the caliber of player on display. Taipans need a reply.
Taipans looking to get a fast reply here. Getting close with the dive over. They're certainly going to have a chat about it. They're certainly going to have a chat about it. Penalty is the answer. As the Taipans make some quick changes. The Taipans have a chance to get one back. 4-2 down here against the Sharks in this men's open final. They go.
Six more, and there's the feet from Louis Treyas, just leaving Sharks players in his wake. Just can't quite connect with the final pass.
Taipans exploding into possession now. Can they find some space? Good touch from the Sharks. And another fast touch from Price. Oh, well, I said he was a bundle of energy. You just saw it there. Two crucial interventions from Price in the last couple of moments.
Yeah, and it's just the line speed of the Sharks, never allowing the Taipans to get settled. And if you look at the speed at which they're coming onto the pitch, although you cannot do that with someone like Josh Henderson on the field, he'll pick that off every day of the week. Definition of a ball hawk in midfield. Superb defensive play to get Taipans rolling forward.
5 minutes to go in the half.
5 to go in the half. Taipans looking for something. Defence came rushing up. Perhaps they can take advantage of that here. Just stuttering in their footwork and across the line as he managed to get through. Oh my word, that is some finishing.
Oh my word.
Just look at this from the Taipans when they needed some magic.
Oh no, is it being brought back? Oh no, and you can hear the boos ringing round. Dan Mayle done him in a phone booth, done both of him, and it just gets brought back. Oh.
Taipans will have to go again after what we thought was a moment of glory there for them. Working their way patiently here. Now they find a bit of explosion into life. Can they make that pass stick? Oh, great hands from Josh Henderson. Henderson has his second. The Taipans have their third, and they close the gap just down to 1, with the Sharks leading 4-3, and that is fingertip stuff from Henderson and the Taipans, but it is fingertips that are the difference in this game. It is so tight.
Yeah, Louis Treyas just picking up, ripping the pass, and Josh Henderson, he's tall enough, but you add the wingspan to it, and he can reach anything, and the hands are superb. Sharks dynamic attack coming back, ball just goes to ground, and so far this final is living up to expectation.
Fast hands from Taipans. They do really well to get all the way across to that box side. In fact, the box is on this near side. I'm talking nonsense, but they do really well to move the ball from A to B with such fast handling. And now the 2-try scorer Henderson returns to the field. Aldis. Now Henderson again. Henderson plays flat. And the Sharks get possession back.
Yeah, perhaps the wrong option there. It looked like the right-hand side was on. You could hear some calls from the Taipans saying, come right, come right. Josh looks to go open side. The long ball could have been on. He opts to go for a flat pass. And so far, it looks like Louis Treyas and Josh Henderson are the two people for Taipans who are willing to really step up and be accounted for, and are looking like they're just always capable of unlocking this Sharks defence.
Well, the Sharks look so threatening as in this transition phase, but as I say that, an error creeps in. And there'll be another opportunity here for Taipans, and as half-time approaches, what a glorious time it would be just to level this game up. They move forward through Aldis, who has it in his hands again, onto Tom Hall. I think some of the Taipans have mixed their shirts up actually, but Henderson has certainly kept his. When I say I think some of the Taipans have changed their shirts up, a lot of them have, but Henderson is across for his hat-trick. A zipping pass coming into him.
Oh, Louis Treyas, the feet are electric, and because he is such a threat with ball in hand, you've got to protect the line, and they do that, and they leave Josh Henderson in he runs a beautiful line on the outside of his opposite man, low, and gets the ball down, and this is a connection we're seeing all too often for the Taipans. Louis Treyas to Josh Henderson, and that is just as effective as they needed it to be.
Treyas wearing the number 2 shirt that the team sheet says is the shirt owned by Tom Hall. Fortunately, I know which one Tom Hall is, so we'll be fine as we work that through. 4-4, 30 seconds to go before half-time. Sharks looking to see if they can get one score before the break. And they can they? Don't think the try has been awarded. Marcus Chung went close. Half-time buzzer has gone. We'll have one final play hit. Taipans ball. They just stick it on the boot and off the field. And we go in at half-time with the two sides level at 4 tries apiece. The Taipans, having been 4-2 down, finding their style and leveling things up at 4-4 in what has been a sensational first half here between the Taipans and the Sharks. Can barely pick these two apart.
It is breathless stuff at times. These are two evenly matched sides, and it's just with both sides just have those individuals that can unlock any defence in front of them, and we've seen the combination 3 times now of Louis Trace and Josh Henderson just working their magic on the line. And then you've got the likes of Horatio Price for the Sharks, who just do damage every time they get in good field position. And you know, second, this might be a lower scoring affair compared to the final last year, but the intensity, and they're matching each other stride for stride, and I think this second half is going to bubble to a fiery finish.
It certainly feels that way. 5 titles each between these two. 4 all at half-time. Nothing can separate them. What a second half we have coming up. Just under 30 seconds away then from the action resuming here in the men's open final of the England Touch Nationals at Nottingham University's Highfield Sports Complex. The Taipans and the Sharks, the 2 southeastern teams, tied at 4 tries apiece, 5 titles apiece. Will there be a separation, or will we be into a drop-off? We will find out in 20 minutes' time as the Taipans in their red shirts get us underway for the second half, and underway at a fast pace as they fizz it wide, and that could be a great finish, is it? Touch may just have come in. And a real factor today has been just how close every single score has been to being touched. There's a little fumble there from the Taipans will give the Sharks first attacking opportunity, but almost every try has been a real debate as to whether it's a try or not, because such are the fine margins we are dealing with.
Yeah, definitely. And it makes our job a little bit harder because we're trying to react, and not even the referees and the players know what the call is at times because of how slight the differences are. But the action on the pitch is absolutely superb, and Horatio Price going to dive through, and Louis Treyas with the Superman touch to stop the wheelman from going through. And this second half has started in the same vein as the first, which is intense pace and direction.
There is going to be absolutely no let-up from either side here.
And I think we've spoken all day about the importance of a transition. And you want to know how to transition properly? You just watch these two sides go at it, because they've got fresh legs on at third touch. They're in the red zone at fourth. Occasionally they have an extra touch to play with, and it is textbook transition, just trying to do things in the most efficient way possible. And it is breathless. Sharks again, stunning transition moving through the midfield. Oh, and just a handling error at the very last second. Oh, and a little bit of dark arts from the Sharks player, quote unquote, accidentally backheeling the ball.
The Sharks just progress up the field with so much pace. Difficult for the Taipans to handle. Taipans not quite as quick up the field as the Sharks, but so imaginative with the ball when they have it in their hands. The Sharks have the opportunity here. Just look at the way that they suddenly step into acceleration. I think they're going to get penalised there, though, for rushing headfirst into the touch, are they?
Yeah, I think the referee's just telling him, look, that late fend, we see you trying to buy that hard touch. The late bend and fend, it just, any sort of aggressive touch then will be made even more evident by a late bend of the hip. So the referee's just saying, look, this ain't our first rodeo. We know what we're looking for, and we'll police it the way that we see fit.
Sharks on the attack, but just not quite on the same wavelength. Pass came a little quicker than Vince Parker was expecting. Taipans move the ball out to this left-hand side, right over to their box. Changes come raining in. And now the Taipans moving up into the danger zone here, but the pass just doesn't quite go.
Oh, Vince Parker went for the interception low to the ground and just fumbled the ball, and Louis Treyas, the first person to point out, going, hang on, that's 6 more. And now Taipans have a perfect opportunity to go and get the lead.
They go for the dive.
And they do.
And it's a try for Daniel Mile. Or it might be. They've mixed their shirts up.
Oh, I'm not sure. Give me a face. I think that's John Weston Stanley who goes over in the end. Taipans trying to throw us off, mixing up shirt numbers.
Why on earth they've decided to change their shirts for the final, I will never know. But the Sharks are back on the attack as the Taipans have taken the lead for the first time in this final, as Horatio Price just has a little go.
Oh, what a ball. The long ball from Dom Tripp just can't quite get reined in. And it gives the Taipans a good opportunity to move into a transition. Forward pass given, so they'll get the penalty, but a superb shooting touch from Will Serracole just to shut down the initial momentum. And our Taipans rolling through with fresh legs on the field.
Once again, the referee quite loose on the definition of a forward pass there. One of those early passes looked a little bit skew-whiff, if you ask me, as the Taipans go charging through. Henderson just looking for someone, anyone. Oh, they've got a decision to make here, have the referees. A big decision to make. And the decision is that it's a try. And the Taipans have exploded into this second half, having taken the lead for the first time. They now have a 2-score advantage.
It's Josh Henderson picking up and going, and one player cuts against the grain, creating the separation to allow Josh Henderson to get through into the try zone and find the supporting player. And now the Sharks went up by 2 in the first half, and it's Taipan's turn to take a 2-try lead.
Sharks immediately back on the attack and immediately looking to see if they can find space, fizzing it wide. Touch comes in though. Taipans ball. Taipans working through the middle, understanding that they can't get across to the box too early, so they get there in 3.
Really, really good D in transition, just drawing the offside call from the Sharks. And so far in this second half, the Sharks are struggling to stop the Taipans' advancement. And again, another penalty for offside, and the Taipans are enjoying themselves now.
An opportunity here for the Taipans to really put some distance between the two teams. It's been a perfect start to the second half for the men in red as Henderson dives at the line. And he might just have got there. Henderson has indeed got there. And the Taipans, oh, hang on, has it been called back?
I think they might give a forward pass off the base of the ruck. It did look marginally forward. No try given. It'll be penalty to the Sharks. Unfortunately, Josh Henderson on the base of the dump just moved a little bit too far forward, and the sideline ref is hot on it.
We've got touches! No, we've got touches! 4! 5th coming!
And I think the message coming from the Taipans is that they've still got touches left. And the referee, I think, has decided that he does agree with that as an assessment.
But then shouldn't
and so the Taipans will keep going. They'll have another attack. Henderson in possession again, goes to the dive again this time. The touch more clearly made, I think. But they will keep going. And as I say, a third would put real distance between the two in the context of how tight this game is. Ball out the back there. Does rather well not to be penalised. In fact, he is being penalised for throwing the ball away. I thought that was going to come surely at some point, and it has indeed come.
Yeah, Taipans might feel a little, well, Sharks may feel a little bit aggrieved that they didn't get the turnover there. Taipans moving through their phases really well, but now the Sharks can transition as really well orchestrated by Will Seracole and just pulling the penalty out of the Taipans.
This will be a big opportunity for the Sharks.
Yes, boys!
Bit of an error straight away, and that will give the Taipans possession. Everything seemed to go the Taipans' way in the second half, after having to scrap through the first half against an electric Sharks performance.
Yeah, and the messages coming from the box of the Taipans is all we've got to do is complete our sets and not give any penalties away. Let's see if they can listen to their own advice now. They've drawn a penalty out from the Sharks, and you've got to say 10 minutes to go. 2 tries to the good. Taipans are in a commanding position.
Henderson. 2 of the linchpins for this Taipan side. Doesn't quite work that time though, so it goes to the Sharks, who will transition fast, as is their speciality. But an error there, and Taipan's ball. This is a really, really good opening 10 minutes.
Yeah, Taipans have really dominated touches 2 and 3 on the Sharks transition. Sharks maybe just need to chuck a little variation into it, just secure the roll ball a little bit, because Taipans are just sustaining too much pressure, and at some point the Sharks are going to buckle.
Sharks keen to go quick once again.
Yeah,
Pace so key to their game.
Turnover ball there. If you're a little bit confused why Josh Henderson was half and popped the ball down, you cannot score as half. So instant turnover ball, and the Sharks have a really good platform to launch.
This pace of transition from the Sharks is just something else, but it's intercepted and claimed by Treyas. And again, the Taipans just finding that things are going their way at the moment as we pass the halfway mark in this second half. I think we're going to come back for that. It's a brutally heavy contact in the midfield.
Dan Mayo loves a big bit of contact, and the referee just reminding the Sharks that the onus is on the defence to engage in a fair contact. That was very upright, and Dan Mayo is never going to shy away from a chest-on-chest collision. Mark Oldest, the old head in the Taipan side, just orchestrating this attack.
Interception Sharks. Just as the Taipans were bringing just a measure of control out there on the field, understanding the situation, but the Sharks get the ball back.
Much better transition from the Sharks. Getting the Taipans rolling. Good scooping opportunity. Charlie Thompson. Well defended.
Good defence from the Taipans. Sharks, 2 scores behind. Just working out exactly where they can play from. 8 minutes left to go. 6-4, the Taipans lead. Chung, one of the key orchestrators for the Sharks, dives for the line. Touched on his way. Chung looking to create. Taipans jam up.
Smart play from the Taipans. Mark Oldest just heading off the back of the try zone, and another tired leg comes sprinting off, and they've been able to get fresh legs on in the D set, which is not something that teams are usually able to do. Brilliant yards.
Taipans almost imitating the Sharks here in the sheer pace that they make their way up the field, and Henderson now has the ball and into the hands of Treyas. A score here really could be something special, and it's plucked out of the air by the Sharks. It could be a score the other way. Foot race here for the corner. The flying touch comes in, and that is an extraordinary piece of athleticism from Vaughan Meredith for the Taipans, as Will Seracold scorched away for the Sharks. Could that be game defining?
Oh my word, I'll tell you right now, Will Seracold is one of the fastest players that England Touch has to offer. To be able to tear him down and make the diving touch is just exceptional.
The opportunity not gone though for the Sharks. Such are the yards that Seracold made. They've got plenty of touches to play with here in the attacking zone, and they could dive for the corner. Across goes Vince Parker. Will the try be given? Not yet, not yet.
Oh, what a diving touch. I thought that was Dom tripped through and through. Lovely flat pass. Vince Parker thought he was in. Just not quite the case.
Still they have possession. Parker again now to Horatio Price with that big wide pass. We've seen it once before, that time just behind the player, and they can't quite execute the switch. Just inches away from perfection there.
Offside call from the referee, so the Sharks will get another crack at the line.
So close. We've seen that big whipping pass from Price work before, but this time not quite working, but they've got a chance here as a result of that penalty. 2 scores behind at the moment. Both sides chasing a 6th title here at the Nationals. Treyas gets the touch in. Thompson. Big looping pass comes out. Did it drift forward? I don't think it did. It's a try for Ed Hayward for the Sharks, and it's down to 1.
Superb persistence from the Sharks. Just stayed calm, stayed composed. Charlie Thompson taking the ball down. Lovely one ball. Dom Tripp over the top. It's deflected from the Taipans defender. And a big left foot step takes him round the winger.
The Taipans immediately back on the offensive and diving at the line. We go again, is the call from the touchline. The Taipans keen to re-establish that 2-point advantage, and they go close again. They run out of touches. They are pushing closer and closer and closer. 3.5 minutes really left to go here in this men's open final. Who will be the England Touch national champions? As I've said before, both sides with 5 national titles to their name, and they can barely be separated. What a pickup that was there from Dom Tripp. Taipans get in the way, but it's going to be another 6 here for the Sharks.
A very, very much needed defensive intervention there from the Taipans. They had a 3-on-1 and a brilliant defensive read.
Sharks bursting through, Tripp dives. Did the touch come in? The touch did come in, yes. Dom Tripp flying at the line there. Touch comes in, they explode into life. Tripp, big wide pass out to the far side. Ed Hayward just has to check his step a little bit, so they put it back in field to Teddy Brooks. Brooks is touched, now they feed it back. Tripp feeds it close, an acrobatic finish from Thompson, and if he's got that down, that is sensational from Charlie Thompson, and he's evened the game up, 6 points apiece, and just a handful of minutes left.
I can't believe it. Dom Tripp, the big 1-2, feed it back in field. Teddy Brooks doesn't want to wait around, let's give it direction. Flat pass across the front and the diving finish over the touching player. Superb Hollywood stuff towards the end of this game. And now that we're all even, 2 minutes to go.
The control of his body to swing his legs out of the way of the flailing hand of the Taipans player. Something to behold from Charlie Thompson. Yet another of those England men's players in this Sharks side, but the Taipans have plenty of their own as they go close. 6 tries apiece, 90 seconds left to go. A drop off if it's even. Treyas wants it finished before then though. Goes close, goes very, very close, but Sharks will have possession back. Time now. The friend of neither side. And the Sharks execute something that's a bit of a messy one, but what it'll do most of all is eat away a few seconds as we edge towards a drop-off. These two sides on their respective boxes start to think a little bit about who their 4 players on either side might just be. Horatio Price surely going to be one of those for the Sharks unless they can get a score in the next 40 seconds. Price moves it out to Ironside, to Tripp. Ironside. Thompson has he got across there? Touch comes in. Less than 30 seconds. Price. Just touched. 15 seconds for the Taipans. 15 seconds from glory or 15 seconds from a drop-off. The Taipans want the glory. There's the hooter. Henderson almost accepts that the drop-off is coming. And we are going to extra time. The 2 teams held here at full time, 6 tries each. And this is quite an extraordinary final.
Yeah, and you know what? There's only half of the tries from last final, but the same outcome at the end. It is drop-off time. And I can tell you right now, after 40 minutes of touch in the sun, there will be tired legs, and with only 4 aside at the beginning of a drop-off, there will be much more space afforded to both sides. And this is a time where people need to stand up and be counted. Who wants to win it? Who wants to grab the game by the scruff of the neck?
Just to remind you, it's 2 minutes each way in this drop-off. 4 aside. We're still even after that. We will reduce down to 3 players. Treyas to Henderson. Henderson gets the try, and then I think there's no malice in what's happened there. It's just bodies in the wrong places.
Yeah, it was just a clash of bodies, I think. Josh Henderson won't feel like that was the case. It looked like a sore one.
The trouble is he's tried to boot the ball away in celebration of what is an immediate score for the Taipans. He just falls over this the Sharks player who's getting back to his feet. And I think Henderson perhaps making a little more of that than was necessarily the case. But the crucial factor here, the Taipans now with a 7-6 lead. Horatio Price with the ball for the Sharks. The Taipans have the lead here in this extra time period. Tripp gets the ball up. That's a great touch. Tripp again though. Back to Tripp. Can Tripp get across the line? And he does get across the line. We're back at 7-all. These two sides just trading blows here in the final.
Superb, and Dan Mayle makes the touch, is scared of the phase, chases all the way out on his corner, and Dom Tripp, the mastermind, recognises it and goes the other way. Touch comes in here from the wrap. Dan Mayle makes the touch, corners out, hard, and they go back the other way and step around the covering defender. A try apiece in the drop-off, 7-all in total.
And the Taipans looking for another. Treyas just feels the touch come in, and there's the hooter. The drop-off goes on, 7 tries apiece. Treyas dives at the line. Has he got across? Has he got across?
Yes,
he has got across, and it's golden point. Lewis Treyas with the golden score for the Taipans. That earns them their 6th title. They earn the separation from the Sharks. The most dramatic of finals here in this men's open competition at the England Touch Nationals. And it's Lewis Treyas that's the difference maker.
He is just a special, special talent. And what a final we've just seen on pitch 1. Full credit to both Southern teams, putting on an exhibition of the best that England has to offer. Then you just as seen there, Dom Tripp and Louis Treyas having a little embrace. The two dynamite men on either side of the field, realizing that what they've just done is show everyone the caliber of touch that can be played in England, and it is exciting.
Well, we thought we saw drama in yesterday's women's 27s finals when the Taipans claimed that one with a score in the last play of the drop-off. But I think that drama's been exceeded here in a game that went this way and that. No one ever managed to get more than 2 tries worth of separation. Could have gone either way. You suspect if this game had gone on 30 seconds more, the Sharks probably would have scored. But in golden point, it's the Taipans that get it, and it's the two teams huddle up together in a real show of respect. And I think that is what we learned from this game, is that these are 2 top quality outfits that respect each other beyond belief.
Yeah, and I said it in terms of the women's game, and I'll say it now in the men's game. This is steel sharpening steel. that even compared to last year, the defence is so much tighter, which then requires the attack to be so much sharper. And although it wasn't as high scoring, the action was so much more intense. I feel like both of the defences have levelled up so much, and I believe that next year it will be the same outcome. Still sharpening, still improvements, and as a whole, it'll level up in touch in the entirety of the UK.
An extraordinary performance from both sides here in this men's open final. And an extraordinary day for the Taipans, who've just won 2 titles in a row, the women's open and the men's open. And of course, these two go head-to-head in the mixed open final in just a few moments' time. We're going to hear from one of the Taipans players very shortly once they get over their initial utter exhaustion from that final. It was just the most intense game of touch, but also intense atmosphere. You could feel the intensity. It was almost palpable, the way it was just growing and growing and building and building. Even here in commentary, we were trying to pull it down, just trying to ease off so that we had somewhere to go, because the intensity was just at the max the whole way through.
Yeah, definitely, and you know, there's moments of magic everywhere you look. And what a superb result for the Taipans. And I'm just going to be replaced.
Well, Joe being replaced by Vaughan Meredith.
Hi there,
because
guys.
Vaughan Meredith, you have just won the Nationals. How does that feel?
Absolutely fantastic. It's always a privilege to play Nationals, and yeah, Taipans had a fantastic squad this year. We were the most cohesive squad that I've ever seen in 8 to 10 years, and yeah, we went out there and did Taipans proud for the past Taipans, and they know it. They're watching.
We'll get into the drama of the end and all the rest of it, but I guess just before we do, a word on the Sharks. You can tell just how much respect both sides have for each other, not least in some of the honesty over some of those scores that could have gone either way at times.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. It's always great to have a South-South final or Southeast-Southeast final. Yeah, Sharks went out and put a really good effort in, and obviously everyone knew there was going to be a good game. And again, second year in a row that's gone to drop off. It's it's a prophecy almost.
It certainly is, and what a way for that to finish.
Yeah.
Golden point must just feel incredible.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's a real team effort, but obviously, yeah, we can't do it without the support of all of our players. So, yeah, absolutely fantastic, and obviously the supporters at home as well. And obviously, a lot of people back in London. One being Ellie, Mark's girlfriend. She's fantastic and supports us. So. Yeah, really well done, and thank you, Ellie.
Absolutely. Well, look, I won't keep you too long because I know you want to go and celebrate with your teammates, but just Taipans overall are on for a pretty good day today. Won the women's, won the men's, and now they go head-to-head with the Sharks again in the mixed open final in just a few moments' time. Could it be a really special day for the Taipans?
I don't want to jinx anything, so I'll touch some wood. But the Taipans mixed, they look really, really good. Their first day was fantastic. Second day, absolutely amazing. Third day, finals day, hopefully we get an all red finals day.
It's certainly been a good day so far for the Taipans. Vaughan, thank you so much for spending some time with us. Go and enjoy it with your teammates. It's been a very, very special day and a very special performance.
Nice. Cheers. Thanks, bye.
Good stuff. Thank you very much, Vaughan Meredith, the Taipan skipper. And the Taipans, your national champions here for the 6th time, edging away from the Sharks, who've won it 5 times. It all finishes up then in that men's open final with the Taipans winning it at the death 8-7, and it's going to be back in the action very shortly with the Taipans against the Sharks once again, this time in the mixed open.
That's all I can say for that. Welcome to touch. That was that.
Ladies and officials, 1 minute warning. Northeast final. Good luck to the teams over there. So here on field one, we've got the mixed open final. After two fantastic games we've just seen, the women's and the men's. South East Sharks against South East Taipans again. And we welcome both teams onto the field. We're going to start with the Sharks and then we'll introduce team rep. So please give a big hand to South East Sharks. Dan Harrison and John Beaton, good luck to the junior as well. It's the men's open final, our last two games of the weekend. Good luck to everybody and thank you very much. We'll catch you after the game.
Well, after the drama of that men's open final, it's on to the very last game of the England Touch Nationals. And guess what? It's the Taipans against the Sharks again. It's the mixed open final. And by now you know all about the colours of these two teams, but I'm still going to tell you just in case you're a new viewer for this final game. Taipans in red, Sharks in blue, and the Taipans will line up as follows. B. Graham, Amir Amini, Will Coombs, Sam Davis, Sabrina Pilkington, Maxon Lambert, Libby Turner, Joe Brewer, Amanda Clark, Rich Brumpton, Russell Reed, Tom Clark, Francis Barry, Nicola Clark, Alex Waldron, and Mike Kelly. The Sharks, meanwhile, with Demi Quinn, Matthew Mile, Oscar Davis, Daniela Mendez, Charlie Steed, Eric Williams, Marcus Armand, Sebastian Flask, Connor Cloughy, Elliot Gent, Daniel Dowling, Elizabeth Merritt, Victoria Barrow, Izzy Davis, Laura Davison, and James Waldron. Two very, very good sides. The Taipans and the Sharks, two very, very good divisional sides overall, having been in the final of of all three of the women's, the men's, and the mixed competitions. The Taipans are leading this triple header of finals 2-0 currently. Will they make it the clean sweep, or can the Sharks claim one for their own? We are moments away from finding out.
I think there'll be some incredible celebrations if Taipans can come away with a clean sweep in the opens categories. In my memory, I don't think it's happened before.
30 seconds to go. 30 seconds away from the last of the finals here at the Nationals. The Taipans will be taking the tap off, playing from left to right as we look at it. Huta just seconds away. Do you think they're ready? Just look at that body language. They are ready. And off they go, the Taipans, with an aggressive start. Look out, by the way, for that man that's just taken it in, Russell Reed. Electric pace. A little bit of an early win there for the Sharks. Right, their men's open side make good and fast progress up the field. But it's going to be Taipan's possession. Lambert with the ball, just coming over to where the referee wants him to go from.
Elliot, you're up,
They start moving. Scrappy first possession, but can they make this second one of the game clean? That pass looked a little offbeat from Amini, but they get away with it. Coombs now.
Oh.
Coombs scorching through. Coombs feeds the ball. Taipans open the scoring through Rich Brumpton, and it's that trio of players, Amini, Coombs and Brumpton. They've been so dangerous together all day, and they combine for the opening score of the final.
Yeah, superb after a little bit of a stop-start beginning. They take the ball down, they get a really nice clean strike done from Amini, and he goes straight through, blistering speed, and the supporting players in acres of space. Easy grab and ground. And the Sharks surrender possession back to the Taipans, and if they can go and extend their lead by 2 early doors, then it will be the start of dreams.
Taipans just spill that one forward. Pass a little firm. Sharks with a chance to make amends, but that one spilled as well. Six again is the ruling. I think the Taipans thought they might have been getting the possession there for half a second. And it'll be the Sharks that get to play. Bouncing out to this left-hand side. Charlie Steed seeing a lot of early ball here for the Sharks. Fizzing it out. Penalty is coming. Steed over the ball. Steed just backs off for half a step. And now Dowling is touched. Steed to Dowling, back to Steed. Steed again, Dowling again. Now they inject the pace. Steed dives to the line. Touch comes in. Arman, Steed, Arman, Steed. Touch comes in again. Steed seeing so much of the ball, but they can't find a way to cross the line, and the Taipans hold on to that 1-0 lead.
Yeah, Taipan's good value for the lead so far, defending really tight as a unit. Charlie Steed trying to utilise some static plays. We know he's got electric feet, but you've got to do more than that to challenge this Taipan side. Well, just a little breakdown in the transition for the Taipans, and now they're going to have to try and save some touches to roll into their scooping play. Turnover ball, just a bit of an unforced error.
So a chance that the Sharks weren't necessarily expecting. And Steed just makes his way across. They have to wait a bit of a long time there for players to get onto the field. Now that they're on there, they'll try and create something. James Waldron in that backwards cap there in possession. Waldron throws the pass a bit blind, and it doesn't go to hand, and the Taipans will have it. Smoother transition from the Taipans. Working past halfway, stepping on the gas in a big way. Sam Davis turning on the afterburners to double the lead.
Superb speed, and again, we've spoken a little bit today about just running things at 100%, and opportunities will arise, and it's just easy hands around the shooting link, and it's a mismatch on the wing, and the pace does the rest.
Early 2-0 lead for Taipans. There is a long, long way to go yet in this final. Taipans get it to Reed, and if you thought that Davis had pace, Reed might have even more, but the touch just coming in there from Izzy Davis. Cracking effort. Not many are catching Russell Reed.
Yeah, we know that from earlier. We know the pace that Russell Reed possesses. The Sharks now need to go and show some speed of their own. Get some go forward. At the moment, it's just breaking down at the crucial moment. And it's a little bit comfortable for the Taipans in the first 7 minutes.
Sharks looking to just nick one back here. Dive comes in, might just be close enough. Connor Cloughley, rather. I do apologise to Connor. Cloughley in possession again. Big wide pass comes in. I think it's probably drifted forward.
Just always fading away from the winger. I believe the Sharks will have a repeat set here, though. Penalty for offside against the Taipans.
That's the trouble. If you can't get your pass flat enough, it does just tend to drift eventually. Sharks, parting of the Red Sea there. Allows the Sharks to grab one back through Matthew Mile.
Yeah, the younger brother of Dan Mayo we saw play for the Taipans and get the result. I'm sure he'll be willing and desperate to get a result for himself as well, but a really talented young player ghosting through a lovely gap. Shows that he's got a long ball, shows that he's got some feet to go with it, and executes when the Sharks needed them.
Taipans then have their lead cut to just one at 2-1. Here against the Sharks, it's that combination they've got on now. Once again, though, of Amini, Coombs and Brumpton. The trio that work as well together as anyone else in any division here. Coombs has just caught there. Brumpton to Coombs. Coombs moves it wider out there to B. Graham. B. Graham. Sharks making progress up the field. Picking up the pace here as Steed takes it. The touch comes in. And Taipans will have possession.
Just a bit too eager there from the Sharks, trying to close the space down as quickly as possible and just setting off too early before the roll ball had been initiated. And that's an unnecessary penalty to give away.
The Taipans take advantage of that easy possession. Davis, we know the threat he poses. Sharks do well to see that one out. Work up towards their box. Half a second look short of players, but they were absolutely fine as it turned out. Mayo gets the ball back. The Sharks just not quite able to execute once they get into those attacking areas.
Yeah, and I think it's 6 of one, half dozen the other. So Sharks just aren't connecting in the way that we've seen them do so far, and that's just superb speed shown to get around the outside and eat up the meters. But in the same vein, the Taipans are putting so much pressure on the ball carrier, and the Taipans have identified 2 or 3 key players for the Sharks, and they're always putting pressure on them, not affording them any time to pick decisions and make educated decisions. The Sharks are always rushing through them. Oh, the word is completely escaped me. I'm so sorry. Their patterns, their attacking patterns and subbing patterns, they're not being afforded any time to execute them to the level that they know that they can. So full credit to the Taipans for inducing this level of controlled chaos into the game.
Sharks seeing plenty of the ball, that's for sure, as Steed gets his hands on the ball. We know he's a threat. There might be an offside call there. He certainly thought there could be. So he had a little dart at the line. He's imploring the referee to go and talk to one of the others. But he's not going to do it. So they'll go again. Real mix-up.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was just saying. The Taipans putting pressure on and the Sharks just losing control. The Sharks had drawn the penalty out for offside, had an entire set of 6 to work with, and throw the ball away on first. It's a little bit criminal.
B. Graham showing her skills there. Amini, Coombs still goes. Touch comes in, and that's a turnover. Good aggressive touch that from the Taipans, deep in Sharks territory. Now the Sharks come flooding forward. Elizabeth Merritt making good ground, but then being penalised.
Yeah, just over the mark there. You see, she just took an extra step after the touch had been initiated. And again, it's a story of the half so far of Taipans' pressure and Sharks just not quite being able to survive with it, and Taipans roll through.
Taipans. Davis, he's already got 1 try to his name. Just threatening the defence there. Taipans go again.
Brilliant shot, the dominant shot from the female link. We love it. We love it.
Taipans across the line, but looks as though the touch has been called. It has indeed, so the Taipans will go again. Tom Clark, Charlie Davis. Bit of space down the left-hand side for the Sharks. They make good ground. It's a good play from Demi Quinn. She gets her hands on the ball again and again. Playing at half there. Now she finally gets to roll off. She's been trying to for about 3 phases there. Mail gets the ball out. Could be an opportunity back inside. They tried to go to Mail. Came off a Taipan's hand, and that means it's going to be another 6 for the Sharks.
Yeah, and this is the first time in the half that we've seen the Sharks sustain some pressure, get some repeated sets on the line. It's just a question of, can they make it count?
Mail moving it on to Connor Cloughley, rather. Cloughley again, to Mail again, to Cloughley again. Back to Mail, and they could have a try-scoring opportunity there. Sebastian Flask went close, but not quite close enough.
Yeah, superb defensive touch, shooting out of the line, back in the decision making, gets the reward for it.
Mail snipes close, ball back inside. And it's a try there for Connor Cloughley.
Yeah, it's created by Matt Mayle. And again, just a little bit of patience being shown whilst on the line. And they go to run the link punish. They get on the link. Matt goes inside and then pops it back outside. The Taipans defence expecting the long ball as we saw earlier in the half. And that squares it up. 3.5 minutes to go, 2-all. And once again, in yet another division, there's nothing between the two southeast sides.
Taipans could strike back immediately though, and do strike back immediately. No, the pass is forward, the pass is forward. 2 tries apiece, it stays. This final remains as tight can be.
Yeah, the pass just going slightly forward. Big Dan, the ref, he's spot on it. And again, the Sharks making insane meters off first. In their transition, they're just missing out the link in mid completely and giving it straight to the wing. If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Sharks immediately back on the front foot here. There's a try on in the far corner if the handling is good enough. And the handling is more than good enough for the Sharks. And Demi Quinn is over, and for the first time in the game, the Sharks have the lead against the Taipans.
Yeah, superb recognition there. Charlie Stee just recognising that the Taipans had dropped, waiting and predicting the sweep. And he just recognises, oh, give me the ball. Quick hands, beautiful left to right long ball. And as you say, Sharks taking the lead for the first time, largely against the run of play.
Taipans keen to strike back. Can they get the pass away to someone? Try awarded. Amir Amini strikes back immediately for the Taipans.
Yeah, and the floodgates are starting to open now. As soon as Sharks go up one end and score, Taipans come back down the other and reply. Beautiful little hitch step just to get away from the covering defender, and he's just waiting for someone to present themselves, and they do. And Taipans even it up.
Sharks out to Steed. And Steed immediately responds, and suddenly from being a tight affair where both sides were struggling to break them down, it's tries galore, 4-all.
Yeah, it seems as if both teams have realised, hang on, we can actually score here, and they're running hard and being direct, and as you say, a very cautious beginning, and now the tries are starting to pour in. 4-3 Sharks.
A huge contact there. With just a minute left, the scores are level at 4-all.
Big set, big team set. Yes! Guys, come on! Corner! Marcus, corner! Corner! Yeah! Go quick, go quick!
And I misspoke slightly earlier. It's in fact now 4-4. As Russell Reed went diving over. Two sides level at 4 tries each. Could be 5-4 though. Could be 5-4 as the hooter goes. Doesn't quite get given, so we do go in at half-time with the two sides level at 4-all. And I seem to remember a rather familiar scoreline.
Yeah, it seems like these guys are taking a leaf out of the men's opens, but leaving the half-time at 4-all. And what was this, it was a little bit slow to begin with. And it was building and building and building. And the last 5 minutes, tries started to fly in left, right, and centre. One team scores, other team replies, vice versa. It's a superb first half of touch, and it sets up a really excited second half.
It certainly does. Another thrilling final between these two southeastern sides, the Taipans and the Sharks. And as we go in at the break, it is all square at 4-all. Another big 20 minutes to come very soon.
Chris is aware of where your tents were, so if you leave him rubbish, you'll be having an email to your tents yourself. Players and officials, this is your 1 minute warning. Players and officials, 1 minute warning. Players and officials, 30-second warning, please take to the field, ready to play.
30 seconds until the second half. This mixed open final
Final time today.
here at the England Touch Nationals. The Southeast Taipans and the Southeast Sharks
Stand by.
stand level at 4 tries each. The Taipans have won the 2 open finals so far, winning the men's and the women's. Will they make it a hat-trick with this mixed title, or can the Sharks strike back for one? We have 20 minutes to find out here at the University of Nottingham, and the Sharks are immediately on the offensive here.
Yeah, I think towards the end of the first half, we started to see the game open up, but then we're going to see more of the same. 2-on-1. Ball just goes to ground.
Ball down there from the Sharks. Could have been an opening there early on in the second half. Taipans will think themselves lucky to have escaped that one. But then commit an error themselves, and the Sharks will have a chance at redemption after that earlier misstep.
Izzy's on area. Izzy's on.
Yeah, I was waiting to see if the referee was going to give it, because the Sharks just making the point of these Taipans aren't advancing. We don't have to initiate this touch. They have to.
Sharks spin it wide. There's space out there. There's space out there indeed for Izzy Davis. Nudges the Sharks into the lead with that beautifully worked score.
Yeah, and it all comes from just a little bit of rugby intelligence of highlighting that the Taipans aren't advancing, and then they run a little sweeper and a big left to right pill, and the winger is in acres of space to stroll in and dot it down. And we have our opening score of the second half.
The second half starting as the first finished, as the Taipans go close as well. Good covering tap there from James Waldron. Taipans looking for something, and another touch comes in. So the Sharks get on the front foot. How they'd love another score to add to that earlier one, but instead they get an error, and the Taipans with a chance here to level things up.
Yeah, this is what we saw with the Sharks opening score. Taipans mistaken transition, Sharks now mistaken transition. Can the Taipans make it pay?
Taipans taking their time. Coombs. Amini just retreating there.
Drawing the penalty. Referee Matthew Mayle never got onside. They spot it early, and now the Taipans have a perfect opportunity.
Coombs, Amini to Coombs, just stutters, looks back to Amini, and another touch comes in. This is good defence from the Sharks. Coombs again. To Brompton, to Coombs, to Amini. How many times have we said that as Coombs dives over? And Coombs gets the score, and the game is levelled up once again.
Yeah, superbly worked score, milking 2 penalties out of the Sharks' defence. When they remain composed, looked like they could have lost their direction, but the sweeper comes round, checks the ball back inside, and a lovely dive and finish. And it evens things up in this second half.
Certainly does. 5 tries each. And an eon of time left to go. 16 minutes as Sharks go diving through Steed. And then I think Demi Quinn on the far side gets the ball down. Steed is such a live wire.
He's just electric at the base of this ruck, recognises where the space is. They check inside, send the sweep around, picks up, goes the other way, little shimmy of the hips to escape the touch. And a lovely sympathetic ball out to the wing, easy grab and ground. And no sooner than the Taipans even things up, the Sharks go and take the lead.
And the Sharks, having got themselves back in front, and gave the Taipans a bit of an opportunity, but the Taipans have handed it right back to the Sharks. And I think the Taipans have been marched back as well. And even better opener here for the Sharks. Oh, and out of nowhere, where has he found the space? Daniel Dowling. I don't know how he wasn't touched there, but somehow he wasn't. And he found his way around the outside.
Yeah, superb work and feet, and the referee's just telling the Taipans to cut back on chat. Seems like this game is bubbling.
Mile. They go wide, it's Demi Quinn again. Demi Quinn with 2 and 2. And suddenly a little bit of daylight between the sides. 7-5 the Sharks lead.
Yeah, Sharks just, I reckon that they have noticed that that far side is just a little bit weak. And again, sweeper comes round, doesn't give it, picks up the other end, quick ball out to the winger, and a lovely grab and ground. And the difference now by 2. And the Taipans need a reply, but little mistakes like that do not help.
Penalty though to the Taipans. Amini, Coombs, Brompton, that trio. Coombs again. Amini again. Such a threat when those 3 are on together. Coombs to Brompton. If he's got that down, it's spectacular, but the touch has just been made. That trio just so hard to deal with. Brompton has it. He's trying to buy a penalty. Doesn't get it that time. Coombs. Amini. Coombs. 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 Amini. Try. Oh, they're such a potent combination.
And it's just the little hitch kick to take him away from the covering defender. Both teams loving the sweeper's platform. The ball's checked off, sweeper comes around, picks up, goes the other way. Little hitch kick just to get away. Gives the ball in a lovely grab and ground. And as you say, the trio working ever so well together.
And that narrows it back down to just the 1 between the sides. Sharks leading 7-6 here against the Taipans. This mixed open final of the England Touch Nationals. Sharks going over in the corner, and it's given. It's given. Sharks responding instantly.
I thought the Taipans had made a good touch here, but the referee calls them offside. And it's really well recycled in the middle initially, just to feed the ball back out to Matthew Mayle. Takes the ball down, Link, punish, gives the ball. Yeah, Link just looks a fraction offside. Well noticed, well punished by the Sharks.
Cloughly with the finish, and it restores that 2-try advantage for the Sharks. What can the Taipans do in response? Lambert. Now Reed. They're out of touches. The Sharks escape that one. Sharks work towards their box. Sharks across the men's, women's and mixed categories. So good at working through in transition, getting their players on. A real feature of their game across the divisions. Now they work their way forward, and Steed is going to create something. Was he? No, ball just drifts away from the awaiting winger.
Something that's really impressed me about this Shark side is their ability to recycle the play and keep the ball alive when they've not got any touches to play with, and that's going to be turnover ball. And I think the referee has got it spot on. Taipan's player trying to buy a penalty out of the winger, but if you're a big if you're a big figure and you're going against someone who's a lot more slight and you bowl her over, it's your impetus to make sure that that touch is fair.
Yeah, possibly wasn't the wisest combination to try and pull that little trick on, was it?
No.
One of the big Taipans lads up against Daniela Mendes, one of the smaller players on this Sharks side, not necessarily the wisest call that's ever been made by the Taipans, but they've got away with it really. Escaped without score, and now they have the ball back in their possession, and that tricky trio are back on. Coombs with the scoop, but the touch comes in. But I think they'll be quite happy to have progressed that far up the field after being in that slightly perilous position without concession.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. And now the Sharks can really work this dynamic transition that has made so many meters, and they do it again. Yeah, just interference there. Sharks finding the momentum.
Still plenty of time left here. About 8.5 minutes or so. 2-try advantage for the Sharks, 8-6 against the Taipans as it stands. As Mail just steps back and then reloads out to Cloughley, and then Cloughley gets it again off Mail. He dives over, but I think this time the touch has been made. Same move they made for Cloughley's try just a few moments ago, though.
Yeah, they're really trying to get on the outside of that female link, running the link punish. Just falling apart a little bit there. Players not in the right positions. They've got to make something happen.
Mail gets across the line, and the celebration comes in as well. Little solo hip jink from Matthew Mail. And now it's quite a comfortable lead for the Sharks, you'd have to say.
Yeah, and it's superbly exposed. I thought the play had gone, but just the recycling. They run the link punish, gets on the outside, bang, little hitch kick to get on the outside. The lead now by 3, and Taipans need to reply.
Still a long way to go. The Taipans can afford to be patient. They just don't want to be conceding anymore before they get the score, and they don't want to get themselves caught in any tricky situations. Oh, look at that. Look at that, Sam Davis. He's already had one piece of magic in this final. We see a second piece of magic there. A try from, well, nothing, quite frankly. Absolute magic from Sam Davis.
Yeah, superb, and even the Sharks box appreciating that. What can you do? What can you do? The feet are electric. Little right, left, static, dummy thrown. Sharks players left clutching for air. And we said they needed a reply, and that's exactly what they've got.
Well, it's a moment of magic from the Taipans, and it's a moment of magic they desperately needed. They had to get the next score, and they have. The gap down to 2 as the Sharks have possession. And a good attacking position here. Steed diving for the line. Touch will come in.
Yeah, going to be an offside there. Taipans player who fell always offside. Touch was made by the middle. Reset set of 6.
Sharks move the ball back to Steed. Steed buzzing around. They feed it out wide, but the ball just not quite delivered exactly where it needed to be. And the Taipans can escape, and escape with real pace and power. You've got to look out when they return the ball. Russell Reed just makes so many easy meters in transition, such as his pace. But an error there. And the Sharks get possession in a good part of the field here. Steed takes the touch. Mail himself had that moment of magic a few moments back. Big wide pass comes out, touch is made. Izzy Davis, though, is such a threat on that near side. Taipans keen to get on with things. Moving it out wide here. Getting their changes made. Good play that from the Taipans. Now they have a chance to explode in, and we know that that man's the danger man, Charlie Davis. A couple of moments of magic already in this final. Davis hands on again. And you know now that everyone's going to be looking out for him as he darts for the line again. He's touched that time. But another example of the threat that he poses. Davis has it again. Going to look to create something, a little magic ball out the back this time. Touch comes in though, and the Sharks survive. Sharks flooding through in transition once again. It's like watching the wake of a boat when they head into transition, the Sharks. Just everything rippling in behind that point.
Yeah, and I think when the initial touch gets made and the dump is made, the way that they roll on together in waves and waves, and there's always momentum going forward. They can afford to take a step left or right here and there because the supporting players are coming on at such speed. And for the Taipans defence, it's just proving to be a little bit too much right now.
It is hard to defend against. Extra little bit of pace there for Marcus Arman. Arman, rather, Marcus Arman. The Southeast Sharks.
Oh, that's pulled down. Oh.
That is an extraordinary score from the Sharks. Well, we have been treated to some finishes in these finals, but this up there with the most spectacular of the lot. I think it was Oscar Davis that finished it. Just stunning.
Oh my word. Scoop through, lovely. Oh, what a ball. Little jump in the air, reverse pass, diving, catch and ground. Superb.
We are being treated to some touch rugby of the highest order this afternoon at Nottingham University here at the England Touch Nationals. And we are being treated to some seriously tense finals as well. The Taipans have claimed the women's and the men's opens, but here in the mixed open, it's the Sharks that are winning. 10-7 against the Taipans. Arman with the fast play, but that pass doesn't go to hand. Penalty. 90 seconds left to go, and you reckon that could just be it for the Sharks. It may even be another score. It is another score, and that is going to be it for the Sharks. Only just over a minute to go and a 4-try advantage for the Sharks. That is going to be that.
Yeah, and they have managed this game superbly. Superbly, never panicked, never lost control, always trusted the process, trusting the setups. The link punish has proved to be the weapon to unlock this Taipans defence, and 4 tries to the good with 45 seconds remaining. The Sharks are going to run away with this one, but the Taipans are going to want to finish with a flourish, and unfortunately it just goes to ground.
And the Sharks, all they've got to do now is just play this clock out. A 4-try advantage here in this final, but one man who's got other ideas in mind is Steed. He fancies another score before this one is out, and Steed is just directing traffic here.
Oh, lovely.
On they go, the Sharks. There are players exhausted in their subs box, but out on the field as Mile picks it up, they fancy another score to finish off with. A Mile is going to provide the assist, and they are going to finish off with the score. Sebastian Flask hands the victory to the Sharks. 12-7, they will win it. A try at the buzzer. They already had the 4-point lead, but now it's a 5-try win, and the Sharks are the mixed open champions.
Superb. What a finish. Lovely score just to put the icing on the cake, and the Sharks managed this game superbly. They've stopped a Taipans clean sweep in emphatic style. 5 tries to the good in the end.
Well, the perfect finish for the Sharks after the most awesome of finals. Both sides giving as good as they get, pushing each other all the way. A stunning game of touch rugby. The Taipans will be gutted because they played so well, but the Sharks just found more ways to unpick the defence.
Yeah, definitely, and I think the Taipans were always relying on that one pod of 3, whereas Sharks with Matthew Mayle and Charlie Steed, neither of which are in the same pod together, so they have got threats all over the pitch, and Taipans only really look to get through with that trio. And at the end of the day, Sharks fully deserve it, and they look ecstatic with the win.
They certainly do look ecstatic, and little wonder, because not only have the Sharks claimed victory, but they have ended what was looking like a bit of a Taipans whitewash here in these open finals after the Taipans had done the men's and the women's finals in magical style, dramatic style in that men's one. But the Sharks here with the victory, and some of the players stood, I mean, Steed in particular, just buzzing around everywhere, was electric.
Absolutely rapid, amazing feet, really good decision making as well. And one other person I'm going to shout out is Matthew Mayle. Just realised there's going to be a party in the Mayle household tonight. Dan winning with the Taipans men's open and Matthew winning with the Sharks mixed open. Superb play.
Superb, absolutely. And also the likes of Izzy Davis and Demi Quinn finishing so well out in those wide channels for the Sharks in what was a brilliant performance. And that second half, you know, it was so tight at half-time for all, but in the second half, the Sharks just got better and better and better.
Yeah, well, it seemed like the Sharks changed their focus from trying to go through the middle to running link plays and link punishes, and in the end, it just proved too much for the Taipans to cope with. I'm going to get subbed out 1 second.
Well, and as we were saying, Demi Quinn, one of those out wide, getting the tries in that final. And what an extraordinary performance that was in the final. So tight at half-time for all. And then just an incredible second half performance from your Sharks.
Yeah, I think we've had, sorry for my voice, I have to apologise in advance. We've had really up and down this competition. I feel like today we've had a couple of games where we haven't started the game as we meant to go on. And this was our first time today that we haven't done that. And I think at half-time we came off and we were like, we're only going to win this if we deserve this. They're not going to give it to us. And everyone literally pulled it out of the bag and they worked so hard. And we've said we're family this weekend, and it really feels like that. So they're awesome.
It certainly looked that way out there, and the Taipans pushed you all the way. I mean, some of the finishes that your team had to produce to actually get those scores were just extraordinary because you were being pushed so hard by the defence. Some unbelievable athleticism in your team.
So, and we start training together, the two Southeast mixed teams, before Nationals, and then we get split. So a lot of these are our friends, so it's a friendly rivalry, and everyone kind of knows each other's games, which makes it even more, I guess, exciting and harder to defend. But yeah, it's huge athleticism, lots of young legs on the field.
You say a friendly rivalry, but I bet it meant an awful lot to stop it being 3-0 to the Taipans in those open finals after what they'd done in the women's and the men's.
I mean, massively. It's some added pressure. And they beat us in the round robin, so I feel like it was a bit of come back and show them what we've learned over the last couple of days. But yeah, friendly rivalry, but I'm glad they lost and we won, right?
Absolutely. Well, listen, I know you want to go over and be in that huddle with your teammates and go and celebrate with them, so go and do that. But a massive congratulations, an epic performance from the Sharks.
Thank you so much.
And that there, Demi Quinn, the captain of the Southeast Sharks, who, as she was just saying there, did end that potential clean sweep from the Taipans. But a reflection, I suppose, not just on this final, but on the day, the weekend as a whole. It's been, and the sun burst through again just as we wrap things up. It couldn't be better than that, could it? But a reflection on what has been an awesome weekend.
Yeah, definitely. And I was 10 seconds ago just having this conversation with a couple of the guys stood at the side. Even compared to last year, some of the regions have leveled up so much. Big shout out to North East Raiders, Southwest Saxons especially. These are two regions that a lot of teams would think that are weaker, and they've shown this year that in certain divisions they can hang with the big boys. And I think that will just encourage growth of the sport, and it will drive everyone to improve their game. Watching these teams improve so much in what is not even 12 months. I mean, some of the individual improvements as well from people have just been insane, and we've spoken all day about steel sharpening steel, and the bigger these events grow and the more the ability level increases, you can't help but feel like touch as a whole in this country is going to keep going from strength to strength.
Absolutely. Well, it's been a most extraordinary 3 days of touch rugby here at the England Touch Nationals at the University of Nottingham. And an extraordinary finish to it as well. 3 absolutely outstanding finals in the open competitions. And it was a glorious day for the Taipans, who claimed the women's and the men's titles. But in the very last game of the day, it was the Southeast Sharks that got the job done, stopping that clean sweep from the Taipans. But it's a clean sweep for the Southeast here at the England Touch Nationals. It's been a fantastic 3 days. There's going to be highlights coming out later on. I've no doubt about that at all. Do go and check them out. But from all of us here at Next Gen 15 and at England Touch, thank you so much for watching. And we will see you again at next year's Nationals.